slides. Yes, much better. All right, good morning and welcome everybody. Welcome to St. Leonrod, everybody here in the room, and also everyone following us, following us online in our live stream. Welcome to UI5con 2024. Yeah, so we truly have had a wild moment when we found out when we sold the tickets, how quickly they were gone. So you are part of a very distinct group of people. For those of you who did not know, all tickets were gone within 3 minutes this time. And I have to disappoint you, Taylor is not coming. It's really just us. But these apparently seem to be the hot tickets of this year. But this is also great because you now know that you're part of a group of crazy people who are very enthusiastic about this topic and are really here for a purpose. And if you look around the room right now and try to find someone that you do not know yet, there's a very good chance you're going to have a great conversation later on today to network with them because they are equally passionate as you are about this topic. So use the time today, use the networking opportunities of UI5con and have a wonderful event. We have plenty of great speakers and content lined up right here, obviously, in the main room in AUDIMAX, but also there are several other rooms for workshops and also several other tracks that you can visit today. So please make use of all of the content that we have prepared. Now, there's one thing I want to get started with, and that's a big thank you to the sponsors of today's event, because without the help of the sponsors, we would not be here today. So really thanks to Neptune, Uniorg, Asbrucon, Agilita, CBS, j&s-soft, AFI, Integrator, and RevTrack. Thank you so much, guys, for your help. Big round of applause. Yeah, and as we gather here today, we obviously have some digital companion app. It's the event app. That's a QR code. In case you have not done so, please take the quick time right now to scan this code and make use of this app. This really has all the content. And there's one additional very important feature that we all want you to use. So I'll give you another 10 seconds to snap a picture. Because what's very important is we need some feedback after the sessions. So it's best if you're in the session right at the end, use the app, go in there and give us some feedback. It's very important for the speakers so they know what to improve for the next time they come. So make use of this event app for sure. Now, throughout the day, we have plenty of content organized for you. So there are many, many activities which are happening both on the ground floor, but also make sure to check out the first floor. We have things like table kicker, darts, things like that. We have the sponsor booths upstairs in the first floor if you want to check them out. There's also a Mario Kart challenge, so we'll announce the winners of this one tonight. If you want to walk away with one win today, join me. I'm very bad at this game, so that's going to be your takeaway of the day. Now, social media, also very important. If you plan to do any posting today, please use the hashtag UI5con. And we ask you to also share your pictures. There's a QR code again on the right-hand side, which points to the album. If you want to share the pictures you've taken today, please feel free to do so. We will do so as well. We have a few guys who do professional photography today in the room, and we'll also share all of the pictures right in this album. Then don't forget, tonight we have an after party planned, so there's going to be music, food, obviously some great beer again, as it is a tradition here, and many more networking opportunity, obviously, tonight. The only other thing to say is be nice, guys. So we have a code of conduct, right? Just be nice to everybody, be inclusive and respectful to everyone who came to this conference. And we have a few more details for you. Lunch will be served as well, obviously. For the externals, grab lunch right here in the canteen. For all SAP colleagues, please move to Canteen Road 4. This will, spread it out a little bit so we can all, be sure to grab lunch before we come back for the next sessions which take place. Some practical information as well. We have Wi-Fi access for all of you. This is the name of the network. It's SAP Guest. Code Connect is the username, and Code Connect at 2024 is the password in case you want to use the facilities right here in St. Leonrod in these areas. Also for those of you who smoke, please use the designated smoking areas outside in the front and the back when you enter or exit through the terrace. Good. With this being said, yeah, have a great day. Thanks again for coming, everybody. Join us in an amazing day of UI5 content, networking, fun, and games. And without much further ado, yeah, have fun. And it's now my great pleasure and honor to introduce the two grand seigneurs of UI5. We have the crazy hacker and Mr. Creative of UI5, the Chief Development Architect, Peter Muessig. Peter, please come up on stage. And we also have the Master of Ceremony and the DJ, Master of the Backlogs, the Chief Product Owner of UI5, Stefan Beck. Please also join me on stage.
Hey.
With this, guys, take it away. Have fun.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone, also from our side. Yeah, so this year we have also a nice animation, not so cool like the initial one, but as you can see, we also aligned with our skeleton theme now. And the slides are in that, in that shape. We have quite a packed agenda for today. So first of all, I think, Stefan, you want to say a little bit about a few of the success stories.
Exactly. Right? So let's directly start with a success story. And basically, the critical observers in the audience might say that the colleagues on stage might be somewhat biased. But luckily, the survey was not done by us. Another organization did a survey within the SAP community with 1,000 statistically representative developers, community members in 56 countries. And what they basically said is amazing. 71% of them have used SAP UI5 in the past 12 months for business-related projects. 59 Fiori elements, 20% OpenUI5, and very important, 70% were satisfied or very satisfied with our offering. And so, wait. And before Peter comes, there's one thing that I also have to mention, because also tomorrow is the ABAP and basically it is an audience, 1,000 people, and ABAP still defines the benchmark. 85% said they have used the ABAP language, but we are coming very close to that, and we will get them.
Yeah, and finally, I want to say thank you to all of you, because at the end, you are all speakers for us. You are driving the topics to the outside, and thanks to all of you, it's spreading that far, and we get that feedback. And please come and join me for a round of applause for all of you. But we have not much time, so we need to go on. Hurry up.
So, as I said, the success story has to continue, and therefore we also, oops, what's that? Wrong direction. We have to pick some highlights of our achievements in the last 12 months. And let's start with the UI5 tooling, and more precisely with the UI5 tooling version 4. We basically started the UI5 tooling with having the support of SAP UI5 version 2.x in mind. However, when we start, it directly makes sense to also update all the third-party dependencies to have the best possible and most secure environment for you. That's basically what we also did. And then the colleagues used the opportunity to also add some cool features to improve the application performance. Peter will share some details on this. And also, as we talk about your satisfaction, it's also very important that we come with the latest language support. So also ES 2023 is available in the tooling, and you will get more details.
Just to share a little bit of details behind all that points. So with the tooling 4.0, we also introduce a new spec version. And the reason for that is because we need to introduce a new concept of asynchronous require. This is necessary for the new bootstrap in UI5 2.0, which will be completely asynchronous. Another thing which is important is that we, as Stefan said, bring also features to improve the performance of your applications. Yeah, there is something like the autofill now of the supported locales in the manifest, which ensures that the application at runtime doesn't load any or try to load any message bundle and then fails. The other thing is also here that we update the OSS on a regular basis. We have to do that, and with that we also get the support for the ES 2023 that comes with the upgrade of the parser and a minifier, which is used behind the scenes. And it also now requires that with the tooling 4.0, that's also one of the reasons why it's a major version, that we have the Node.js 20 support as a minimum. And the release for you. This will come end of June. More information will also be shared then. Let's go ahead.
Thanks, Peter. Let's move on. The next topic is that we want to present you is the UI5 linter. I think from the naming, most of you might guess what it does. It is about static code analysis for SAP UI5. We have been starting the linter. Yes, we have also here SAP UI5 2.x in mind, that we enable you to get the code base ready. However, it can really do much more. Even in your version 1 application, it helps you to leverage your code on to the next level to really be best practice compliance. And Peter will also show it so that you can really also convince yourself it is as easy as ESLint, and please use it everywhere, even without having basically UI5 2.x directly in mind. With that, Peter.
Yeah, also just here again to share some details. What we do with the UI5 linter. We check JavaScript, we check XML, we check JSON, and also we work on the TypeScript support here. At the end, what we do with the UI5 linter is that we want to find all the usages of deprecated code, give you hints, and help you to sanitize that. We also want to find out the globals. You remember, this is also one of the essential things to clean up, to get rid of the problem, to not find the dependencies which are necessary. And this is also one of the assets of the linter. Also, synchronous module loading, things you should not use anymore, which is discouraged, you should get rid of. And as we said, or as Stefan said, it's as easy as Lint. It's complementary to the ESLint. The reason for that is that in ESLint, we only have, let's say, a limited information about the project, only on the file level and not on the project level, which is needed, obviously, for us, for our linter. And therefore, we decided to put it aside, unless ESLint also brings that feature into. And finally, it can be integrated in automation pipelines so that you can also run this on a regular nightly basis when you build your project. And a pre-release is available on NPM. And to show that to you, we have a guest here. It's Matthias Oswald. He is from the UI5 tooling team, and he is the PO there, and he shows the linter to you. Yeah, was it here?
Okay.
Oh, he's going crazy.
What's the sound now for?
Frederick. While we are waiting.
Welcome to UI5con.
Does this happen now for every demo?
That's for mine. Okay, thanks. So I have a UI5 project here, and let's see. Oh,
Swap.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Now.
Okay, now you can see it.
Size okay? Good.
Yeah. So let's see what the UI5 linter, I already installed it here, gives me. And I will also enable the details option, so I get more details on how I can solve those findings. So it gives me two findings here, one in the controller. And it says that of the button class, the tab property, which is an event, has been deprecated and replaced by the press event. So here I would just use the press event. Of course, looking into the API details makes sense if things change, but here I already know about it, and it's just replaced as it is. And similar for the finding here in the XML, the avatar control in SAP F is deprecated, but if I remove that namespace and use the SAP M namespace that I use here by default, I'm using the control from SAP M as it's suggested down here. And now running the tool again should give me no problems and all findings solved. Yeah, and if you want to find out about more capabilities of the tool, there's later today a talk at 3:30 here in the AUDIMAX, where you can learn more about the tool and also about new APIs in the core that are replacing older, now deprecated APIs.
Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you.
Peter, can you fix that? Good, let's move on to the next topic. It's about UI5 Web Components. And also here more specifically the UI5 Web Components version 2.0. So basically what is important for a technology, it is important that it is easy to consume, that it's delightful, that you can directly use it. And here I'm happy to announce that the colleagues now have embedded an interactive playground into our documentation, as you can see it on the right side, that you can directly use and play around with our web components. Also here with the version 1, we started to receive feedback that our API consistency is fading away. So we directly have taken the opportunity to make it an alignment and also incompatible changes, therefore version 2, to have again aligned framework and component APIs. And also maybe to be a bit nasty, I have to say we avoid the same mistake than for SAP UI5 to be somehow compliant over 10 years and to pile up all this legacy. So still, it's not mean from us. I think there's a really cool advantage here. We can now innovate and pick up new things quickly, and we were adopting to new web standards, and Peter will give you some samples where this was really helpful. And also to mention that we added really important and frequently used components like the tokenizer, the form, and the dynamic page. With that, over to you, Peter.
Yeah, so with the UI5 Web Components 2.0, or in general with the recent updates, what we did, we came up with a new landing page. You will see that, and if you go to SAP GitHub.io/UI5 Web Components, then you will see a compute new landing page experience. And behind that, if you click on the components on the documentation, you will go into our new interactive playground. So we used and reworked the storybook-based stuff then to make it really for you more performant, more interactive, more dynamic, so that you can really play around with these controls also online before testing them locally. I have to mention some breaking changes because it's a 2.0 release, so we will really go a next major level here. And we had to rename, replace, move APIs, and also delete them. Because obviously, with, let's say, as Stefan said, this adopting to web standard required us also to update more or less also our APIs of the components, because what we did as polyfills for the time being, we had to now switch to native support. Like we have now embedded form support, which comes from the browser. Here, hooray, the browser is really evolving. Web components are there. We're getting also web standards, which help us to really build equivalent controls there. And this is something we incorporate also for the popover, which finally is coming up with a real pop-up handling, also working across the frameworks. And this helps us at the end to make the web components even better for you. And one thing to mention, what's breaking, we removed the belief theme. It's deprecated in SAP UI5. It's now also removed here because we want to follow up on that anymore. And there is 2 new themes still in, which are available for you when you build apps. And finally, also here, at the moment, the release is scheduled for end of June, and there is a session also today after that about the web components, and you can then check out more on that.
Good, now let's continue and talk about web component integration. Web component integration into SAP UI5. That's basically why we do it. We want to drink our own web components champagne, if you allow me that. And as we are the good guys, we also want that you drink that web components champagne easily in SAP UI5. And therefore, we have to make it as easy as possible. And we now have a native support for UI5 web components available for SAP UI5.
Too much, but we come to that.
Good. And now, basically, sorry. There's always also a rivalry between our teams. The web components people run around. Yes, we can do it we can run with any web UI framework in the world. And now the SAP UI5 empire strikes back. I am your father. No, fun. So now they can claim, okay, we also support all kind of web components that are around. And was not built because of the rivalry. Obviously, it was built because web components adhere to a standard. And if you do the integration right, it also works for other web components nearly automatically. And the next thing is also no surprise, as we have a new means to integrate UI5 web components to SAP UI5. We deprecate the old way, And that means the complete web components world can now also benefit from the SAP UI5 framework features. Over to you, Peter.
Yeah, before I now go over that, let me go also to some code, because there's no keynote without coding for me. So I also prepared a small example where I want to show you the native consumption of the web components in the SAP UI5 or Open UI5 framework. As Stefan said, yeah, it would be a waste if we just leave the web components to other frameworks. No, for us, it's also, as I said in the past in other keynotes, we want to make this also our first-class citizens. And then this should be also work natively. So looking into that, what I have here, so this is a normal UI5 web application project, and here in the dependencies, I'm adding my web components as a regular npm dependency. So I installed it here. And now, this is currently in the planning phase, so we are having a backlog on that to incorporate it finally, but for the time being, you can also see how this works or how will work in the future. And what I want to do is now, instead of in the past we had these control libraries, I want to now use the web component directly. So for that, let me check the view, the main view. So in the main view, we introduce a new concept for that. It's still maybe a little bit of change on that, but it will be pretty similar to that. So you define, let's say, a local namespace for this web component. It can be anything, so it doesn't need to be something specific. Ideally, it's nested in the namespace of your application. And then there is a new syntax. It's called webc import. So it's matching to that namespace. And with that, you define, let's say, the import, the npm package import of that what you want to use. So we use UI5 web components. And with that, I bind this base path now to this webc namespace I have here. And let's first start the application that we also see it in parallel running. Let's put it here on the right and put that to the left. So it's loading. So this is now this application, what we see here, a VBox with a button. And now what I want to do is I want to also add the web components button. So the web components button, we just go also quickly here. That's also a new playground. It is just the UI5 web components button. So we can just also use it here like that. And then let's just grab the same properties because they are pretty the same. After doing that and reloading, I will see two buttons. And takes a bit because the bundling is happening behind the scenes. Or did I crash something? Live demo. Duplicate ID. I should have known that. Normally that's Stefan's issue.
But I was about to help you, Peter. Just about to help you. That would be the new thing.
Yeah, but what you see here now is a fully equivalent control integrated into that here. And if you see then now also how this looks like, if you open the support tools on that, then in the control tree, it looks like a regular control. So we have two buttons here inside, the web components button and the normal button. And this is now my seamless anything button, which I defined here, next to the SAPM button. And I can then also, in this case, click on that. Oh, click doesn't work because the click event in the web components is called click. So let's use the click, reload, click is there. And one final thing I want to show, because this is the last thing I add for now, the rest will follow separately. We have also the web components panel, and you can put and nest web components and UI5 controls with that approach into each other. Oh, I just need to do it around the VBox, because otherwise it doesn't look so nice from the orientation. And hooray, here we have the panel around. And now, as a last thing, I do the header text, because every property, every aggregation, anything is available also in UI5 without doing anything, just importing that, and that's it. So last thing, And then let's switch back because we have not much time to our slides. So maybe because before we go to the next part, just to add one thing. With that, you can now really also fully benefit from SAP UI5 or OpenUI5 as a programming model for web components. So this will come, this feature, and this will also manifest once again how important it is to have OpenUI5, SAP UI5. This framework comes with so many features, data binding support, connectivity, OData, and all the things. You don't want to reinvent it in React or something else. You can use the framework, you can use web components, and later on I can also show you how you can use other web components also in combination with UI5 as a framework. That's
Good, let's talk about UI5 version 2.x. It was mentioned several times, and I would like to share the status. Where are we? We have now the renovated framework APIs available, basically, and together with the teams at SAP, our inner source teams. Peter made you fun with me. Okay, it was a different animation plan, I have to admit. So together with basically the Fiori Elements team and also the Fiori Launchpad team, we enabled Fiori Elements V4 apps that they are working now in the V4, in the FLP sandbox application. However, this is now a big milestone for us. However, I have to also admit that this endeavor is, I would say, even more complex than anticipated. Therefore, we have decided to put an additional step before the release, and we decided to go for a customer engagement initiatives together with you, basically, and have a selected number of customers, and we support them directly with the migration of V1 apps to V2 apps and learn out of that before we then release, and we'll take the next decisions. You can apply for the CI project starting on Monday, and it will basically take roughly, it will happen in September timeframes. And we cannot basically overall not repeat often enough that best practice apps keep running, and we have given you a lot of tools at hand now to bring your application onto this level. Over to you.
Just to mention again, UI5 2x means best practice apps keeps running. So the linter you have seen plus this will also ensure that you get updated. You can also be sure that this will then also continue later on with the UI5 2.x. And for that, I really invite you to learn about the new core APIs and the config APIs. You can also see that in the UI5 linter session, what has been deprecated today and what is available for new. And you should do so because this will be the future. We also removed deprecated APIs with that. Yeah, we just removed the deprecated APIs. It's good to get rid of old code, and please help us to clean up your applications. Get rid of deprecated stuff. And also of the legacy APIs, synchronous loading and things like that. Fiori Elements also went already that direction and helped us to remove these legacy APIs, to get rid of the deprecated APIs, and we also have now a new FLP sandbox which supports the asynchronous loading in that way together with the FE apps, and we can also test it. OpenUI5 2x is available already. So it's on CDN, SDK openui5.org/nightly/2. You can access the version 2 already there. And for, as Stefan said, for the CEA, we have already something coming up.
Good. Now, next topic, generative AI. If you remember last year's UI5con, it was most likely the only keynote that was without any Gen AI demo, and we promised you to fix that, and basically we did that. And before we come to that, I would like to share the current status. So what are we about to do? So currently our teams develop specific components that allow to bring Gen AI capabilities into the applications so that all end users can benefit from this capability. And you can see in a draft sketch how this will look like. Then already in Q1, we have had an investment that's basically addressing you. As part of the SAP build code, we added UI5 code and application generation capabilities. And this is, as said, was released in Q1 as part of SAP build code. And you can see our environment here. However, the journey continues, and especially if your Elements colleagues are now working on generic features that connect Fiori element applications to the tool, that's the SAP Gen AI or the AI assistant in general. And without you to have adding a lot of code, they make use of all the metadata and annotations and give the Gen AI better hints and therefore better results for the interaction with your application. So also very important and unique in the offering of SAP UI5 Fiori elements. And now, again, coming back to you and the promised demo, we want to bring the best practices of UI5 at your fingertips. And this time I'm not handing over to Peter, but I ask Stanislava on stage. Welcome, Stanislava. And she will basically present how we bring Gen AI into our demo kit. Handing over to you, Stanislava.
Thank you. Hi everyone, great to meet all of you. And now let's see what are we up to when it comes to leveraging AI capabilities for UI5 topics. What we will see today is a couple of videos of our work in progress of what we call UI5 Companion. I'm lucky that I didn't mistaken with UI5 Inspector that you know very well. So UI5 Companion is an AI-based solution that will be found in demo kit. We integrate it within demo kit. And when okay, just full screen, thanks Peter. Okay, when I click the top right button over there, it will be launched and it will ask me how can I help you. Today I decided to greet all of you with nicely illustrated cards. This is why I will give it instructions to create a card for me with illustration. I already chose illustration from the illustration set. This is why I'm entering the illustration name here, and I give a bit more instructions with respect to what the title should be, what the subtitle and description should be, and I will add in addition one button. What the UI5 Companion does is, as I said, it's an OpenAI model that we enhanced a bit to understand our documentation, API reference, and samples from the demo kit. So as soon as I give it the instructions and hit the button, it starts thinking, and in a while, it will generate the answer. Let's see what's answers now. First of all, it chose the SAP card for my prompt. Then it has this nice code snippet that I can integrate in my view. I can easily put in my view. And on top of that, it gives some additional description and a small hint that in order this code to work, I need to register the TNT illustration set in my component.js, because the illustration I put over there, it's part of this illustration set. What will happen now is I will copy the code snippets and I will go to DemoKit live code editor and we'll paste it, simply paste it in the view and run the code. So, hello UI5con, let's get started. Now, what it does in addition, what else it can do, is the next thing that I want to show you. And this time, we picked a generic GitHub issue. I need to run the video from the very beginning. Apparently, the select all button is not showing in the grid list after setting the multi-select mode to select all. Okay, it's an issue. Maybe someone recognized if you reported that, but it's an issue that someone can still stumble upon. And it requires a bit of digging in the API reference. But now what we can do is we will ask the UI5 Companion how we tackle that. We ask why, and we simply paste the issue in there. Let's see how it will answer. Now, with a bit of waiting. Yeah, it takes a while until GenAI does its job, but let's see how it answers. So we get the answer. This functionality is not available for grid list. You can find it in tables, in trees, but it goes one step further and it enables you to do it manually by yourself and achieve it. And of course, it hints a bit in the last sentence, it hints a bit that you can, raise a requirement to our product team and, yeah, makes us implement it. So isn't it nice? No API reference digging, no documentation digging, no stack and no asking the UI5 gurus. So there is a bit more time for Peter to talk about other topics, maybe.
Maybe I can use that part from the VS Code the next time for the duplicate ID issue.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sunny. Looks promising. And you see, we are also doing our homework with GenAI, and more to come.
Yeah, and you can see it here, the slide is quite full, so we are coming close to the end. There would be much more to tell. We have 1,200 completed backlog items in the past 12 months to have an impression. There are many features that are relevant for all your end users, basically like cell selection in all tables or copy and paste. We have improved the type ahead capabilities. We have done a lot of things, and for the developers, as said, again, TypeScript parts improved, and many smaller improvements that are really important for the ones who need it. Therefore, really the ask, please study our what's new, listen to our publications, and also very important, please continue to attend our conferences. And with that, back to Peter.
Yeah, not much to add here. So if you want to have more, do you want to have more? There is plenty of things here in the UI5con, a lot of sessions today. And I really invite you, as Frederick also said in the beginning, connect with each other, learn from the others. They have so many cool ideas. There will be plenty of sessions with nice things I saw already. I want to also try to get in, or at least listen to the recordings later on. And please connect with each other, because if there are nice ideas, it's always, and that's also my history, where I had a lot of great things in discussions with you guys in the evening events or somewhere else, then new stuff comes up. And I wish you also a lot of fun today at UI5con. And then, yeah, there you get a lot of more things.
Thanks and have fun.
Thank you.
Wow, gentlemen, I am thrilled. That was a brilliant keynote. You introduced a lot of new things. I'm excited to learn a lot of new things. And you got over time, as usual. So the next speakers, I think you guys should start preparing, because your slot is up soon. And I got excited about the tooling. I got excited about 2.0, but I got most excited about the Web Components 2.0. And if you guys have the same feeling, then be ready. In a few minutes, you see Nayden and Ilhan on stage who give you more insights on the new Web Components 2.0. So gentlemen, it's up to you. I don't see you right now, but you should get on stage now. So now after we got teased in the keynote with all the great topics, we have now the two of the brains behind the UI5 web components here, Nayden and Ilhan, and they will give us a deep dive on what's new on the web components. So I'm very excited. I hope you guys are very excited. So please give them a big hand, and then the stage is all yours, gentlemen.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us at UI5con and attending our session. My name is Ilhan and this is Nayden, and we are part of the Web Components core team. And today we are going to talk about the latest developments in the UI5 Web Components project. And it was a lot going on recently. But before we go into the details and dive in, I would like to start with a quick warm-up and quick overview of the project so that everyone is aligned and understands the topic. So what are UI5 Web Components? The short definition says that they're enterprise-ready UI elements on top of native APIs. Native APIs are also always great because we can base on that and it's supported everywhere. And we can also say that there are custom HTML tags, starting with UI5 and they encapsulate HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to provide both visual presentation and interaction behavior, basically the building blocks for your UIs. But let's elaborate on that by highlighting the key features of the library. The UI5 Web Components are themable. They come with built-in themes like SAP Horizon, SAP Quartz, but you can have also a custom one if you need. The components are fully accessible because they are compliant to the latest accessibility standards. But most important, they are future-proof as they're based on the web standards supported by all browsers. This also means that they're compatible with any web frameworks, such as Angular, React, Vue, and whatever comes in future. And it comes with TypeScript support, because we provide TypeScript definitions for all components and public APIs. And finally, it's an open source project maintained by the UI5 team. All right, and if you'd like to try it, you need to install them from npm, because this is the place where we push the components. And then you can import the desired component, and that's it. We are ready to go. We have the first example shows the usage in pure HTML. You have the UI5 button tag, and on the right side, you have the output, completely ready to be used button, enterprise ready with all mentioned standards built in. But you can take this UI5 button to a React template or an Angular template. And as you can see, the surroundings may change, the syntax is different, but the output remains the same, and the UI5 tag usage is completely the same. This is one of the key strengths of the UI5 Web Components. It just lets you use the framework of your choice. Okay, let's see the distribution of the library on npm. So we have the components packages, web components, including bread and butter components like buttons, inputs, pop-ups, commonly used in web applications. And the Fiori package, which includes more sub-design specific components like flexible COM, layout, wizard. We are now have more than, I think, 70 components. Underneath, we have a framework. It's included in the base package, and it provides APIs for configuration of the language or the theme, but most notably the UI5 element class, which is the parent class of all web components, and it handles the life cycle of the components, also handling some rendering related tasks. But we also provide tools for component development for those of you that would like to develop custom web components libraries, including development server, build and start and test tasks, or commands for quickly bootstrapping a web components project. Okay, so let's have a look at the project timeline. It all started in 2017 with the first prototypes, and then on the next year we already released our beta version, and 1 year later we had our release candidate. finally reaching to our first major release in 2021. We continued our work and adding more and more features. Last year, we did a huge migration towards TypeScript by rewriting basically the entire code base to TypeScript. And we come to this year, and it was really a year full of very interesting developments in the web standards that shaped our next steps and helped us addressing long-hanging challenges. But Nayden will tell us more.
Okay. So, okay. During the current stage of the development to the current stage of the library, we faced a couple of big challenges that didn't have specific and native solution. So we had to come with a custom handling of the challenges. So with the development, we started to develop more and more components that have some kind of pop-up functionality, and one of the main challenges was how to position, display, and make not unaffected by the page styles pop-ups. So for that, we started to split our components on two parts. The first one was the part of the component, and the second one about the pop-up functionality. Then we introduced this custom element called static area, where all the pop-up contents was placed. With that static area element, we guarantee that the pop-ups content is unaffected by the page styles, also the stacking contents, and etc. But this wasn't enough for all the things, because we still had to, to manage the z-index of the pop-ups contents, so to display the pop-ups in the correct order that they are shown on the page. Then the browser standards evolved, and the popover API was introduced. And the popover API allows us to display pop-up contents natively by using this popover attribute. With that, it renders the content in a special top layer, which takes the whole screen, and it's placed over the rest of the content of the page. So when the popover API is introduced, we integrated it into the UI5 web components, and now with that we no longer need the static area, since the pop-up contents might be placed inside the shadow DOM of the components. And as I said, the pop-up contents is rendered inside this top layer, and the top layer is placed over the whole page, which means that we no longer need to worry about the stacking context. And we no longer to manage some things manually from our side. Another problem was how to enable the components to work normally in the forms. Since there wasn't native support to make web components to work in forms, we had to come with custom solution. So the custom solution was to render native input into the white DOM of the components, and to make the form element to understand that there is input. Then we had to sync this input with the internal state of the component, and with that we guarantee that everything is submitted right when the form is submitted. Then again, the browser standards evolve, and Element Internals API was introduced. The Element Internals API allows us to make components to fully participate into forms as native input elements. Then, again, when all major browsers support it, we adopted it into the UI5 web components, and now they're work in forms natively. And about these are some couple of examples about the web standards that we've adopted. And basically, these standards allow us to reduce the complexity of our library and to provide better quality.
Actually, from the very start of the project, we always wanted to adopt the latest standards and to offer the latest features to our consumers. Yeah, these changes often requires innovating often requires changes, and this led to us to introducing a Web Components 2.0 version. Maybe a couple of spots here. Because it's a huge milestone and it represents a leap forward and also a promise to the future, because we are not holding back. We are always showing the latest and greatest and adopting the latest and greatest. And I'm sure that you are curious what's new. So before let's see what we've prepared for you. Components with pop-ups level up. Indeed. Nayden already explained the adoption of the Pop-Over API, but I'll focus on the practical benefits for for application developers that are using us. Previously, in version 1, we couldn't slot elements that show popovers into their popovers, because that part is completely detached from the component. It's in other area of the DOM, the so-called static area. For example, let's take a look at the select component. It receives option web components inside, but on the other side, we don't render the option. It's treated like abstract element. Instead, we render a list item reusing the content. And yeah, this leads to a lot of limitations, but luckily in version 2, we now, as you can see on the example below, passing the same UI5 option now goes slotted to the responsive popover. And this is possible because the popover is now part of the select. It's not somewhere else. And this fact contributes to two great enhancements. The first one is that now custom content gets displayed in the drop-down elements, which was not previously possible. Let's focus on the example below. You have the select, you have this new web component inside UI5 option -custom, but more important, focus on the content inside. So it's completely arbitrary div elements, text components inside, and they got displayed, as you can see on the left. And that was not previously possible. And this aims to address many stakeholder requirements when the fixed design is not enough. Okay, and the second enhancement is the extended overstyling capability. In version 1, as I said, the option element or the drop-down element is not physically rendered in the popover. It's just abstract element that we read the state from it and render something else. But now that in version 2 it's physically rendered, we can just style it with a simple CSS like this. I can change the background of the UI5 option with these 3 lines of CSS. Okay, so let's see this in action. Prepared a quick demo on this topic. This is a simple page, and I have a single select based on version 2, adopted the Popover API, and this is the initial state. These are the standard option with only displaying text. And previously, to have something else inside, you needed to use the APIs. For example, if you want an icon, you can pass an icon, but it's always in front. This is the design, and for most of the cases, this is completely fine. But now we open the drop-down elements for full customization when the fixed design is not enough. So let's add a new option to the select. The same from the slide. And now this custom content is displayed at the bottom. Just for sake of the example, I prepared one more with a different layout. So whatever goes inside the option custom component is defined by the application developer, which has the freedom to add something, on his needs. Okay, and the second enhancement was the overstyling capability. As you can see, this simple CSS that I'll just uncomment will be applied. Was previously not possible. Yeah. And yeah, to sum up, basically this opens the door for full customization, and this will be adopted in all drop-down components, not only the select, combo box, input with suggestion, and whatever you can guess. Okay, let's continue. The next addition is the next cool things are that we've added 3 new components. We extended our set based on our stakeholder requirements, and first comes the dynamic page, which is foundation for multiple pages in SAP design, and it's known for its dynamic header, which collapses and expands upon scroll. Then we've added the forum, which is a layout component, a pretty common one, that arranges labels and textual inputs in these key value pairs, displayed in specific number of columns with a complex responsive behavior. And we also have a tokenizer component, which is a container for tokens with overflow behavior, which is built in. When the tokens do not fit the available space, they will be shown in a popover. I'll show them later on to see them in action. Just want to present one more great feature. It's the drag and drop, which allows moving and arranging elements on the screen at runtime. And this drag and drop feature is now available in the list, tree, and tab container components. And with that, we aim to cover even more complex workflows, runtime adaptations, and whatever you can imagine with a drag and drop. All right. And yeah, we have a brand new playground, new home for our documentation and samples. And yeah, let's have a look to our playground and also quickly demonstrate the features that are mentioned. All right, so this is the starting page, the landing page of our playground, and let's get started. Maybe I can zoom more. It's, I think, one. Okay. So the first thing to mention is that it has completely renewed new user experience because we migrated from Storybook, which has its own appearance and design. This one is based on Docus Hours, and it's statically generated and really performant playground. But the visual part is only a small part, I would say, because there is much more functionality inside and new sections. I'd like to share that we have a blog section where we plan or already have a couple of blogs, but we'll continuously push more. And yeah, I suggest that you follow up the progress there. For example, you can read about the new Popular API or how to prepare for the 2.0 version. But most of the enhancements were done in the components sample section. Let's open the avatar. It was first. In addition to the avatar itself, below we have a live editor that you can just change, and the changes immediately reflected. So the ones that wants to just code something or change it, it's now possible. You can also add files if you want, styles and so on. Yeah, it's pretty cool, and it also has code completion, and not only for the attributes but for the tags. So it's pretty convenient, I would say. All right, so let's see the new components. First, we have the forum, and it's several components that are new. The forum, which is the top-level container component, and in addition, we have the forum group to implement grouping, and the forum item, which is really the label and the input, this key-value pair. So how it looks, the basic example is this one. Yeah, probably you know how the forum looks, but yeah, it comes with this responsive behavior. There are several breakpoints that are considered. Let's find a more complex example to explain the details here. Okay, with this one, maybe the most important property that you can also influence how the form is displayed is the layout property. And it has this format for defining how many columns the form should be displayed into per breakpoint. For example, we are now saying I want 1 column in S, 2 columns in M, and so on. And the form just complies. For example, this is the M size now. We have 2 columns, and in S, it's just a single column. With this, you can influence the layout that best fits into your space wherever you are adding the form. But it's just one of the settings, actually. You can have groups, as I said. The groups can have headings to be more noticeable, where the group is starting and ending. And we also have this label span that you can adjust the space that the label should take from the whole form item. As you can see, there's 1/3. Here, the label and the second part are equal, or just take the whole line. Yeah, it covers a lot of cases. And here is the sample with input fields, which is common when the form is in editable mode. Yeah, and we have also an example how one can switch between display and edit. All right, so now let's also see the dynamic page. It's in the Fiori package. Also one of the new components that I presented. And yeah, as expected, it takes basically the full page. It's a page layout. And here comes the collapsing and the expanding behavior upon scrolling. And you can also pin it if you don't want this behavior, or collapse it or expand it with a click. And also another specific thing is the floating footer that literally floats over the content at the bottom. Interesting fact is that all these areas here, for example, this is a heading, these are breadcrumbs, but these are done, let's say, for the sample to implement some specific design, but they're just slots or aggregations in terminology, so you can have whatever you want. It's not like limiting to a title, but in most cases it's a title. But just to mention that it's really flexible in that terms. Okay, and yeah, I'd like to show you the drag and drop in the top container, which is also a very cool feature, I would say. But let's find the example. I think it's in the bottom. Okay, the reorder tabs. Yes. So basically, as you can imagine, you can just drag, and not sure if it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. There is this indicator that shows you where the item will be dropped, and when it's dropped, it's go there basically. Yeah, I can play around with that, but interesting is that we also can nest it inside another popover here. So it's really complex scenarios going on here. If I go deep, we can also have multiple levels of nesting. So now I can go here and drop it on an item which is on the first level, and this go then a little bit shifted like a second level. And the way to enable this functionality is just by setting the movable attribute to a tab, or if it's a list on a list item, or if it's a tree, it's the tree item. So it's really easy. All right. We also have again new section, kind of icon explorer, where all the icons are displayed. There are 3 packages for that: icons, TNT icons, and business suite icons. They all can be explored here, and you can either copy the name if you want, or copy the SVG. So yeah, it's pretty easy to do it. Okay, so let's zoom out. And yeah, at the end I will show you one more great thing about the new home we have. There is a full screen playground area to quickly sketch a sample if you want, and it supports TypeScript. So for example, here we have a custom web component extending the UI5 element, and you can see the decorators, which are supported in TypeScript. So you can build upon these built-in examples if you like. Right, so let's move on. So after we saw these great features, I would like to touch another very important aspect of the whole story. As you might guess, major versions means breaking changes. But if we look back, it's already 3 years since version 1. So it's not like we are doing this exercise often, because we value stability and we know that code adaptations require some effort. The good part is that most of the breaking changes are pure API renaming, which means that they can be quickly fixed with find and replace in your Visual Studio Code or whatever IDE is using. And the motivation is to have more consistent APIs. And actually, most of the changes are suggested by application developers, so basically from the community. So we've listened and we applied the feedback. This is how we work. Some of the APIs were replaced with better alternatives, so it's for the good. The example clearly shows that previously in version 1, to open a dialog, you had to get a reference to the dialog and then call a method to open it. In version 2, opening a dialog means only setting this open attribute, and it can be done declaratively in any markup or template. All right, and we also have removed APIs that were previously deprecated or became obsolete over the time. For example, we removed a disabled property from the process indicator because, for example, it's dropped by the SAP design. It wasn't used anywhere. It didn't make sense. I want to highlight the biggest maybe breaking changes so that you are aware of it. We renamed the batch component to tag. So if you use the batch, you need to use another tag name. And that's all. It was done to avoid confusion, as in SAP design, the whole concept, the design is called tag. And yeah, we just wanted to align with that. Okay, maybe the biggest change is the removal of Belize. And actually, when the Web Components project started, Belize was already there. So it's quite an old team, and basically SAP UI5 deprecated the team, and we took the chance to remove it because now we are encouraging really, and not only us, but also SAP design, all applications to move on to the newest teams, and it's the Horizon one. All right. And yeah, another aspect of this big and huge story for the popover API adoption is the removal of the static area, and it's also manifested in several places. It touches the component development part. So this is really for ones that are developing custom components. There is this difference that previously we had to define the static area template because the framework should have known where to put, which part to put to the static area, and also the static area styles. And now it's really simplified, as you can see on the right side. In version 2, there are no static area template, there are no static area styles. It's just everything in the same component, basically. And also, when you develop component previously, to access the popover, you first have to access the static area. And now it's just querying self, basically. The shadow root is the shadow root of the component that the popover is inside. So it's really simplifying a lot of codes, and yeah, great improvement. Of course, you don't have to track all of these breaking changes. We prepared a nice migration guide for you, and every single change is listed there, and you can find it in the documentation section of our new playgrounds. All right, so now let's hear about the specific timelines for 2.0.
Yes. At the moment, most of the breaking changes are already done, and we already have a release candidate. And with the release candidate, we want to engage our community so we can receive some kind of a feedback and iterate over it before the official release. And the official release is planned for the end of the month. Also, you can try it using the next stack when installing any of our packages. And we know that we have many adoptions, for at least for the moment. And with that, we are providing maintenance for version 1 until the end of the year, and version 1.24 is the latest stable release of the version 1. And this version will have monthly patches with bug fixes, so we can ensure that the consumers have smooth transition to version 2.
Okay, so yeah, we are not giving up on the version 1 as it's adopted in many places already, so we continue supporting it. But I'd like to take some moment and get you to the present with presenting several success stories, because I think they really reflect the benefits and the purpose, if you will, of our technology. So let's start with the first one. It's UI5 web components at SAP Signavio. Signavio offers tools for optimization of business processes. But more important, they had their own design system. And these are a couple of screenshots of how they looked in the past. And at some point, they had to align with SAP design to adopt Horizon as part of this global encouraging task to everyone be aligned and have this consistent visual appearance. And this is the current state of the same applications after this migration and adopting Horizon. And to get it done, SAP Signavio adopted UI5 web components and UI5 web components for React. A really successful wrapper project over the pure web components. And these applications, I think I have also other screens for Signavio. Yeah, it's the process insights. Previously, we were looking at the collaboration hub and process intelligence. But more important is that they're publicly released already and used. So it's really a huge success. And these are only a couple of examples. We are all, talking about dozens of more UIs like that are productively released. Okay. So other great stories, UI5 web components at SAP websites. By SAP websites, I mean those that are hosted in SAP.com and has something related to SAP branding, this kind of websites. This in particular is the SAP store search, SAP product search, where one can just query the products at SAP. by some categories to filter them and so on. And as you can notice, it looks quite different from, let's say, SAP application with Horizon. So the first thing that was done is that new design system emerged for these SAP websites called SAP Digital Design System that is aligned with SAP Horizon. And we had a really nice collaboration with the responsible teams for these websites, SAP Marketing and IT. And they basically applied this new SAP Digital Design System. And they've done it, again, through the web components. And the interesting fact is that they not only used the UI5 web components as, for example, the Signavio example, to just use the tags, you get everything, but they've built their own custom web components library called UDX web components. With our tools, with our frameworks, restyling the existing web components, wrapping them, because the plan is to reuse their custom components, to facelift, to redesign other websites. So it's the reusable factor going on here. And yeah, the SAP product search website is already live on SAP.com. So it's also, yeah, huge success for the colleagues, also for us. And yeah, it's really worth mentioning and looking forward for the next. And the success stories, yeah, do not end. And but this is the last one that I'd like to highlight. It's with the Kima project. This is the Kima dashboard product. And yeah, it provides really complex UIs for managing resources on BTP, Kubernetes clusters, that kind of complex stuff that I don't have a clue. But more important, similar to Signavio, they had to transition to Horizon and Align. And they've done it, and they've done it with web components and web components for React. Really nice looking UIs, really, yeah, it's really cool. And what can I say? This example really motivates us to keep going, to keep improving, but most of all, it's showing really how we contribute to the bigger goal of having a consistent UX across SAP products and even SAP websites, as you saw. And yeah, one more thing to share, which is again good for us because our stakeholder base is growing, which also reflects the growing confidence in our technology. And we are very thankful for that, and also committed to keep going and improving and to meet the expectations of our consumers. All right, so it was the present. Now let's see what is ahead of us.
Let's see what you can expect from us for the next year. Currently, we know that the AI topic is with high priority for the company. So with that, we are currently working on a new AI component set with the idea to support the development of different AI scenarios. Also, we are planning to continue our work to brand new table with the idea to replace the current one and to make it more feature rich by adding some features like virtual scrolling or the ability to have horizontal scrolls and multi-columns. Also, as you know, we are trying to keep our components accessible, and with that we are trying to stick to the latest accessibility specifications, so we are going to adopt the latest standard WCAG 2.2. Also, as always, we are trying to provide the latest design updates so everyone can have nice UI. From the framework side, we have some exciting news, and now all major browsers support declarative shadow DOM, which allows us to revive the topic about the server-side rendering. And yeah, we plan in Q4 to start again with the topic. Also, for the component development, currently there is option to write templates of the components only in the handlebars, but we plan to add support for writing JSX and TSX templates, since it used as a syntax to write templates in different technologies. Also, as Ilhan mentioned, we have very successful wrapper story for the UI5 web components, and we plan to contribute to our ecosystem with new Angular wrappers called UI5 web components NGX. And the idea of the wrapper is to fill some gaps of the frameworks for support of web components. With that, we will provide a better development experience when developing application with the framework of your choice. And thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the very insightful presentation. Dear audience, it's your turn now. Do you have any questions for our experts here? There is a question, so I will throw them. No, actually, I will let you throw the mic.
Oh.
Please don't kill anyone. No. At least not
Is
on
it
camera.
heavy? Oh, no, it's not. I think, yeah, it was you.
Hello? Yeah, okay, works. Thank you for your amazing presentation. It was pretty good. Okay, I come from a React background. I don't have a lot of it, but I know that, for example, Material UI is very tailored for React. You know, if you use React,
Yes.
you have the advantage when you use Material UI with it. So I want to know if with the web components, do you have the advantage when you use it with SAP UI or no? Is it tailored for that, or is it just
No.
a framework that can be used with anything and that's it?
Yeah, it's on a completely different track. So you mentioned SAP UI5, right? It's not tailored to SAP UI5. Okay. Yeah, it's the web components are based on the web standards. This you can think about them like spans and diffs that works in HTML in general. It's just that inside of it we added the visual presentation to look nice and also interaction. But it works wherever HTML works. So we can have it in React, we can have it in Angular, we can have it in other frameworks. And for the React, because your question started like that, we suggest using UI5 Web Components -React, which is a React components wrapping our pure web components underneath to improve the component development experience in React. Because the React framework has few shortcomings that they promise to fix in the upcoming version. Not sure if it will happen, but for now, yeah, we resolve them through the wrapper. Yeah.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the question. Yeah.
When we come with SAP context, we have data-intensive applications, meaning that a component will receive hundreds of thousands of records, for instance. How does the web component, let's say, select or a table component handles memoization? Should I extend myself and take care of it, or it works with de-rendering and rendering data? How does it work?
I think it's this question is really nicely connected with our last slide. Let's just go to the, yeah, it's also already visible here. All right, so well, for example, if we plan to have a new table web component, which is exactly meant to handle big amount of data, which means multiple rows, multiple columns. And the performance, how to say it, we will reuse the DOM elements and just have you put the new data inside. So it's not like we are rendering thousands of DOM elements. You are seeing the same DOM elements, let's say 20 or 30, and we will let you just load the new data whenever you should. The so-called virtual scrolling, basically. So the scrolling shows that there are thousands of rows, but in reality, there are 20 rows, and we're just changing the data. And this will come with this data-driven table, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi there. I have a short question, because we saw in the keynote also already that the web components will be included to the UI5. And I have the question because you showed us that it's easy customizable, quite flexible, the select you showed us. And I have the question, will it be in the UI5 also be that flexible or easy to change the content then?
It should be.
Yeah, basically you can apply classes, CSS classes inside the
The CSS stuff, I'm okay with that,
You're
but the
about the
markup,
content.
yeah, that's where I'm talking about, because I hopefully don't have to create a new custom element or something.
No, it's not like that. I think what Peter showed in the keynote is really how you can say whatever version of web components are used there, and he's doing wrappers on the fly, because they are wrappers, I mean SAP UI5 controls at the end behind the scenes, so that there be the glue between the SAP UI5 programming model and the web components. And there, in this layer that will be hidden for you, it will take care about this slotting to the component, to the control. So you have the same.
Okay, thank you.
Am I audible?
That you needed to dance and think, not present.
Just wanted to ask, from this presentation, we saw indeed some foundational components, but yeah, well, as UI5 developers, we used to work maybe 90% with Fiori elements. Some templates which generate us UI5 code, let's say, right? What is the vision, what is the strategy for Fiori elements? Will they still work on that classic UI5 controls, or UI5 web elements will be, I don't know, injected, will replace UI5 controls in Fiori elements? Thank you.
Yeah, luckily I brought my bodyguard here. So whoever wants to answer.
I think I might actually have, could take the answer. So I'm the chief architect for UX engineering, so kind of partially responsible for Fiori elements. And yes, of course, we're evaluating the web components, how we could use them there. There's no concrete plan here right now that we will use them or not. But we're definitely evaluating them. We're seeing if it makes development, maintenance, performance better or simpler for us. And then we will do the exchange when it makes sense. But for you as a Fiori Elements user, consumer, the great thing is there's no difference. You will use the framework as before. You do not care about the technology behind the scenes. But of course, we, with our framework, will internally also take all the great advancements, the great innovations that are happening on the UI5 side and put them in place wherever we can.
Yeah, okay. It was mostly a case like if you can have metadata-driven like web elements.
So if we would use them in elements, then you would have them metadata driven. But again, that is something we're evaluating and no concrete plan at this point in time. And we're getting over time. So if there are further questions, our two experts also have an expert corner at, I think, 11:45. So please meet them there, talk to them there, ask them their questions. And I'll thank you again. I'll release you to the break. And please be back here at 11 a.m. We have a great presentation by Marian Zeis, one of our great community members, about how to craft the perfect development environment. So enjoy your break and talk to you later. Welcome back, everyone. And let's all welcome now Marian Zeis. If you don't know him, then I'm pretty sure you're in a very, very small minority here. He's a very, very active community member. He does a lot of things for you just because he is a good guy. But what you don't know about him, he also does a lot of things with us at SAP. He is quite often in my inbox, he's in Peter's inbox, and many other people pushing things so that they're better for you. So really a good guy to listen. And today he talks about something that I find personally very, very important, and it's crafting the perfect UI5 development environment. So Marian, the stage is all yours. Have fun.
I'm blushing. Thank you. Yeah, welcome, guys. For those of you who've been here yesterday, that's a familiar title because I was presenting the same thing yesterday. Just because there was the recap yesterday and only had 20 minutes. Wouter explained a lot about the BTP side of that project, and I explained just briefly the architecture, but today I have 40 minutes, so I can go a little bit more detail, show a little bit more code, and show how that actually all works together. So you can stay seated if you've been to the talk yesterday. So talking about the perfect development environment, a little subtitle, it's for my use case, the perfect development environment. But there are a lot of things you can adapt or use as well to create your personal perfect environment. What was the motivation behind that? Probably a lot of you know me for the UI5 spreadsheet importer, and I have this development environment or build up my personal development environment to be more productive. So what was the big problem? I tried to test with a lot of UI5 apps. So I would like to test for freestyle, for Fiori element apps, for OData v2, for v4, for all the latest UI5 maintenance versions, or 71, 108, whatever. So that sums up to a lot of UI5 apps. Plus, I have it's a component, the spreadsheet importer is a component, so I need to change something there, and then it should reflect in the UI5 apps. Then I have a CAP server for all the mock data to test all the apps. And then I have an external npm package, Sheet.js, where I parse the Excel data there. So it's already quite complex, and then we have some problems like I have created a workflow, so I built manually or the component, and then I used it in the UI5 apps, and every UI5 is separate, so I have to start it differently. Everything has a different port, so a lot of challenges, and it was really annoying over time. So I created an environment for me to help to be more productive. And I created more or less a user story because I see this in Tobias' repository. He always creates user stories. So I just created one for here too, like what I would like to achieve here. Like I want to utilize different components and services in my local development environment, because usually you have components, you have libraries, controls, and you have the BTP and ABAP. So a lot of dependencies all around. So I want to efficiently develop, test, and deploy the UI5 application, because that's what you usually do in your environment. So I don't want to present my environment for the spreadsheet importer. I created, let's call it minimal example. You see in a second, it's more or less minimal. I try to get everything in what I like to present. So I started with the CAP server because I do it mostly locally, and just create a CAP server with just the minimal bookshop example. So everything inside all the components is pretty minimal. And then just use the easy UI5 generator to mostly generate, I generate the controls and libraries and everything. Also the UI5 apps. So I used to be with OData v4 service in the CAP, and then usually have components and libraries. So I created the library with the easy UI5 generator, just simple control in there that I used. Then I created a component, and both of them I connected to the UI5 application. Then in the next step, I also want to target a little bit more towards ABAP. So I created a V2 application, and I also connected a library and a component in there, and I have to get and I created another control, just really simple control in the same repository. So that's basically I'm presenting right now my local development environment, and then I need to get the data from somewhere. So I spin up a trial instance. I'm using just the flight OData service, so I didn't create anything in there. And then, because I would like to get something else from the ABAP environment as well, you can deploy, obviously, the component to the trial system, but I would like to consume it in my application as well, so I joined that as well. So as I said earlier, like we have external dependencies, mostly coming from npm.js as well, so I'd like to join in that as well. I just published, again, minimal Hello World UI5 control in npm.js, so I consumed that as well. And another dependency, the moment library, is just a date library, just to try and test that in the UI5 application as well. And then, as I said, like I want to start as easy as possible all applications. I connected oh yeah, always forget that there's like the npm.js control. Just for fun, I added to the component as well. So it's the UI5 app is consuming the control over the component and in the app as well. Yeah, I joined then the UI5 application to the cup, and then I created a local Fiori launchpad where you can just go to the Fiori launchpad and all your apps from the local development environment are already there. Then the tooling, as I said, was really cumbersome to set it all up. Luckily, there are already available great set of tools. And I had a great help from the Super Peter to create all these toolings. He came to rescue me a lot of times. But it wasn't just Peter, like there's just a list of all the open source tooling, except for the last one. It's not really open source, just part of it, but mostly it's open source. And it's mostly also by the community. For example, Launchpad, I think Gerd is somewhere there, like Marco Bayeris, VDR5 guys from j&s-soft are here. So many people are already contributing to that. And what I present is also made possible by all you guys and SAP guys. So round of applause for all the community guys. All right, then let's look at the tooling, what I used there just to connect everything. Let's start the local Fiori launchpad. As I said, Gerd developed something for the launchpad to create automatically the launchpad. So usually you create a HTML file and then the app config to make everything work together. And Gerd made something to get that generated for you. And then to connect the UI5 apps to the cup application, there's something called CDS plugin UI5. So we have the dependency just in the cup application, and it's loaded everything automatically, and all the tooling is started to make everything easier for you. Then obviously the library with the UI5 tooling, that's one of the easiest one because the UI5 tooling is running anyway. Then the component, like UI5 app is basically a component, so that's why the middleware from there is called UI5 middleware UI5 to get it in there. Then from external NPM packages, which are not UI5 controls, there's something called UI5 tooling modules. If you haven't heard of it and use the external packages, please do use that one. I still see in the community, yeah, please just use the CDN or copy the library manually and paste it in your UI5 applications. Please don't do that anymore. Use that tooling. If it doesn't work, Peter is really grateful for any feedback. He just said he had another issue he wants to tackle on the weekend for that tooling. So he really wants to help you to make all the dependencies which are made for the browser work with that tooling. And then to get everything working for the ABAP trial system, the simple proxy, you probably heard of that before, because if you spin up a new UI5 system, that's what you use to consume the OData service, and you can also consume something like the component with the simple proxy as well. Then deployment. Again, if you've been to my talk yesterday, there were 10 minutes Wouter explained for the deployment to BTP. You can re-watch that yesterday, so I will not go into detail about that. Deployment ABAP, I just explained what you need to deploy separately and what is actually packaged. So the easiest thing is the library, just publish that. There's nothing in there, every control is packaged automatically. The same with the component, in that regard, the control is always packaged in the component as well. And then for the UI5 apps, again, the controls are packaged in the UI5 app, and the tooling is doing the same thing, it's packaging everything in the UI5 app, so you don't need to deploy that separately. My component, that is deployed separately, because again, it's a UI5 app, you can deploy it as well. All right, then, what lacked yesterday, I can go into more detail today and can go to the GitHub repo. I have it here locally in my VS Code, so I'll share the link to the presentation and the GitHub repo in the end. But you can have, I will explain a little bit how I created everything and set it up. So let's start with the CAP application. As I explained, use the CDS plugin UI5, so it's here. And that will spin up the UI5 applications I have here as a dependency. So I have some custom configuration where you can just define a special YAML file which should be spun up, and I defined that in the app, in the UI5 apps. And I have here the CDS Launchpad plugin, which generates the Launchpad for me. As you can see here in the CAP application, when you've developed CAP applications before, usually what you do, you put everything what you have on front end in the app folder. You can see here, there is no app folder, because everything is loaded from outside, and I used here this mono repo structure, and everything is bound together with PNPM. I have just personal preference for PNPM. You can use npm workspace for that as well. I think just if you look in the package JSON, there's this called PNPM filter, which just spins up that specific package JSON. I think it works the same way with npm workspaces, and you just need to change some scripts here. All right, let's just start it up and have a look what's actually going on here. I have the start script, which just executes CDS watch, so it doesn't do anything else. And I've turned on the debug for CDS plugin UI5. You can see here, it sees the configuration, and then it's mounting the two apps that we can consume it in the CAP context. So it's mounting the app, so that's the BTP target app, and down here it's mounting the ABAP app, so that's targeted more towards the ABAP instance. And then we go to the localhost 404. So everything here is generated. So you can see here the little UI5 logo, that's generated by the CDS plugin UI5. So you could start everything here just if you press on the index HTML, and then it's loading the UI5 applications. But again, don't want to press any single app separately. I want to have everything on one view. And then the Sandbox Launchpad plugin generates everything for you. So those tiles are generated from the manifest. So if you just go to the app, to the UI5 apps and the manifest, you can see here the cross-navigation definitions, which defines the semantic object, actions, everything you know from defining those tiles. So the great thing about that is also you can debug navigations like UI5 to UI5 navigations. And let's just go to the CAP UI5 applications. As I said, that's a little bit more basic, but I have here the library, the example library. That's just a basic control in there, which just says hello world. Then the component, which uses the external npm.js control as well. So the component, I made it to render a button. And if I press the button, it opens a dialog. And in that dialog is the external npm control. So package, package, package. Then the little bit more complicated or set up is the towards ABAP app. So I have everything here. At the top is the spreadsheet importer, which actually loads the component from the ABAP instance. So you don't need to have that locally somewhere. You can consume anything there. You can also do that with libraries, or just set it up for the component, but you can use anything from the ABAP trial instance to load. Just need to set up the proxy. Then again, there's the library, local component works the same way. And then here we have the external npm UI5 controls, which are just used in the dialog in the component. The local UI5 control, and I have here the external npm package, which just generates a current date with the moment library, and here's the data from the ABAP system. And you can have a look a little bit in the network how it's actually loading all the data. So usually I have everywhere I have the UI5con namespace. Just not enough space. So here's just the component from the UI5 app. And then I preload the library. For example, here's a little bit small, but you can see here. Can I make it like that? So that's the URL for loading the library. And as you can see, when you execute it in the cup instance, there's always the namespace before that. So that's a little bit difficult to actually set up everything so it's not as smooth as I hoped, to make sure everything gets routed to the right source. So everywhere where when you open that application in the Launchpad, there's always the namespace in between. It separates the UI5 applications. And then here we have the component. So that's the local component here. That's the control. That's also the local control. And here is, for example, the request to the backend. So again, backend also with a namespace in there. All right. As I said in package.json, the CDS plugin UI5 is loading the UI5 applications with all the tooling. So that gives you a lot of freedom to actually integrate and use the tooling I just showed you. So if you go into, for example, the ABAP application, you can see here everything what I can use to run the application. Like everything, I think, except for the controls, I generated in TypeScript. So obviously, you need a transpile step before that. And then I use the UI5 middleware UI5. You can define which YAML it's loading as well. So I have a separate YAML to load the component in there. Tooling modules. Tooling modules have a middleware and a task. So the one is for the middleware to load and run the UI5 application. And the task is later on to build. And here I use the simple proxy. So here's my ABAP trial instance running on Nuve, and the simple proxy again to go to the spreadsheet importer component and to the sub OData. I also use the UI5 middleware serve framework. If you don't know about that one, that's really handy, because usually when you use the UI5 application locally, you don't have this preloads. And what that does, if you define the UI5 application locally in your UI5 YAML, it generates the preloads for you. So it's a really much smoother experience if you use that nice tooling there. All right, then look at the components. As I said, it's everything running in TypeScript. And to be honest, I didn't really know about components or how to use them before. Like I knew libraries, I knew controls, but how would I use components? You have to think about how or when to use components, but for my spreadsheet importer it was really handy because I can just deploy it, I can render something immediately if you just use it in a component container. And for example here, I can just render a button, and as you saw in the 5 applications, and then I can consume everything more. I can use translation files and other controls in there. So component is really handy tool. I didn't know before that, and you can use it as a TypeScript component as well. So that just the control, again, really simple, hello world. The library also really simple. That's, I think, I didn't even change that one. That's what the easy UI5 generator gave me. Really just a simple one. Okay, then we would like to deploy it. Again, it's also really simple because it's basically the same as you do usually. I'm using the Fiori tools to deploy that to the ABAP system. I define the URL, the package, the description, everything you need to know. And then I just can press deploy and it's deployed. So it's, if you look in the root package JSON, I just can define the root package JSON with all the descriptions, how to deploy it, and then everything goes automatically. It's in a mono repo here, so just because I want to have everything in one place, but it doesn't need to be a mono repo. Like usually when I am at a customer, they have separate repositories for every UI5 applications. So you can still clone it locally and use npm link or use pnpm or something similar. So you don't need to have everything in a mono repo. That's really just here to show that for my use case. Oh, there we go. Okay, so as I said, there's everything here in the GitHub repo. I made some documentation and created a development setup here as well, just to show everything how that works. And I have to promote Best of UI5 again, because all those nice, really open source packages are available here to use for you. You can just really search, for example, for middleware, and everything here is as well, like your community tooling is here to show. And you can just look for new tooling, for example, for the latest edition, for example, UI5 Middleware Cup and the Surf framework. So everything is usually pretty new. And if you want to stay updated to the newest tooling, just look here because usually it's pretty updated. And ecosystem showcase, that's where a lot of community tooling is living. So Peter is very active there. And if you look at the contributors, it's 52 people. So a lot of people already helping here and make things better to work here. And then here's the deployed version. That's the ABAP trial instance on the Fiori Launchpad. And you've seen all this custom URLs I used to everything reroute together. But what's really handy with the Launchpad is it's really, you need to configure it that only for the local environment. And when you deploy it, I'm more familiar with the Fiori Launchpad on premise. So that's why it's easier to set it up for me here, but when you deploy it, the app index takes care of everything else. So for example, that's the component locally I had and then deployed. So it's quite small, but everything here is just another new URL. Here's the app component. Here's the library. And for example, if I open the spreadsheet importer, it's a totally different URL as well. So that's because I packaged the component in another component. So that's why a totally different URL. So you don't need to worry about when you deploy the component locally to a different system, just make sure your local Fiori Launchpad works, and then everything else is taken care of by the ABAP system and the index. All right, then just to showcase it actually works, let's change a little bit on the library. For example, the control. So as I said, there is a new button that renders a dialog. Where is my local one? There we go. Because as I said, my step before was to compile the component before that, and then because you had an external dependency, it took quite some time. I can just reload it, and it's there. So it seemed really simple, like, okay, I changed file and then it's there. But for me, it was really a big step to make it really more simple to set it up and make it work for me. So it seemed simple, but it's not. All right, then some remarks to the end. If you've been here yesterday to the recap, there was a keynote, and Daniel talked about setting up the framework and everything. Everything, like for example, the plugin concept was this convention over configuration concept. You just use, for example, CDS plugin UI5 is a CAP plugin, so you use it as dependency and it just loads. So that would be my dream if something for that is happening for the UI5 tooling environment as well. Just to plug something in and it just works from an end-to-end perspective. Like it already some steps, for example, the UI5 tooling with the library, you just plug it in and it works. So there's some baby steps going towards, and it seemed like maybe, I don't know what's really in your world, but for me, there are quite some examples where I could reuse that. Like with the spreadsheet importer, this is really like a more extreme example to showcase. So I don't know if that's really a real world example, but I think because of the PTP coming up, a lot of you guys actually experience the same, that you have to connect all the components or the library to work in one seamless way. So as you saw, I had to make some configurations. I had to use the proxy. I had to use the module path to reroute to the right correct location. So thanks again to Gerd, who made the Launchpad sample or merge my PR in the last second to make actually my Launchpad work. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So that really helped me there. But then the Fiori Launchpad is also great to showcase everything, but then I can't really use the local UI5 libraries. So that's, again, loading from the CDN is really pretty slow. So that's really slowing me down again. So it would be really great to have something like a preload or like a local Fiori Launchpad libraries here as well. And then, again, as I said, with the UI5 Fiori tooling, it would be great that these tools get more adaptation. Like you can see in the downloads from the single UI5 npm.js packages, they're going up. Like as you saw in the CDS Launchpad plugin, I saw the chart really going up. So the adaptation is really great, but it could be better. So that's why I would like to showcase not just the environment, but the tooling you can use to set up your environment like that. And because they're all open source, it would be great to have feedback. Like for example, my spreadsheet importer has a lot of downloads, but I would like to have more feedback. That even though it's open source and free, we want to have a great experience for you all. Like that's in me, as a developer, I would like to have a good experience as a developer and work for the community. So that's why I like to have the adaptation and the use of the available tools. So have a look at the best of UI5, have a look at my GitHub repo, where you can see how I did it. Me and Peter set it up, and maybe you can adapt something for yourself. One last thing, all the tooling Peter is showcasing at 12, the tooling as well in M2 and M1, M2? Yeah. So if you want to know a little bit more about the tooling and how that is set up, you can go to the talk at 12. Or you can just stay here for my next talk, because I'm here at 12 again, showing with Volker some survey we did. And last slide, just the feedback. So it would be really great to get some feedback from you. What do you thought about that? And all my GitHub repo and slides on my GitHub repo, and all my other, or the slides and the links are also on that repo. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Marian, for the great presentation. I have a bunch of questions, but I let the audience ask first. So who has questions here?
Okay. First of all, thank you again for the great presentation. As I have a similar use case, I'm prepared with a few questions.
Good.
So the first one is about the standalone router. If, for example, each application has a standalone and managed router, does it affect the picture?
To be honest, I don't really know about the PTP setup that much. It was like Wouter's thing, because I have like this local environment thing. I was really, that's why I showed more about the ABAP system, because I know more about the ABAP system. How it actually works with the router, I don't know, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. But the local environment use case will be not affected for sure, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the next question is about the, let's imagine few applications use one and the same backend. Is it possible instead to have this 5 connection to the backend to define just one and to reuse it?
Maybe you saw it in the terminal, they all start separately, but it's still like you load your 5 applications separately, so they still start separately, so you still have to define in the YAMLs for each application.
Okay, and the last question is about loading the UI5 library. I know the answer by Peter, but maybe it will be useful for others if you are using a CDN, how it affects the setup.
It's still loading the UI5 application from the CDN. That's what I said in the last one. That's a big point to improve the performance, to have the libraries locally.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, Marian. A simple question, hopefully. I noticed you had the environment variable set up for username password, but I didn't see a .m file. Have you found a secure way to do that?
No, it is a .nv file.
Oh, okay, so there's still no secure way to put your password in
quick.
places? I just couldn't see it.
There you go.
There it's here. Yeah.
Click on it, because then you see the password, but it's there.
So just username password manually entered?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that.
Oh, can I ask a follow-up question? Sorry, I'm not supposed to do it, but I do. Why do you use the end variables here? I thought you use our ABAP to deploy deployment tooling from the OpenUX tools, if I am not mistaken there. And you could also store it simply in your key chain, in your secure repository, and the tools would pick it up from there. So you use deploy to ABAP for the deployment, but you use a password and username from an environment variable. Why don't you store it in your secure storage?
To be honest, I didn't know that was possible.
Neither did I.
I think let's have a follow-up conversation afterwards. Okay, next question. No more questions? Come on. One over there, please.
Yeah, great session. And I saw the repo with the structure. I like the structure. Do you also have plans to make it available in the ECUI5 Yeoman generator by any chance?
Like the creating that structure?
Yeah, so we can use the templating mechanism to create the development environment.
Nico Schönteich has, I think in the afternoon, has a session about he developed a lot of a new version from the ECUI5 generator. I actually didn't have the chance yet to look at it, how it actually structures, but maybe go to that session what he actually creates, because he changed quite a lot.
Okay, wonderful.
I did a lot of manual work to make everything work in that regard. So for me, it's more like a proof of concept that you can connect everything seamlessly. So the next step would be to make everything smoother and more connected, and maybe use the generator as well. But that was the last slide with the wishes. Make everything more smoother, more connected. Like we already did that. Like if you go back a few years, it was way harder to set everything up, and the UI5 tooling like improved a lot of things. And we just have to give feedback and say, okay, I want to connect that and that. Can you make it somehow easier?
Okay. Throw to the back, throw to the back. No, raise your arm again. You, and you throw.
Yeah, so probably I have a backend with which uses OAuth for security. It transfers a JOT token. It needs a JOT token for the backend, for instance. So is there any way I can pass the JOT token with this setup? What you've shown currently?
There is a
tooling,
create,
right?
Yeah. Wait a minute. I think let's use best of UI5. Yeah. I thought I had a type authentication, but it's called one login. Yeah. There you go. It's created, I think, initially by Jacob. Yeah. And I think I haven't used it before, but I think that's the one, right, Peter? That's the one you could use for OAuth. Use certificate.
My suggestion would be to use the app router or spin up an app router local.
UI5 middleware app router.
Maybe that's the one. Yeah. So you can start the app router locally when you provide a default env JSON with binding to the XSUA. That would allow you to log in, and then you have the JOT token, basically.
Okay, great.
So again, there's a tooling for it. So especially if you're not the first one with such a problem, like people already thought about it, and maybe already people created a tooling for it.
Yes, I'm aware of this, the proxy way in general, but I was very curious if there is some tooling similar to the username and password, for instance. If there's something that is available for passing the JOT token without starting the app router. So that was my question, really.
Yeah, you have a look at the tooling, and maybe if there's some enhancement, either raise an issue, or maybe you can develop something to enhance it as well. Like if there's a use case and you want to contribute, that would be great.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Did you have questions?
My questions were also asked already. I wanted to ask as well, will you also create something for Easy UI5 or for the OpenUX tools so you can generate the elements that you're using here? Because it was quite an extensive setup, and I'm pretty sure all of us use or need parts of it. So if you would do some work there, we would all love you for that. And of course, work with you together on it. So my last question is, please also tell us, when is your expert corner today? So when can we talk to you again about this topic?
The expert corner is starting at after my next session, because I'm just around. Find me, I will be there. But yeah, Easy UI5 generator, again, as I said, I used it for everything. No, I used it to set it up. It's just you need to add the dependencies, and you have to know some downsides. For example, there's a little downside in component because on the UI5 YAML, I built a component and then I want to use the component locally from this folder. So to stream the component, I needed to create an empty disk folder.
Yeah, for me, it's always hard to sit here and listen to you answering the questions, yeah, and feeling with you how hard it is. Yeah, honestly, with the Easy UI5, it's like you said, everything is there. It's more the question of these bridges in between. So when you look into the project of Marian, the app is created with the Easy UI5 generator, the library is created with the Easy UI5 generator. The component is also like an app from the Easy UI5 generator. And the most important part, what he did also around, is to connect this and have the mono repository set up. The mono repository is a package JSON which is in the root. You can decide on yourself whether you use npm workspaces, pnpm, Yarn, or whatever tool of choice you want to have around. It's at the end, it's the thing which bridges you and brings and connects all these pieces together. And then these toolings, what we have in between, like UI5 middleware, UI5 or so, they just understand if there is a dependency from an application to a component to connect that and get that also in that. Yeah, and that's the point. Yeah, and for sure, we can also think of making this a bit easier, bringing some convenience on top of that. But technically, everything is there. And feel free to also join that. So I invite you, if you have fun and interest in that, then we can also think of making that together.
Okay, let me usher the stage crasher off stage here. Thank you, Marian. Thanks a lot for your presentation. We will see you again in 18 minutes together with another great member of our community, with Volker. And you guys will be telling us more about a survey you made, right? How UI5 is being used, so we can learn a lot about what others are doing and how we also should do it. So enjoy your break and see you again here at 12 p.m. Everyone. Now we have two presenters on stage. I think the first one I don't need to introduce. You heard him in the last session. But the second one is as important as the first one. The second one is also a very, very valuable member of the community and quite a pain in the butt sometimes, at least for me. He's criticizing so many things that we're doing at SAP, but in the end, he's usually right, and it turns out that we should listen to him. So it's always a person to listen to. That's why I would like you to have fun with these two guys now. And send me a heart. With these two guys, talk about how is the UI5 app usage in production out there. Have fun, guys.
Thank you, Tobias. All right, welcome back. A little bit on topic on the lighter side. Less code, only slides this time. So you can relax a little bit before lunch. Okay, what we did, me and Volker, we thought about, all right, there's a lot of shouting in the community. What about all the technologies and all the marketing from SAP? So we sat together and thought about how we can check what actually is going on. So we made a presentation. It's also supported from the DSAG community because I'm a member there and Volker too, so we promoted it there too. So that's, I think, a good picture what's going on, or the feeling we have what's going on, like the tech bros shouting at you what you have to use and what's going on. So you have like a different perception what is actually going on in the SAP world, and you always feel like you're lacking behind. All the other guys are already on the public cloud and only using CAP on the PTP. So what is actually going on in the real world? So we made this questionnaire. Obviously, we have some bias because we more or less in a bubble. It's a really cool community bubble, but a bubble nonetheless. So we have 33 questions with different topics. It's more tech related and less business related. So the bubble we send it out, it's the right bubble. But we get 168 responses, which is more than we expected. So that it's really something we can work on. So first, who was actually answering the questions? So where are they working? And the biggest part is on-premise. It's either S4, ECC, or the private cloud. So if you join everything there together, it's quite the highest part of the responses we're using on-premise system. And then some private cloud, hybrid, and public cloud. And you can see already here, public cloud answers really small compared what your perception is from SAP. So how do you actually deploy? So from where to where? Like the first 4 are from basically your local IDE, let's say IDE bus or your computer, to either BTP or on-premise. So what would be the ideal way to use some sort of CI/CD? So that's unfortunately the answers on the right, like over the BTP DevOps or the GitHub Actions or GitLab. So that would be the ideal way to deploy your app and integrate some tests and checks in there. And then that's actually a really good slide. I feel like at Apple or Android, we can announce a lot of people already using more or less the latest version. So when you compare to the answers, like a lot of people still on ECC or on premise, they already, like 2/3 are at least using 1.96, which in my opinion is a really good UI5 version to work with UI5 and Fiori elements to create some good applications. And there are actually 2 answers using 2. Open UI5. I don't know where. Is it really in production? I really want to see the use case. All right, for the next slides, Volker is taking over.
So it's probably worth mentioning once again, this is exclusively, or the questionnaire was exclusively about UI5 application usage in production. So we're not talking about dev time, no testing, no nothing, really what is deployed in what way in a production environment. And we really made sure in every question to emphasize that. So obviously someone might have filled it out wrong with the UI5 2.x, but you never know. but just to still set the context. So what's running in production? And this is sort of a little guess game. So what type of apps are you running in production? And the answers were about 90% were freestyle apps. And this was not an exclusive answer option, so you could answer all three, basically. And the second was, are you using Fiori Elements apps in production? And only about half of people that filled out the survey said, yes, we do. And then there's this third thing that we coined standard apps, meaning apps pre-delivered by SAP that can be both freestyle and Fiori Elements, but they're pre-delivered with the S4 system. Are you using those? And this is about 67%. So keep those three numbers in mind for the next slides that put a lot more perspective into this context, I'd say. So how many freestyle applications are you running in production? Remember, about 90% are running freestyle applications in production. And it's a little small on the bottom left, but the majority have 0 to 28 apps running in production. So obviously it's at least one. But in the spectrum of 1 to 28, and there's then still quite a few that are running up to 55 apps in production, and then it thins out from the distribution. When you look at the Fiori Element applications, there's about 13 Fiori Element applications running in production, and the majority are running a small number of Fiori Elements apps in production, meaning only up to 14, which is on the bottom left. So the section between 1 and 14 apps, this is what most people or most organizations, most companies run in production when it comes to Fiori Elements apps. I would have suspected it to be more on the right side, so meaning a whole lot more small Fiori Element applications running in production, but it's actually the opposite. Then the standard apps thing shows a better distribution of numbers. So again, standard apps meaning can be anything from freestyle to Fiori Elements, but is pre-delivered by SAP. So there's about 83 apps per people, per person, per company answering the questionnaire running in production. And the majority also runs up to 29 standard applications. Then we dig a little bit deeper. Remember, we're again in the freestyle variant section. So we have, just to put the context again, you have 90% of companies, people are running freestyle apps in production. And out of those, what do you most utilize? And it's a little hard to read probably with the numbers, but the majority use the OData v2 smart controls. That's like the thing. Together with UI5 libraries. Third place, reuse components, and fourth place goes to, I think, the flexible programming model with 20 options. So that, again, clearly shows the FPM approach might be the right thing to preach, but it's not used in production anywhere near the other elements. The next couple of slides we're going to take a little quicker because it's not so important when it comes specifically to the numbers, but what the numbers convey. So this is a Fiori Element variant asking, did you develop your applications yourself, meaning bootstrap them from the ground up? So there's 1 to 5 applications running in productions that were bootstrapped from the ground up. So the majority is only running a small number of self-developed Fiori applications in production. Then did you, when you developed your applications, your Fiori Element applications, use breakouts, meaning custom sections? You know, that per definition breakout as it says in the documentation. So there's, the majority uses only 1 to 5 breakout enabled apps in production, Fiori Element apps. Then when it comes to standard Fiori Element variants that only require customizing, are you using those? So the majority uses those to a very small degree. And then if you have a standard app, so that basically you have available in the S4 system that can be modified code-wise, are you doing this? And the majority obviously has a very low number running of those in production. So custom extended apps. What does this mean? Do you know this picture and the story behind it? Hands up. Okay, some do. For the rest, I'll explain it quickly. So this is from World War II, when the Allies analyzed the returning bombers from the war. So the planes came in and they analyzed where were those planes hit by other planes, and where did they take damage. And this is the picture they came up with. So most damage happened on the wing and on the tails and so on and so forth. So they conducted out of this, okay, let's enforce the wings, let's enforce the tail and send them back out so the chances are higher that the pilots are going to survive. But in fact, that's entirely the wrong conclusion. And why is that the wrong conclusion? Because they were only looking at planes that made it back. So you have to think it the other way around. The enforcement in those planes were good enough to make it back, so you need enforcements in all the black areas. And the same is a little true when you look at the Fiori elements numbers that we conducted. So the majority of users use Fiori element applications in productions that are somehow customized, either via code or via classic breakouts. What you should see here is the green or yellow section being the majority, meaning all Fiori Elements apps that have those capabilities should be used in production, including the utilized capabilities, but they don't. See where I'm getting at? So it's entirely the wrong thing that this diagram conveys. So I would expect all Fiori elements that are extendable to be extended, so they are customized for the production use case, but they're not. Then testing. I don't even want to talk about it, honestly. And my favorite answer, there was a free text form in there that you could put additional context to, is we have had tests but lost them all. However that works. Yeah, you see the numbers, so what's there to say? Poor you. I mean, how do you quality assure? How do you make sure your business processes continue to run in production when you make code changes? I mean, how?
Either you don't or manually.
Well, still poor you if you have to do it manually. So bootstrapping new applications, the dominants are the Fiori tools because they're in bus and they're available there. Runner-up is easy UI5 with all the options, and then stab me in the heart, copy existing apps. Yeah, of course, that's the quickest way, but you build up technical depth. But we'll get to this later on in our interpretation what this means. IDEs, so VS Code is ruling the world, so to speak. Follow up with Buzz, some Eclipse, and then JetBrains. Not surprisingly, I'd say. What does this mean? If you interpret the numbers, or if you draw personal conclusions like we did. So the first thing is, if you look at what freestyle applications are composed of in production, I think we need OData v4 smart controls. So you can call it any way you want, be it a subsection of the flexible programming model. You can coin new terms if you want, but it just stands there. The V2 smart controls are so extensively used for a reason. And I think it would be a proper thing to have V4-enabled smart controls. Then make the Fiori Elements applications easier to break out and extend. So the majority of Fiori Element-generated applications can be easier customized for production scenarios. I don't know if that is a development experience thing that you need to do or a technical thing. At least that's something that would be highly appreciated. What else can I say? I mean, if you tell this story, and this is serious now, if we're business computing, business applications, we're in enterprise software, and you're telling this to the outside world, I mean, they laugh at you. Every little web framework has more tests than you have with your business applications.
You really sound like a disappointed parent in your child.
Well, in a way, that's true. Then please stop copying existing apps. I mean, the Bootstrap tools are there in Fiori tools, in Buzz, with the easy UI5 generator. And I get it, it's easy, yeah? But you're building up a lot of technical depth. There's only one small mistake in your app, and it's going to be in all apps that you copy-paste from it. Not to speak with the updated dependencies, with all the generating tools, we take care, at least in the community, about the dependencies every once in a while. If you copy-paste, you take on the old stuff over to the new applications. So just don't.
Yeah, and all the options you saw on the chart are better options than just copy-pasting. Like Fiori tools, there are so many options already there. Easy UI5 generator, if you go to the talk from Nico, he really rewrote a lot of things. And if maybe you can even, like only 5%, but creating your own generator is maybe easier than you think. Like there's the easy UI5 generator, just look at how he developed it and how all the other custom generators for all the apps and stuff like that. So you can just have a look there, how you can create your own applications. Maybe you have a custom process, your own proxy, you always want to integrate it. But that's always a better idea to just copy-paste your app, because if there's an error, there will be the error in the next 50 apps. They just copy the current app.
And then the numbers also clearly showed that VS Code is there for a reason in pro code development. I get the ideas behind Buzz, but I think what would be a viable way is to look at Buzz less of an IDE, but more of a gateway to your existing SAP landscape. If that could be the future focus, I think that again would be highly appreciated. And this is personal wish list to some extent, sure, but it's deducted from numbers. So it's not just that I'm making this up.
And especially because sometimes Buzz has no alternative. Because in the enterprise world, usually with VPNs and root certificates and everything is locked down, it's pretty hard to get VS Code running on locally, so you have no other option than Buzz. And then if the Buzz is lacking or the performance is worse, you just really, really get frustrated with that.
And then make automated deployments. You saw in the second slide how the UI5 applications get onto the production systems. It was predominantly either from the developer computer, come on, or from Buzz itself, come on. I mean, CI/CD is a thing for a reason, and please utilize it. I think it might be an option to have a UI5 tooling thing, probably called UI5 DevOps or so, where you have predefined templates that you can utilize for GitHub, for GitLab, so on and so forth. But as long as there is no UI5 tooling plugin, please just do it yourselves. It's not difficult. And it's a lot more error safe, meaning the manual deployments are error prone. You rely on a certain guy or girl that is just there to deploy stuff. Oh, she's on vacation, too bad, no deployment today into production. So, I mean, there's better options. You have all the raw data and the links available on Marian's GitHub page, where you can download it and you look at the numbers yourself, interpret them yourselves if you want, or follow along with us with our interpretation of the numbers.
And plus, we say that was the first time we did the survey. There's like a snapshot, but we really want to redo it maybe even next year and the years after to really have a look how the numbers are developing and hopefully improving, especially with tests.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, gentlemen, you made me sad. Or you guys made me sad. No tests? Seriously? Okay, questions. We start here in the front.
Well, not exactly a question, maybe a product suggestion. Hopefully I'm gonna represent some customers, partners, and so on with that. Have you ever considered creating a Fiori apps reference library for customers, so they can register the apps they create, no matter if it's freestyle, Fiori element, and so on. And then you can get this kind of information on real time based on what customers might register on that.
Look to your left and let the chief PO answer.
Okay, to be honest, we did not yet think about it, but it's worthwhile to do it.
So the Fiori tools collect quite a bit of telemetry.
Okay.
So if you are in the Fiori tools box, we actually know the amount of application you're deploying, which amount of application you're generating, if they're freestyle, if they're elements. I'm not sure what numbers I can share. That's why I'm not sharing any numbers right now. I didn't get a message back from the CPOs yet. But we also collect some of these information, and we actually adopt our tools based on that. So sometimes there are changes in Fiori tools exactly based on these numbers. And I definitely want to talk to you guys about some of your numbers because they're interesting. They're very interesting, not matching exactly what we see. That doesn't mean that one or the other is wrong, but I really like to understand some of them better.
Okay, then sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought it's about bringing custom developed app into the Fiori reference app library that are visible. That was.
I misunderstood. Sorry.
Okay, then
sorry.
Okay, that's why because the telemetry, yes, obviously clear, but this specific aspect is something that we really have to think about. Yeah, why not?
Sorry, Stefan.
Oh, good.
Next question.
Up there.
Nice.
Thanks for the presentation. I had a question regarding the point about the copying of the Fiori apps and obviously discouraging that. As you know, the standard Fiori apps, they kind of come in a package with their own OData services as well. I've seen questions asked or cases where the OData service that comes with a standard Fiori app is reused, as in not modified, but maybe used to either develop a custom Fiori app or used for integration purposes. Do you have a view on that? What are your thoughts on that?
We only asked about modifying the app itself without any backend connectivity or any protocol. So there is no data in the questionnaire about this. Sorry.
That's right. But from your experience, do you have an opinion on that concept?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's always the question, like either use a standard app or create your own app on top of other services, or maybe combine the services. So like changing standard Fiori apps is not that easy. It gets easier if they use more of the newer Fiori elements adaptations, and then you can change it more easily. But usually, in my experience, it tends towards creating your own application and maybe even creating your own OData service, but then use the CDS or maybe even like the RAP services just on your own OData service. So don't reuse the OData service in the UI5 app, but reuse the service or what's behind the service more in the RAP layer below.
Thank you.
So thanks a lot for the presentation. So you mentioned this might be also in a bubble. How much do you feel this information came from a bubble? Because I have a feeling this testing coverage might be actually worse than shown there. I'm actually quite surprised that there are 10% using VDI5. Well, I'm happy about that. I like VDI5. So I've actually been on a call with you once about some issue with that. So
yeah, so I feel that it was launched via the DSAG, which is pretty well known, and the poll was supported by the DSAG. So the audience, in my opinion, was pretty mixed between business focused people and technical people. But on the social media channels where we posted it, you certainly only reached the tech crowd. So I'd say it's a tech bias. That's just my personal interpretation. We did not collect any usage data whatsoever, but that's my personal opinion. So it's slightly tech-oriented with less business people having filled out the questionnaire.
Okay, thank you. And another remark maybe about automated deployment. I feel like there should be more from the conferences here, or the unconferences like Recap and UI5con about automated deployment. I really missed the topics about cloud transport management and CI/CD. I don't think there wasn't anything this year. I don't think there was anything last year. And I feel like it's missing the best practices on it, because it's something that I had to do a lot, like the scenarios integrating, for example, Azure DevOps or GitHub together and into like a dev, test, and production sub-account landscape. And I feel like there should be more about that, like workshops, presentations. I put it on a suggestion board, but I would like to say it again.
I'm with you. So my pet peeve is DevOps and so CI/CD and testing, and I fully agree with that.
Yeah. I just disagree with the no content. Last year I had a presentation about VDR5. I think there was another one as well just beside me. So.
No, but that's testing, but deployment.
Like, oh, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
yeah no,
I'm taking specifically about deployment, cloud transport management, CI/CD. Yeah, I mean it's part of it. You're right, but for deployment, because it's a big part.
Fair enough.
You guys know I love you, but we have another presentation in 4 minutes, so I need to usher you off stage. I know there was another question over there. These guys also have an expert corner. Please go ask them there, or just grab them when they go off stage.
Yeah, it's
and
at 6
thanks
PM,
a lot.
6 p.m. at the beer box over there.
Even better, yeah.
My
That's the expert corner. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
The last session before lunch, very important topic. It's after this session. And for all of you that have an SAP badge, meaning you work for SAP, please go to our canteen, I think over there, and everybody else without an SAP badge here in that building, there's lunch prepared for you. Lunch, culinary arts, that brings me to our next presenter, who actually told me that when he's not working on a UI5 project that he enjoys the culinary arts, but today we don't ask about that. I might actually ask you about it later, but for now I'm really excited to see you working with TypeScript, so happy to see how you migrate your existing UI5 freestyle JavaScript project into the wonderful world of TypeScript. Stage is all yours.
Thank you. Welcome to the session before the lunch. I hope you are still fit and can listen to this session. And today I want to explain you about the journey, my journey about migrating the application, our JavaScript application to this TypeScript. And I want also say about the things that I might be faced and also why we did choose this migration, and about our strategy behind, and I will finally provide one good example how powerful can be the TypeScript and how can the TypeScript improve your development skills. And as we started, firstly, what is the TypeScript is, and if you have a question about or searching better something better than JavaScript, then it might be the answer is the TypeScript. For the UI5 world, and the TypeScript programming languages actually support both dynamic and static typing. It provides classes, interfaces, inherent, and many other features. You can prevent cynic errors like missing parameters by call or the wrong type usage. And it becomes easier to refactor the code and without causing major disruptions. And if you have a large project, navigating through the complex systems became much more easier. And as you can see on the left side, or yes, left side, that's just basic TypeScript. But it is it's one value is assigned as a string typed, and if you are trying to give it number, and it will be returned throw the error that is not assignable. And now we can start with the topic. That's why we choose this. And this question actually come from my manager, Marco, that he asked me, please convince me about the TypeScript because it will be cost time. And if we really needed this, this becomes on your needed, because if you have one application that you just don't improve that application, just couple changes on it or bug fixes, then maybe you don't really need to migrate your project to TypeScript because it's really not needed. But if you have one project that's still continuing to develop and adding all the time new features, like in our case, then that might be your option to start or continue with the TypeScript from that point. And in our projects, we have unique use cases and specific development requirements for large-scale, complex freestyle projects, and for different customers and the same applications. And on this project, there was constant demand for new features because it has significant change that make the code into spaghetti. And at the project grow, the maintenance, the maintenance of the code is also increased. Until last year, I was also solo developer in our UI5 projects in TGW company, and from last year, but we wanted to grow our team with more developers, and that's was also one point that we want to also find a better solution. And also, by the way, I want also improve the development structure or development processes on our company. There was also the Git solutions, the Git management and so on, and the TypeScript was one of them by improving actually. And these factors actually pushed us or pushed me to find a better solution for our needs. And as we can decide already to choose the TypeScript, that is now the point is came that we have to find a good strategy to do it, because at the beginning I was not sure how or which place that I have to start. That is really was really a big topic for me, because we have actually, from my opinion, there's two directions that we can choose before we start. There's just only comment the files, like I'm starting new project, and comment a couple things, and I will also explain you about these steps. I described a couple steps. It's also really good described in the below links from the TypeScript page of UI5, that the main thing that you have to pay attention, if you have an old application, that might be really hard for you, that you have to maybe upgrade your UI5 version 2 by this migration. Maybe it makes also sense, but it's cost also time that changing or upgrading that from the old app, that TypeScript version, UI5 version. And it's also recommended that you choose the TypeScript version with the same level of the UI5 version. That is the step that you have to check before you start it. And as we now assume that you don't need to upgrade UI5 version, and let's start the development. That's the first step will be for us. Actually, this is not really related to TypeScript, but converted code into more modern JavaScript. Syntax supported by the UI5 type definition files. This step is comment class definition from proprietary UI5 syntax to ES class syntax. As you can see already here, that's the JavaScript changed. That this here on the comment dependencies loading, SAP UI require to ES module syntax. Many of the JavaScript files is a typical UI5 application actually do not only require dependencies, but also provide a new class and then own. Often a controller, and it's in this case we turn it SAP UI define to the class, and this is the first step that you have to begin. And the second thing is the most boring part for me, because that you have to ensure all method parameters and variables for TypeScript code explicit the type annotations. That is improving the code readability and helps catch the errors during the compile time. And at the beginning of the class definition, you have to declare all the member variables and the types of that. And if you have a private members of the class that you have to don't access from the other classes, that you have also all the things that you have to done at the beginning. And if you are using all the on the old project, like kind of function bind, that you have to also turn it to arrow functions that is also make a better fit in most cases, that scope. And if your code uses complex data structures or objects, define interfaces or type alias for then to improve the code clarity and type safety, it's more important, and it's in this point that you have to be care of the actually most that type conversation. And you can see like a just simple example here that the arrow functions and also that the private class inherits on inside of the class. And if we continue with the next step, in many cases, you will have the cast return of specific type to use it. This cast will sometimes also require by additional model import to make the type known. Also, it can be also by quick fix offered to you that you can choose one of them. And this is the last step that you have to convert on your code change. And in this example, you can see on older version, you don't need to actually define that define the model that you want to use here, and TypeScript that will be needed that additional typing that because this JSON model without this typecast, the return type of the get model will be the SAP UI model, and which does not have the load data method defined in the model. This is the reason that you have to define all the cases that if it's JSON model or data model or something kind of and other things, if it's dialog, before you start with this, you have to define the return value. And I want to now show you just a simple example that's cool feature from the OData2TS. It's also really described on the documentations. That is, it's a one tool that you can use on the TypeScript, and I think that might be change your world. It's really helpful, and it's actually the main idea behind the OData2TS is use the metadata from the OData service and generate type artifacts for use in your TypeScript code. And is, you know, just I create. Can you see it well, or I can? Okay. Now I create just one sample project by TypeScript, and I also import that tooling OData2TS inside of the project already. And now we have also one OData service included here from backend. And if now I'm typing just one const, let's say it. Default app param. And now we are giving our entity set on it. It will be app params, that is that one. Now that will be off for us. Now it's TypeScript is knowing which entity set did you choose with the OData2TS tool, and that's give you the opportunity to take see all the properties of that entity directly in, before you have to check that service on the backend side, and even all the type of that properties is also showing up, and if you have also the information about if it's K property or a regular one, and even you get also the information if the type, if the entity has not editable ones, and you can also change it with editable params. And as we can see here, there's also one quick fix because it's already throwing an error that's missing parameters there. And if you click on it, that will be listed all the needed properties directly inside of that area. And even if you can also directly see which properties has which typing, which type. And if you also, there's another entity that we can also see the type difference. That is user states. I think it was that one. And now, if we edit, yes, that's, you can also see that third property is a boolean, and it makes the life easier. Even one of a cool feature of TypeScript is maybe you need here directly write a message box that you want to throw one message, and it's already included also in the import parameters that you don't have to take another step for it, and it's already imported there, and all the actions that you can do with it, it's also written here, as you can see. There's also the return parameters that are all the informations about that, even how to use it. You can copy that one. That was really improve my code experience of UI5 by changing the TypeScript, and just in the first time you will get maybe more time to get used to it, but after using that TypeScript, you will be more satisfied about that power of the TypeScript, what that can do. And then I add also a couple useful links that you can see here that might be on the beginning really helpful, that you can check these documents. Most of them are really good documented on the TypeScript. And I also add the AUDIMAX link here, and you can check also this web page from GitHub here. It's well documented. I don't know how many minutes that I have, but I am finished. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, number one over here. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for the session and your insights. I want to ask you about the model you did show in the demo.
Yes.
Did you maybe also use the metadata file and the subcloud SDK for that? Because I'm using that in a backend application. Never saw that in a frontend application as a model, because that could be useful. Did you have some experience with that?
No, actually, I don't have experience with cloud, but it should be described on the AUDIMAX documentation. If you can check this, probably you will get the answer, but I didn't use it.
So in this case, you generated the model on your own?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any further question over there?
Imagine you have a code base that has a lot of dependent repositories, submodules, high complexity, everything like old style JavaScript. Migrating to TypeScript, what would be your recommendation for something that is it has so many complex dependencies? Would you just put the TypeScript compiler there because it also compiles JavaScript, make it non-strict, and go refactoring it depending on where you touch? Or would you think it would be better like freeze development and then dedicate time for this kind of migration? Because going TypeScript depends a lot on the complexity of the code base and the size of it, and like even things that are not technical like team and things like this, you know, like.
Yes, that is really depends on the complexity of what you are using, and I will prefer that you. It will be better actually that you freeze it and just really focus on the migrating all the things that you are using in the project, because there was a couple things that I also not knowing, because we have also custom controls in our application, and I was actually that was my thing that I didn't know actually about how to really use the TypeScript there, and that caused for me a couple errors, and that I have to face with it. It takes a little bit of time for me to really make these steps, and I will also by complex systems be careful that you are not taking everything just directly, because then you can got a lot of errors in one time. That might be a nightmare.
Is it okay if I make a follow-up one really quickly?
Of course.
Yes, thank you. And based on that, would you start with the internal dependencies and then go into the main controllers, or would you go main controllers and then smaller and apart dependencies?
Yeah, actually, I started with the main controller, and probably starting with the basic, as it's with the main controller, will be also for easier, because then you get the overview of the application. Then you can add the other things by the side of that. Even if you don't have any kind of interaction with the TypeScript, that will be also might helpful for you to get into this world and check this actually.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further question? Before you throw, SAP is not liable for any damages, injuries, physically or psychologically, that may or may not caused by throwing the microphone. Now you can throw.
Thank you. This makes me...
I knew why I was saying that.
Yeah, hi. Is the idea from SAP or UI5, however, to make TypeScript the #1 language instead of JavaScript? Because when you look in the API, all samples are JavaScript, and when you start the Fiori Elements app, it is JavaScript, and when you look at standard apps, they are still developed in JavaScript. So you say we should use TypeScript, but yeah, that's the main question for this.
I think the question is for SAP, not for me, but
yeah.
That's actually, TypeScript is basically JavaScript just plus the types, and if you choose the TypeScript option, actually that's made everything is the same, because it's if you are build that app, it's also JavaScript actually at the end, because the browser cannot read the TypeScript, it's not compatible, and therefore actually you can say it's still JavaScript, but you have more features, more benefits by developing that application. That will be really improve your development, increase your development time and improve your development experience. That's actually the main point of the TypeScript changing.
Do we have anybody from UI5 who wants to add something?
Yeah. You can
No?
add something maybe?
Okay, let me add one thing here. So what we actually did internally at SAP for the S4 development, you can still choose if you want to use JavaScript or TypeScript, but by now, whenever you create new application, you actually need to opt out if you don't want to use TypeScript. That means for us, it's a default. We make sure that all the newly generated projects use TypeScript from the beginning, because we believe that's the right way forward. That was a statement from Fiori Elements, UX engineering team. There's one more question. Please throw the microphone. Please turn around before it comes.
Yeah, maybe it's the question not directly related to this session, but in general, do we also consider, along with TypeScript, working like working in monorepos. When we have one repository where we also keep control libraries and the business apps, and they all like deliver together. For example, in your case, when you worked with TypeScript, what you preferred, like to work to define types and business logic in the same application, or you break down in independent models?
I break it independent models in my project because it's made the things more, the structure of the code more easier to read it, readable.
But you publish them as NPM package, or you just deploy them?
I just deploy it, actually. Wait a second. The question was that you...
So let's say you have some kind of components which are reusable between several apps. So one way is to create a component as a library, publish it as NPM package, then use these NPM packages in few other apps. Another way is to have one repository when you have one package for components and another few packages for the apps.
Okay, then I misunderstood that question. We didn't actually face with this until yet, and but we create also one library that was not me, therefore I'm not the right guy to answer it now. But yeah, maybe you can write me.
Yeah, I think it's a question mostly to UI5 tooling guys, like if they support some monorepo. Yeah, I think it's not about the TypeScript indeed. Yeah. Yes.
Are there any tools that help like convert an existing JavaScript project to TypeScript, or like any tools that make it more efficient than just doing it by hand?
That's not yet, but I heard from Andreas that is been coming up probably with the AI changing, because this kind of manual changes can be also done like you say automatically, because it's also really just like a copy paste that you have to check. And probably maybe you can hear next year about that solution that will be solved by AI.
Perfect, thank you.
I just want to quickly follow up on that one. During the development of the UI5 linter, they actually used a tool that converts the old JavaScript to TypeScript at runtime. And during the presentation at UI5 Ars Live, they mentioned it as one of the possible ways going forward to convert old code to new code dynamically. So if you're interested, you can take a look at the repo of the UI5 linter, and there is a custom converter there that can automate this.
Any last question? Otherwise, another big hand of applause for our presenter here, and enjoy lunch.
Launch Radio.
Welcome to UI5con.
Impressive sound already. Hello, welcome everyone to UI5con 2024. My name is Janina and I'm your moderator here for this afternoon in the AUDIMAX. Also a warm welcome to our people remotely dialed in the live stream. You see already there is a comment section, so feel free to comment, share where you are dialed in from. Also your questions, so that is the service from my side. If you have a question, I can bring it from the virtual into real life here into the room, but please tag it maybe with a little smiley icon, something, so I can also see it as a question. Yeah, so welcome here in the AUDIMAX. A lot of things are going on today, and you're here for Peter already, so he is here on stage for Bring Your Own Design System. I would say welcome on stage, but you're already on stage, so give a warm round of applause, and let's get started.
Yeah, thank you, Janina. Check, check, check. Oh yeah, you can hear me. So for this afternoon talk, I did a complete different thing a little bit. Yeah, it's not, let's say, showing the controls of UI5 at the end, because last year at the UI5con, a colleague here, Holger Schäfer, reached out to me and asked me one question. What's the best and easiest way to integrate web components into UI5 or Open UI5? And I was a bit like, well, there is something maybe we can do. And I had not really a clue on that yet, but I was sure that somehow it should be possible to make this happening, that a web component, an arbitrary web component, a native web component developed by someone else can be integrated. And he had that in mind for a special project. And I wanted then to also showcase that these native web components can be embedded. And there were also some rumors, some myths in the round. OpenUI5 would only support UI5 web components, yeah? I call that fake news. The other thing, what was the statement was, native web components, I can only embed them into XML views using HTML. Fake news. Because if you embed the things in UI5, if you do that as HTML and XML views, you lose a lot of features of the framework. It's just plain stupid HTML then, but all the things you want to have from that, this is just coming if you have, let's say, a control and having data binding connectivity and all the things like that. And then the main question, is it possible to use my own native web components with OpenUI5? This was the thing I said, yes, and we do so. Let's take a look a little bit in what I did. For that session, I did a bit of a research. So I went a bit around to find a design system which is available as open source and can be freely used. For that, I went to a page. It's from Stencil. Stencil is a web components or a framework to build UI elements in an agnostic way, so that you can have renderers, you can have them created for React, for Angular, for Vue, or as native web components. And there is one page where they have awesome stencil components, and they have a section about design systems. So there's a design system from Siemens, from the German country, so Colibri. There is also Telekom with Scale inside, or Porsche. And what I found there is a very easy one, which has an Apache 2.0 license. It's Kickstand UI. So I decided to use that Kickstand UI because it looked pretty comprehensive, although it's not maintained very efficient. But it helped me at the end to explain to you and to showcase to you how easy it is to integrate a web components-based framework into UI5 as your rendering layer. So if you have, for example, a customer who has his own design system, then you can take this design system built with web components from the customer, integrate it on top of UI5, and then benefit from the power of the UI5 framework with data binding or data connectivity and all the other stuff. So looking at Kickstand UI, it's available on NPM, and this was also then my point where I then get started on that. When you look into how to get started to wrap a native web component, I did the following first. So I wanted to just do that on a first sketch to get an understanding on that, how I can more or less do a, let's say, a handcrafted wrapper of the web components. And therefore, I first created a UI5 application, just using EasyUI5. Couldn't be easier than that. And after that, once I had the application, I wanted to use this NPM package from Kickstand UI. And maybe you have heard that topic already a few times. If you want to consume packages from NPM in UI5 applications or UI5 libraries, don't use shimming. You could do so, but then you have to do a lot of configuration. You can use this UI5 tooling extension, UI5 tooling modules. Install it to your project, and then it enables you to consume and do a direct consumption of NPM packages in your application or libraries. It's configuration free. The only thing you need to do is to add the middleware and the task into your UI5 YAML of the project, and then it can convert any module syntax into a UI5 AMD-like module, so that you have a SAP UI define-based module you can require, and then you can make use of these dependencies. It supports also loading and including of assets, because when you have a design system, there is also CSS connected to that, obviously, because it's not only just the HTML, there's also styling with that. And then it also is able to proxy this access to this CSS and also to the SVG images and so on. And the other important part here, as I said, we have this middleware. This extends the development server to be able to access these third-party modules or OSS modules. And we have a build task which ensures that if you finally want to deploy your application or your library somewhere or publish it to NPM, that it includes properly also the resources you used for your development and publish it together with your library or application. So looking back into my application, the next thing is to install my dependencies. So with tooling modules, I install the tooling extension. And then with the install of Kickstand UI, I install this design system. As a next step, I need to configure the tooling extension. That's what I said. And it's configuration free. So it just needs to be added to the UI5 YAML. And with that, all done, you are ready. You can make use of that. The next thing for Kickstand UI was then also to look a little bit up in the homepage of this or in their landing page, how the inclusion works. So let's maybe quickly jump over to that one. So what I took is then I looked at that, what they explained from a quick start perspective. They recommend to load the CSS, and they recommend to use either the ESM or the non-ESM modules. And what I did then in UI5 was, and we can see that also later on, I can show that also in the application, I include then a style sheet. So you see that include style sheet command from the framework. You have the SAP UI DOM include style sheet module. And with that, you can then integrate the Kickstand UI CSS. And then you don't use an unpackaged COM URL, you use a local URL. Because the UI5, this middleware under the scenes, under the hood with tooling modules, understands how to resolve that to your node module and to prepare and provide the resource to that. And then the bootstrap module for that Kickstand UI is just loaded as a regular dependency. You see that here, Kickstand UI dist, and then I just load the bootstrap module. So that was the bootstrapping part. For that, as said, we see that all live later, and I explained it once more again. With that, we are now able, more or less, to consume, let's say, the Kickstand UI as a framework. And now it's the point to build the web components wrappers. Because what you have seen this morning at the keynote, these wrappers, they are happening still with a seamless integration behind the scenes. But the framework there does all this magic for you that you don't need to write that. But in the session today, I want to also explain to you a little bit what's in there in this web components base class, because this is part of the framework. This is the binding glue between a web component and between the framework's lifecycle, being it data binding or rendering and so on. So SAP UI Core WebC web component, it's like SAP UI Core Control. It's the base class then for this web components. And as I said, it ensures you to have this integration into the programming model of UI5. Then you can also make use of these components in the XML view and stuff like that. It has a mapping concept for metadata because, you know, in UI5 controls, they need metadata about which properties are available, which aggregations and so on, events. And a similar thing is available for these web components, but instead of that we define or declare this metadata and then use them in the renderer to do something with that or in the behavior to register the events, we in this case do a mapping to, let's say, the native functionality from these web components. And then there is something that you have not to write a renderer anymore. There is a generic concept of doing this rendering behind the scenes because all is more or less standardized. You have the knowledge about the HTML tag, you have the knowledge about the properties, how they are mapped, and so on, and that's the way how it potentially comes together. So let's look into that metadata a little bit. We have here this metadata a little bit reduced to the mandatory parts. So what's new compared to the controls is that you have a tag name. This is the name of your native web component. So in this case, my-web-component. And then next to that, we define properties. So let's take a look into properties. The properties, it's a little bit like for the UI5 control. The type is the same. You can say string, number, boolean, and so on. But then you see this mapping section. And this mapping section has some information about what kind of type it is. It's the property mapping. Will it be rendered as an attribute, more or less? Is it a style? So for example, if you have a width property and you would map it to style, then it would render it in a style attribute on the web component and write width and the value for that width. There is text content. The text content is, let's say, the text which is then rendered inside the HTML tag. And there is also possibilities or extended possibilities like a slot that you have possibilities to render that also in the slot. But that's a bit more details and a bit more crazy how that works. But at the end, you can also do some mapping, like an attribute mapping to another name. If you want to change the property name and then have a different attribute name, all that works, or you have a format, which can convert the value. And at the end, if you use that web component you have implemented, you just do it like for UI5 control. You specify the property name and the value. And then what's rendered, it looks like that. It renders a tag and the attribute name for that and the value. So that's technically how it works. So no big magic, but it's happening behind the scenes. There is one more thing on that. When looking into the aggregations, there we have the concept of rendering our content inside slots. So in web components, if you have nested elements, these nested elements, they are put into slots. So if you have a list and there are list items, these list items are typically put into a slot. And in order to make this also possible for the UI5 controls, we have this concept of aggregation. So you have the list and the list items. And then by putting them into the aggregations, then we can define the name of the slot. And with the name of the slot, then this mapping in the rendering happens automatically. You see that also on the right-hand side. I have my web component and the aggregation name. So it's the aggregation name here. It's a type of control, because we also want to have UI5 controls being nested inside. And then if the button is put in, then you see what happens. The button is then assigned to a slot with that slot name, which is given here. If no slot is assigned, then this will be omitted, and the default slot will be used at the end. Associations is, I have it for completeness. So that's also then if you, let's say, have a label and a label for relationship, it's more or less that an attribute with the ID of the other control is being assigned, so that's not so important. But I think one more thing which is also important is the events. And all native events of web components or custom events, they also need to be mentioned here in the metadata, so that you in UI5 have the availability of the attach event handlers or detach event handler functions, so that you can do so on the XML view, make use of them. At the end, if you look into that, every event name is also available. You can register a callback function for that. And then the whole thing, what is happening behind the scene is that internally we are using the attach browse event function to listen to that and then to delegate this call to your event handler function. Then there is two more things to mention. As web components have methods or getters, you can also add them to the metadata, because then these getters and methods are proxied from the control wrapper to the real web component, so that you have also access to these wrappers. So for example, a dialog with a show function or something else. If you are interested in all that details, so the whole thing is also documented in the JS doc of UI5. So you can find also the things here in this SAP UI Core Web C web component, or there is also the mapping metadata available. So if you go to web component extend, you see then also all this bit more described how that works. There is also some metadata options explaining all the things a little bit more in detail, aggregation, what slot means, and so on. So let's go back from this small step out, back to the web components wrapper. So what I did then is, for this button control or component of this kickstand UI, I wanted to create then a small wrapper to showcase how that comes together. So basically, this is the code for that. You have a module which requires the SAP UI Core Web C web component base class, and then we extend the web component base class for this button. And then you see in this metadata, the tag is KS button. So this is also, if we go to kickstand UI, the custom tag name for that control. So let's go start building components button. So we have this kickstand UI button here. I hope it's okay. It's okay enough. And this is the thing what I need to wrap. So I can also check a little bit down. So they have also an overview, like the UI5 web components also have, about the properties which are available and so on. And if there would have been slots for that component, this would be also mentioned here. But then this is something you need to then step by step add as a property and the event. And with that, you have now a fully runnable, let's say, UI5 control wrapper for this web component. The last thing on that is then how to use it in an XML view. And As this is a regular UI5 control, nothing could be easier than that, because you now have, let's say, this control available. You need to make your XML namespace. You see that on top a little bit. I can also go with the mouse then, and let me show that also later on in the code a little bit more. We import, let's say, the XMLNS of the control. That's the local namespace for the control, where the controls are located in. And then we have the control button, and then we can use the text property and the click event handler to do something with that. So and now, run and enjoy it. That's how it looks like, but now let's take a look a little bit more at the real code. So, bring your own design system. This one. So this is the application I created. I hope it's also better readable now with a white one. And what I did to show you quickly to that, we have on the one hand side in a component, that's what I showed to you, the include style sheet, which includes then also the kickstand UI CSS code. And we have the module, the bootstrap URL for that. So that's all what I put in the component. So in my application as a bootstrap code, more or less. And then in the button itself, I have this web component extend with a tag, and then the text property and the click event. Now let's run that. So that's it. It works, obviously. And now let's show to you how this is. So we have this live reload middleware running under the scene, so I can now modify things and can do changes here. Hello UI5con. If I save, it's getting updated. And as you also have seen this morning, so it's like in the support tool, you can also see now, whoops, M button, here it is, the button. I can see the button, and potentially I can also play around here with the stuff to update things, and see obviously I did one thing wrong. There is a re-rendering issue. That's something I need to fix with something else later on. I come to that. But if I would update that again, then it comes back, and here it is. So now, what I want to do, I want to show you that flow when I do that for another control. So let's go for another control. Let's maybe take the badge or so. Where is it? The badge. So this is a very primitive control. It has KS badge, and I have a color and a hollow property. So let's do that also quickly here and make a new control out of that. So we make a copy of that, rename that to badge. And then we have the KS badge here inside. The property is what? Color and hollow. Color is a type of string, and it should be put to an attribute. So we say it's a mapping to property, which is, by the way, also the default. And the next thing is the hollow property. This is type Boolean. And the Boolean is a bit special. I come to that when I show that rendering, because here it doesn't render a value for that. It just needs to have the property being rendered or not rendered. And therefore, there is also inside the base class a special handling for the Boolean properties to do that. So that's all to have this batch control rendered here. And now I can directly make use of that. Let's go for color. What do we have here? Prime, secondary. And we say hollow true. Go back. Here it is, but we have no text. So the text property we keep. Otherwise, it doesn't display anything. So, and we need a text in the main view. Text UI5con badge. Da-da-da. Here it is. So and when we look into the thing what is being rendered now behind the scenes, you see, it just, what UI5 does behind the scenes, it just renders these native tags. And there is nothing around, there is no diff or whatever around the whole thing. It's just rendered by UI5, and it takes care that these attributes like color, like holo are present. You see it's also not having the value true because the web components base class and the renderer for that knows that the Boolean property just needs to exist or not exist. And then, yeah, basically the button, it's the same. So, and the rendering which happens here internally in the button itself, this is the rendering which happens by the web components. And here, obviously, these web components, they don't use Shadow DOM, they just render natively inside. And that was also the reason why when I update a property, this control fails, because the web components base class, by default, when it has a text content property, it just overrides the inner text, so it just puts text content inside. And then these stencil components, which are used here, they have no hook that they get informed about that re-rendering, and that they don't know that they should do something. Yeah, but let's go a little bit further. It's tedious, to do that manually, to write that for all web components. And that was also the point of Holger when we did it for another design system. That was really tedious work, and I said, hey, this needs to go better. We need to do that differently, and for sure, there is a better approach on doing that. So for really a productive solution, when we start developing then, let's say, a real UI library, which should be a container for a set of components provided by a design system, then it would be good to have a generator for that. And also the Stencil team made a good job here on that. They have some metadata available, which is not complete. There could be more inside, but at the end it was enough to make automatically out of the box a UI library with all components for that design system. And that was also a challenge for me then to do the same thing for that kickstand UI in the same way. So when looking into the generator for the kickstand UI, I just want to bring up a few things. It was possible because in the npm package, which was available, I found, let's say, two metadatas which are important. There is, on the one hand side, this collection manifest. It's a proprietary format from Stencil, how they expose, let's say, the components available in this design system, plus their properties, their slots, whatever is inside events, and so on. And then the rest which was missing, so as this was only partially complete, I started to write a little parser for their design time assets. So there is, for each design time element, each component, there is a JavaScript file which has some meta information inside. And then I took a part of that to parse that and understand how they look like to get as good as possible picture. And for that, I created then a small Stencil UI5 generator. It's not a released npm package, it's part of this monorepo I have available, but you can also then take a look into that, how you can leverage this metadata using embedded JS, or it's embedded JS, yeah, it's EJS format, to do a small templating engine to make then finally the UI5 control wrappers out of that. And yeah, why did I choose UI libraries? UI libraries enable reusability. So that's also why in UI5 we structure everything in UI libraries. We have also a concept then, like in applications, that you can easily make a dependency to that, then you get all the things loaded properly. And we have also a mechanism that we can package assets. For UI5 libraries, we package our themes with that, and potentially also with the themes, the necessary images, and so on, or other assets. And the library is more or less the container for that which transports that. The library also ensures one thing, maintainability. We can do centrally changes and make them available to, let's say, many applications. That's also a fact. Libraries optimize performance. Maybe not everywhere it's good, because we have in SAP M a big preload bundle. That's something to work on our side. But at the end, we have optimized loading with that, where you can also get then, let's say, more efficient the whole thing transported than if you would load single files. And you can also publish libraries. So if you build a custom UI library, you could put that to NPM and then make it available for others. They just can install that as a dependency, make use of that, and then yeah, you have already these reusable assets. Things many people don't know. Yeah, also in UI5, publish a library. So maybe that's something, Volker, we should also do to make this a little bit more happen. And I think also, Mauricio, this was part of that UI5ers lab in the past with Grunt and stuff like that. This is not the right way. Now you can do that with NPM, really broad functionality, and you can make also reusable UI libraries available with that. So now, let me show a little bit a bigger project, because out of that small project, a bigger project came up, and for that I have put that also on on GitHub, and made it available for you. What I want to showcase with that project is I have this UI5 bookshop application in the UI5 ecosystem. So maybe we start that. Hopefully the other server is stopped. Takes a little bit. So this UI5 bookshop application, it's now still the other server started, huh? Or caching. No. Ah, I know why. Because I need to start the bookshop. And not the sample project is also part of this monorepo, this small one. So let's start the bookshop, and then we should see the bookshop. So also CAP is now starting up behind the scenes because I need a data source or data service. And now this is the UI5 bookshop we built in the ecosystem to showcase also the usage of CAP behind UI5. And what I wanted to do is to make a proof of concept whether we can replace this bookshop application now with a kickstand UI instead of having UI5, but still benefit from our framework, because I don't want to rewrite the OData connectivity and all the things. That's great, great job what UI5 can do for you, and that's also why I say UI5 is not, knowledge is not out of date. That's important for you. You have connectivity, you get a lot of things out of the box for that. And you can even do one thing more now. You can connect that to a complete different rendering if you need that for a customer, and then also benefit still in the most parts of that from that what UI5 provides, but just exchange this little tiny rendering thing. So in order to do so, I created here, this is the UI5 bookshop app, but here in the packages folder, I hope you can see that good, I have two things inside. The stencil UI5 generator, you've heard about that already. So this has a little bit of glue code magic, so if you look into that code, if you can do so, you want. It's a bit of magic in a few places, but I think it's, yeah, it's the most important part is at the end what comes out. So what I did is I wanted to create a UI5 library, so that's also created with EasyUI5, Yo EasyUI5 library. Then this gets being scaffolded. You can then also pass the name. And now in this library, what I did is I added the UI5 tooling modules to consume third-party packages. And I added the stencil generator for generation. And I added also kickstand UI. So and with that, I have all the pieces together. And there is a command in that library, generate. This uses the stencil UI5 generator now for kickstand UI to put that in the kickstand UI components, and then I give a little bit of information what it should happen. And if I now run the generation, well, a lot of controls have been generated in a second. So these are all controls available in kickstand UI or components. And they are now available here. And they are available here with all properties. So you see that now for the button, everything is inside. And now, with that, I want to go further, and I developed a small kitchen sink here in the app, in the library, to see how all the things are playing together. So I have a JSON model, I have a menu bar from kickstand, the button, form field, and so on. I use data binding to test and validate that everything works fine. So let's start the lib. Start lib. So it's a monorepo. This is the command for the npm start in the library. And then my kitchen sink application comes up and whoa, this looks already pretty impressive. And here I also tackled the issue with the re-rendering. So I can now update also a few things. Maybe it's not perfect yet, but it was more or less something to play around. And then I found also one thing which is quite nice. Kickstand brings some overlay concept with it. And this overlay concept, you just need to declaratively map, let's say, shows basic overlay, and then it shows this overlay with that ID. And then you have a button inside, and this button has a hides command to hide the overlay again. And then I want to validate whether this also works for this integration, and well, yes, obviously it just works because it's nothing more than just doing HTML. Yeah, having that, for me then, I was a little bit looking into, yeah, how can I do that now for my application to have a different rendering? And in the bookshop, I created next to the original view, I created now a second view. Let me see, that was the wrong one, the bookshop, web app. And then there is a view. I have the app view, that's obviously the current one. And then I have the webc app view. And this webc app view, this is now using as default namespace the XML and as kickstand UI component. So this is the library dependency. So I have loaded that as a library inside this project. And then there is all this component needed as I had it from them. I just did most of that what was available. Used data binding for rows and stuff like that. And look what comes out at the end. Design system, kickstand UI. Ta-ta-ta. That's the same application. And the cool stuff, all the things underneath just continue to work because the UI5 framework just runs like before. So that's what I wanted to show on that part. And yeah, if you want to deliver this application also later on, there is also one thing you should know. In the UI5 application, if you build that, if you include then, for example, a library and want to make sure that it's part of your package later on because it's not deployed somewhere else, then you can use the builder settings include dependency command. And if you run the build now, npm run build bookshop, then it also builds the library, the kickstand UI components, and includes them into the package of your application so that if you deploy that later on, it will be completely work statically for you, and you have that also embedded in your application. So and if you look into the dist, you see how that looks like. In the resources, you have this kickstand UI components inside, and then also in that nested, there is a third-party folder with all that content which comes from this external npm package. And it's packaged for you already. It is already yeah, more or less bundled and structured in clusters, so that it has in chunks, so that it can be properly also loaded in chunks then also from that. And in order to do that, also the inclusion in this third-party folder, there's one thing which is essential to know from the UI5 tooling modules. There is this, where is it, the config modules here. This I have reused it with the anchor tags here. There is this add to namespace property, and with add to namespace true, I can define that it will be nested in the library's namespace to ensure that it will not be, or it will be available privately and exclusively just for your component, let's say, or for your library. Yeah, one thing I missed maybe, just to also remind that quickly. So there is also the bootstrap, now part of the library.js. So in the library.js, you find then this kickstand UI. So therefore, I made a template, which is then per library. And this includes, let's say, the boilerplate code with the required URL includes style sheet and also this bootstrap class. So that's the thing what it needs once. And with that, if the library is loaded, also the kickstand UI will be bootstrapped and then made available here. Finally, what you should remember from today's presentation. Native web components can be easily integrated into OpenUI5 SAP UI5 using the web components base class. With that, web components can just be used like regular UI5 controls because you have via the wrappers the connection to the framework's lifecycle. The web components can be also nested into UI5 controls and vice versa. That was also important because there is no difference at the end from that what it is. There is a full support of all OpenUI5 SAP UI5 framework features when using the web components base class. And this is really important to take away. The framework is fully available for you with that. And web components is not just something aside we develop for some other framework. Now with that, it integrates also back into UI5, and with the seamless integration, you will have also the full power for all the web components. And we also will work on the future that this works not only for UI5 web components with a seamless integration due to the metadata availability, so it will also then be available for other native web components as well, when we have the metadata for them. Yeah, and this is, for me, also an important sentence to take away for you. Although OpenUI5 SAP UI5 is the reference implementation for SAP Fiori, it doesn't mean that you can combine it with other web components framework, with other design systems. It's the same like for any other framework. UI5 is also as open as that, and you can also take other frameworks to render, to do the rendering for you, and to do the visual parts for you. That's not necessary to have that from Fiori then. And for sure, Fiori is, when you are on the SAP ecosystem, the thing to use to render, because when you embed it in the enterprise suite and whatever, but you can also do it different, use the framework with anything else. And with that, I'm done in time. Nearly.
So the Q&A hasn't already started, but I have a first hands up. So I'm gonna, do I take my microphone or this nice cube? Okay, the cube's coming.
Peter, TypeScript.
TypeScript works as well with that. I just wanted to keep it a bit simple.
I think I maybe know the answer, but is it also possible to extend web component controls to another custom control?
Yeah, you can extend it. It's a base class, yeah. You can just extend it and do something else on top of that.
Okay, wonderful.
When can we have the generator?
It's on GitHub, by the way. There is.
Is it published?
Yeah, I published it today. But not on NPM, on GitHub, just because I was still a bit lazy on that. And honestly, we have to say, the stencil UI5 generator, this needs to be still worked on because it's not that generic. It's also, there are so many different versions of stencil, version 2, version 4, and they have different metadata formats and things what are in. And also there is no clear structure on that, like in UI5 where you have clear points where you need to look up the metadata. That's not the case for the stencil-based components, because there, as a design system owner, you can decide on your own where you put the metadata of. And this makes it a bit hard, and maybe we need to do some massage here and there, but potentially this could be really a nice thing to work on to make, let's say, any design system easily usable in a few seconds for your project.
Thanks. And what's still the relevance of UI5 web components in this case? Because you can entirely skip it and
Yeah,
just use any web component.
Yeah, that's now a complete different spin. So I heard people saying, yeah, with UI5 web components, you don't need a UI5 framework anymore. But in this case, you can say the UI5 framework is more relevant than ever, and the UI5 web components are not relevant, yeah?
Exactly.
For us, the UI5 web components, honestly, they are the renewal of our control development layer. Because in future, what we want to make is that we want to develop these components only once, and not only once for SAP UI5, but also for the other frameworks which are available there. And having something web standards based like web components available allows you to make them easily usable by the other frameworks. And that's, it's the key point on that, yeah? I just try to escape a little bit the question, yeah? But UI5 web components are not really, in this case, for that scenario, not really relevant. But you can integrate them the same way. It's just, for me, this was also when I did the research about the seamless parts, what I showed this morning, this was also the work I did before to learn what you need to do right, how you can get rid of the code. So like Daniel said yesterday in this recap keynote, let's try to remove all that boilerplate coding, technical coding you need to do. Just get focused on the real work of the application development and try to get rid of all these complex parts, this part you need to rewrite every time again. Yeah, that's the point, and that's also what I try to do. And these are also learnings in between, so it helps us to also get some, let's say, possibilities at hand. And as I said, also in one of the keynotes some years back, endless possibilities is what I want to have to showcase different scenarios, because everyone comes with different questions and requirements.
Thank you.
One more?
One more hands up.
I have a rather short question. If I'm not mistaken, web components is a basic class that you used. It is still in experimental mode, right? Is there a time scale when it will go to not experimental anymore?
It works. So it's more the question that we can also potentially remove the experimental flag. It's more or less, let us finish this 1 or 2 rounds more, and then, but it looks, so I use it already in some cases.
2.x?
That's definitely in then. Okay. Because web components should and will be the first-class citizen of the framework, so it will be in.
Cool. Thank you.
But there is a CPO here in the room. I can delegate this question to you. But 2.0 is okay. There was one more question.
Oh.
Can you throw that far?
I will try.
Okay, take the helmets.
Please, everybody, be careful.
Nice presentation. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Is there a way that the renderer can tell if a complete flush of the DOM is needed, or can you do in-place DOM patching for some properties of this web component?
Yeah, it's mainly doing in-place DOM patching. So it's behind the scenes. It's using the renderer version 4 to update and patch the controls, the components, attributes, and so on. And that was also the reason why it removed the content of this one component, because it did DOM patching of the text content, and then the inner content of this web component was dropped away, so it was empty, yeah? And in this case, we need to have a mechanism how to tell stencil to do the re-rendering. What I did, you can see that also in the repository, I did a little hack. It looks like black magic code, but this is in the stencil component. I use a base class for that, where I'm handling the invalidation. So I know if some text content is set, then I need to trigger a re-rendering workaround. You see it's ugly with set timeout, scroll to, and whatever. Yeah, that was the only way how I could teach Stencil to do a full re-rendering. And that's not a problem of the UI5 framework. That's Stencil who has, in this case, not a mechanism to say, yeah, just now render completely again.
Mm-hmm. So it's just forwarded invalidate call?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are probably more questions. I'm not quite sure about the time. So we usually have a few minutes break until we continue at 3. So I would like to give you some time to get a coffee and sing and whatsoever. But Peter, you will be around here.
Maybe
you want to give him a try? Okay.
Maybe this one last question.
Okay.
And then
Fast one. Did you try to deploy run it in the work zone?
Yeah, for sure.
No issues.
At the end, yeah, when you have the application bundled with a disk package, yeah, then you just drop it to the work zone as well. Okay, good.
That was
Thank
easy.
you so much.
Can I see your last slide once again? And yes, round of applause, please.
It's not anymore present, Felix.
Is it possible to see the last slide again? So because we have this QR code, so I usually don't do that, but maybe you can pull out your iPhone, scan it real quick, and do a quick, was it a rating? Rate the session. I think Peter deserves a high star rating.
That's up to you.
Definitely.
I don't.
Enjoy the break and be back at 3.
You.
It's not a competition. It is a competition.
Yeah, it's a competition for sure.
So be back at 3 with Easy UI5 Project Generator 2.0 for Nico Schönteich. He's here on stage.
Yep.
See ya.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to UI5con 2024. You can't see that, but as a moderator it's pretty easy to remember the title because we have big balloons over there here in the AUDIMAX. Also a warm welcome to people dialed in remotely, so we have a live stream here. The comment section is enabled, so feel free to share where you are dialed in from, your location. Also if you have questions, I can bring that to the stage in the Q&A after the talk. I am here with Nico Schönteich, he's already ready to go, and you are here to hear about Easy UI5 Project Generator 2.0. Nico focuses on web development technologies and studied psychology, and therefore developer experience is close to his heart. So please welcome, give a round of applause for Nico.
Alrighty, thanks everyone, and hi. So my name is Nico. I'm a developer advocate at SAP. I work on UI5, all things BTP, and also on CAP a little bit. So I'm really enjoying the week here so far. I want to talk about the Easy UI5 generator today, and we've heard it quite a few times already. So in case you don't know it, it's a generator for all things UI5. And Easy UI5 is really a wrapper for other sub-generators. So with Easy UI5, you can create new apps, projects, libraries, and other things as well. And one of the most widely used sub-generators within Easy UI5 is the project generator. So I want to take a moment and thank everyone in the UI5 community for contributing. To Easy UI5, but also to all the other projects in the UI5 community. So most prominently, especially with the Easy UI5 generator, that's Peter, Marius back in the day, also Marian and all the other folks. So yeah, maybe we give all contributors to the open source community a big round of applause. I think that's well earned. And I'm really in awe of a lot of folks here in the audience. So yeah, we're all in this together. We're here to learn and yeah, move forward together. So, yep, that's me. That's my profile page. Let me check my notes. By the way, first time ever in like 5 years, I think, I did physical notes on a piece of paper because I don't want you guys to see those. Anyway, so I worked on the Easy UI5 project generator for the past couple of months, and I really took the time and rewrote it extensively, and the project generator within Easy UI5 is really the one that should be able to generate a project. So not just an app, but a project which is a little bigger, so you could have multiple apps or UI modules inside that project. And maybe by a quick show of hands, who has used the Easy UI5 project generator, let's say in the past year or so? All right, cool. That's good to know. I think that was more than half the audience. So you probably run into some errors or weird conflicts, and there was a problem with the linting and multiple things. So one day I said, all right, that's it. I'm going to give it a shot and re-implement it and clean things up a little bit. And as you can see here at the top, I was able to split the code base in half. As we heard yesterday, less code is better, like less code, less bugs, hopefully, I hope. The tests are green, so we'll see. Testing, by the way, a big topic. Woo! All right, so yeah, this is really a living document. This pull request right here, it's still a draft. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get it over the finish line ahead of UI5con because of all the reviewers I put in were probably busy preparing their own talks, which makes sense. So we didn't quite get it over the finish line, but that gives all of you the opportunity to contribute, to check it out, to give feedback, to say, hey, you did this wrong, that wrong, you should improve this or that. So really see this as a living document, and I invite everyone to participate, not only with this pull request, but within the UI5 community in general. All right. So I'll start with a few benefits of the new version, and I will show everything in action as well. But the main thing that we changed, or that I changed really, is previously we had the namespace and then the app as sort of the project root, right? And now we introduced a new instance in between. Now we have the namespace and the project name as the project root, and then we have multiple apps inside that project. we're following this monorepo approach using NPM workspaces. We've heard it quite a few times already today. I don't know if it's a trend, but it's definitely moving in that direction. It just makes managing dependencies and all that so much easier. So we're following this path with this version here right now as well. Then we have the benefit and feature, whatever, we now can instantly deploy our projects with all the UI modules inside straight out of the box. We manage the dependencies centrally. So previously we had some templates coming from here, some templates coming from there, and then we had outdated versions and you couldn't quite tell where does this dependency come from, how do I update it, and things like that. So now we manage the dependency centrally in a central file, and we can guarantee that all apps generated with the generator have those dependencies. And probably most importantly, we now use the same templates as the generators in the Business Application Studio. So if you are using the Fiori tools in the Business Application Studio and you create new UI5 applications in there, you're essentially using the same templates as the Easy UI5 project generator. You could say one is a UI version and one is a CLI version to more or less achieve the same thing. So I think that's a good thing. And then we also nested the VDI5 generator as part of the project generator as well. So when you run the project generator as part of Easy UI5, you will have VDI5 out of the box. And then there's some benefits in regards to coding and maintainability. So I tried to clean things up, keep the same structure and use helper functions whenever possible. So we reduce redundancies and things like that. But I think it's time to really dig into it and see what it's all about. So if you're a NeoVim user, let's talk after this talk. And I'm not going to comment on that any further, but there we go. Thanks, Helmut. All right, so first of all, I'm going to create a new project using the old generator. So as this pull request isn't merged yet, I can just run Yo Easy UI5 project, and that will use the older version. Because this takes some time, I'll trigger the new version as well on the left. So let's see. See, the new version is faster. No, that's just because it's local. Doesn't have anything to do with that. Oh, hit the GitHub API limit. All right, anyway, I'll proceed with the new version for now. That's the one I wanted to show anyway. So the old version would have more or less the same prompts, like what's your project name, what's your namespace, what kind of, where do you want to deploy your app to, like BTP, work zone, whatever. And the new version does more or less the same, but the old version would run into some conflicts, and also the build would, the install, npm install would fail because it runs a lint after that, and it's using an old ESLint ignore, which is deprecated, and blah, blah, blah. I've talked about the problems before, so I'll just kill that for now. And we'll run the new generator, so my namespace is whatever, my project is whatever, but now you can see I have a third question. So now I have an app inside that project, which is my UI5 app. I will not use the Fiori Elements FPM for now. We can do that later, depending on the timing. I'll use the app router. Why not? Open UI5. I will create a new directory, git, yes, and it's creating this new project. And now running the install. And you can see here it's creating a new project. And then it's creating a new UI module inside that project. And actually at the top here, we can check that out. So I have my namespace dot my project name as the root, and we do have a package.json at root level. Oh, here we do have a package.json at root level, and that is really only taking care of the things that are meant to be root, like the MBT build and all that. It doesn't really care about the UI module inside. It doesn't even have to be a UI5 app. It could be any Node.js app inside. This is really just running the build, but it's pointing to the My UI5 app as in form of this workspace. So let's see, the install is finished. So I do have a node modules directory at project root, but the My UI5 app itself doesn't have one. So we have a shared node modules folder, which obviously reduces the size and complexity of the app. So this is real nice. I'll just cd into the directory, and then run npm run start my UI5 app from the project root. So this is executing the npm start. So this is it. And I actually do have a little piece of content I wanted to put in here. So let's put an illustrated message in here. So that's nice, that works, but that's pretty straightforward, right? But now I will do an npm run build and then run an npm run deploy after that, just to show you that the build and deploy actually works out of the box. And this is, I've logged into Cloud Foundry before, and this is now building the thing and pushing it to Cloud Foundry. And then let's use this one. So now the project generator is not only for generating the initial project, but its superpower is really the other sub generators inside that. So we do have a generator to create a new custom control, to create an FPM page if we're using the flexible programming model. We have a sub generator to create a new data model, to create a new UI module. Why don't we do that? So we cd into this thing. So now I run yo UI5 project UI module. So now it should just give me one question for the name of the new thing. So it's my UI5 app 2. All right, cool. And it's picking up the same config for all the other prompts that I had before. So now I should have 2 apps in here, right? And now why don't we just go ahead and create a new model, a new data model in this new app, because the new model sub generator actually has a quite neat feature as well. So I will just run UI5 project model. And now this should ask me for which UI module would you like to create the new model, because I'm at the project root. Remember, I'm using the monorepo approach, so I have multiple UI apps in there. If I was in the my UI5 app directory or my UI5 app 2, it wouldn't ask that question, but now it does. So let's create a new model for the second app. It's the default model, so just an empty string. And then, yeah, it's OData v4. The URL of the service is, I think I have it somewhere here. Here it is. So I'm just using a bookshop OData v4 service I have deployed somewhere. And now it's asking the question, do you want to set up a proxy for the new model? So I do want to set up a proxy. That's quite nice. I mean, I could see the data straight out of the box. And now it's having a conflict and asking me, do you really want to overwrite your manifest.json? So this is the way how conflicts should work, because I have generated an app and I have files generated, and now it's asking, oh, are you sure you really want to overwrite it? Yes, of course I do. And I also want to overwrite the UI5 YAML. And if we now run, oh no, why don't we, I think I have a snippet prepared. Here it is. So let's go in here and replace the concept with a simple list. So let's start this second app. And it should hopefully show us a list of all the available books. There we go. So this works straight out of the box with the proxying and all that. So just to see what that looks like, it set up a proxy. It's using the Fiori tools proxy. Remember, we're talking about using the same things, don't reinvent the wheel. So it's using the Fiori tools proxy to forward all requests that hit /browse to the service here. And by the way, let's check the deployed thing. So this is correct, actually, because if we go to my UI5 app, we see the first app that we created and that we deployed, right? So the deployment with the app router and all that worked straight out of the box. Okay, cool. So what does the time say? Okay, we got 5 minutes left. So why don't we create a new project using the flexible programming model? So I'll run a new project generator, my UI6 project. Does anyone else do that when they? So now I do want to enable the Fiori Elements Flexible Programmer. Of course I want to use TypeScript. I want the tools, the app to be visible for the Fiori tools. Let's use a static web server for now. Blah, blah, blah. So now it's asking me, because with the Fiori Elements, obviously you want a data source, right? You need an OData service for this thing to work. So let's create or use the same service as before. Let's have a list report as our main page. We want to use the books entity. And now, this is sort of that's the thing I didn't like, or I don't like. It's now having conflicts, even though I haven't even created the project. But that's because we use the external templates from the Fiori tools, blah, blah, blah. Some technical depth to that. But yeah, we have that created. So let's kill that, by the way. Let's see. So let's, what is it, my UI6? No, dang it, my UI6 project. Go one level up, yep. Oh, I nested it. Oh, I messed up. Oh, let's see if that works. It should work. We'll see. Let's see how robust this thing is. npm run start my UI5 app. So this is a mono repo now. Anyway, we should see a list report now. All right, I don't think I will figure that out live here on stage, but all right, too bad. I'll look into that. But we should see a list report now, and we should also, with the FPM sub generator, we should be able to then create a custom page as part, or a custom, like an object page, or a custom page as sort of the navigation target when you click on a book and things like that. I think it's probably the nesting that messed things up here a little bit. But yeah, anyway, this is really all that I have prepared. It's a short slot, so as I said, I invite everyone to check it out, to provide feedback. There's also a couple of things missing here, like the testing. So like the testing of the generated applications. The project generator itself is being tested thoroughly, so that should all be fine. But I'm really looking forward to Simon's talk later about the tests. So yeah, as I said, this is a living document. I invite everyone to contribute, to check it out, and to also keep using the EasyUI5 generator in the future. So thanks everyone for tuning in.
Time for questions. Don't be shy, although this is recorded. Nico, I wonder, how does the roadmap look like?
The what?
Maybe
Sorry?
you can share the roadmap.
The roadmap,
for the project generator.
So I got a lot of inspiration from the other talks here yesterday and today as well. So, I'm thinking about maybe creating a cap sub generator as part of this project generator, because we have this monorepo thing now. So we could, instead of adding a new UI module, we could add a server module. But this is just an idea that I have. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, maybe not. Maybe that shouldn't be the scope of this. I don't know. But with the CDS plugin UI5, we have great means of just starting the CAP server and having the UI modules just magically appear on the CAP homepage, sort of. And then the UI5 linter was very prominent in the keynote this morning, so I've checked it out, and all the apps generated with this generator obviously are all fine. Like the UI5 linter doesn't complain, so we could add that as well. So those are two items I could think of for the roadmap, and obviously fixing whatever went wrong here on stage.
We could ask for wishes if there is no question. Oh, we have a wish or a question. A wish.
I know there's also a generator for custom control. Does it also, or will it support web components as a custom control?
Yeah, that's a good idea. To be honest, I have to dig into the things that Peter showed, and with the native, consumption of whatever web component you have in your XML view and things like that. So I can't comment on whether that's easily achievable and how far the project is, but that's definitely a good idea, and I will check it out and see if I can make it work or when we can make it work and how we do that. But it's a fantastic idea.
Especially since web components are now first-class citizens.
Exactly.
So any custom control which is no prior web component available.
Right. We could also think about a sub generator to just pull in other web component libraries. Right? I think you had to do the install, and then with the XML namespace, you had to do the special syntax with the import and things like that. We could, have a small sub generator that does that as well. So yeah, definitely a great idea.
Okay, cool.
One more question. Can you just tell us again what that awesome editor was?
Yeah, it was VS Code, DJ. All right, if you can think of any question later, I'll be around, so just ping me on LinkedIn, or thanks. Oh, I forgot one thing. So I'm a vlogger since 2 days, so I have to do like a video selfie with all of you. So if you could all just...
Do you want people to stand up or
Nah, just wave and be happy. All right, let's go. No, we're on camera. Shoot. There we go. All right. Hi, everyone. Just wave. Thanks. That's all I needed. Thanks.
Thank you, Nico. By the way, do you have a finished slide so people...
Oh, yeah, my only slide.
Can contact you?
There it is.
Yes.
So please provide feedback.
And probably some of you know how to create an SAP email address out of a surname and a name.
Dang
so
it. Forgot
it's
that.
easy
yeah,
if
it's
you need.
Nikolai, actually. So,
so here you can also rate the session, so leave a little comment for Nico. And we have a very, very short break, so it's only 8 minutes until the next slot, which is get your project ready for UI5 2.x using UI5 linter with Yavor Ivanov and Thorsten Hochreuter. So have a quick break and be back in time at 3:30. Thank you. Welcome everyone to UI5con 2024. My name is Janina, and this afternoon here I'm your moderator in the AUDIMAX. Also a warm welcome to our online audience because we are streaming live. Also this room here is recorded and it's the only one that is live streamed. So you have the option here to also have more rooms and more expert corners, meeting people online. We have the live stream. We have the comment section, so if you have questions, you can post it there, and I can bring it on stage and ask it to the expert. It's 3:30, and you're here for the talk, Get Your Projects Ready for UI5 2.x using UI5 linter, and we have invited Yavor Ivanov and Thorsten Hochreuter. Yavor is a software developer from SAP Labs Bulgaria and mainly involved in SAP UI5 framework development, and he's already here on stage with me. Thorsten Hochreuter is a software engineer at SAP UI5 core team, currently in the audience, but he will join in the second half. But for now, let's welcome Yavor.
Thank you. Are you tired? So maybe you would like to stay because there's some awesome stuff that we are gonna present with Thorsten. And today we're gonna tell you how to migrate your projects, to prepare your projects for UI5 2.0 with the help of the UI5 linter, and we'll show you a bit more of the evolution of the core. But before we start, I wanted to make things clear and to tell you what the UI5 linter is not. So the UI5 linter won't replace your current static code analysis tools. It won't replace Prettier, ESLint, or whatever tool you're already using. Actually, it will work alongside with them. It will complete them. And basically, what's the difference? So the normal linters, they are usually linting your projects file by file. And the UI5 linter actually has a context for your application. And we'll talk about this a bit later in details. But what's the agenda for today? Well, the UI5 linter, obviously. And what are its features, what it can detect, and eventually what we foresee for the future of the linter. And then we'll quickly migrate a demo app. Actually, Matthias showed you earlier in the keynote just a sneak peek, but we'll go into the details there. And then Thorsten, he'll show you the core evolution. But before we start, so currently there are maybe 70 libraries maintained by over 400 developers into the UI5 world. I mean, internally in UI5. And there are many internal applications as well as many, let's put it, external applications you guys built, awesome applications. And we were wondering, how can we help you? How can we enforce you to help your applications adopt the best practices, the UI5 best practices? And furthermore, how to prepare your projects easily for UI5 2.0. And yeah, you know it already. The answer is UI5 linter. Actually, this is a tool designed to easily, seamlessly migrate your projects to UI5 2.0. It will give you suggestions on how to migrate easily, and additionally, it will provide you context and information about the findings. But what about the linter? Actually, we started this project maybe a year ago, maybe less, and it started from a POC, and it quickly evolved into something productive, and we realized that it can be easily adopted. And it steps on the TypeScript compiler. It's the way how it collects information about your project. Additionally, we feed it with UI5 information, so that's how it knows about your project as well as UI5. And this mixture helps you and enforces you to develop in the best way the UI5 applications. But the good news are yet to come. So this project is already on GitHub. You can go and grab it. I saw already that you do that, but I need to mention it. So you have an idea or something to tell us, go there and write it, or you can meet us at the booth later. Of course, you can use it in your projects already because it's available as an NPM module, and you can easily start working with it and check your project. But what it can detect, what findings can it have? So basically, what type of analysis we do? The main purpose for the linter was to check JavaScript code. So of course, it checks it. It finds whether you're using deprecated libraries, whether you're using deprecated code, as well as something we call partial deprecations. For example, if you have a control and inside this control you have a deprecated property, we can detect this in the definition, and it just shows you on the screen. We analyze XML views and partials the way we do with JavaScript code. Actually, behind the scenes, we transpile the XML views into a valid JavaScript code, and the flow is the same as the JavaScript. But we can go deeper. We can detect CSP issues. So for example, if you want your project to be CSP compliant, we can detect this. And for example, we can find that you have an inline JavaScript within your HTML files. Of course, the core of UI5 and the UI5 tooling, the manifest.json and the UI5 YAML, we also analyze those files and detect whether you have used deprecated libraries. Of course, other tools would notify you about this, but yeah, you have it in one place. And now the trickiest part, the component analysis. A component is not just a single file. It's many other things, and we need to have the knowledge of your program, of your application, your project, in order to analyze, for example, whether your component is set to run in async mode. We'll see this in action later. But what's on our roadmap? So allow UI5 version configuration. What this means? Currently, your application is being analyzed as it's built with the latest UI5 stable version, which is 120. And we want, this works like for almost all of the cases, but we wanted to make it fine-tuned and to be able to analyze it with the correct version of your UI5 application. So this is yet to come. The next thing is, UI5 linter will work along with your static code check tools, but maybe we can, in the future, we can integrate it in a plugin and plug it into ESLint. Here is the discussion on GitHub, so go on and check it out. And of course, the TypeScript support. Many of your applications are already written in TypeScript, and the core of the UI5 linter is the TypeScript compiler. Then why don't we enable the support of TypeScript? Actually, currently, you can analyze TypeScript, but it's under experimental flag, so we plan to do this official. Of course, the UI5 linter is already integrated with some tools, and these are the Fiori tools and the VS Code. So if you have a Fiori Elements application and you're using Fiori tools for that, just jump to the dashboard, Fiori dashboard, and you will see this. You run UI5 linter and check your project. Of course, for convenience, you already saw that in the keynote, but the UI5 linter is integrated also into VS Code. It enables you to click on the findings, and it will directly navigate you to the issue so you can easily fix it. And now, the demo. All right. So we have this sample application that is running with UI5 118. It's to-do application, simple to-do application, but let's see if it has some findings. So you already saw that the UI5 linter is run with this command. And after a while, you will get the findings. All right. So we have, you see, we have the YAML files, also the component.js, app controller.js, manifest.json, and also the XML views. Let's start with the easy ones. Obviously, we have used the SAP UI5con, which is deprecated long time ago. I don't see any findings anywhere else. This means that most likely I have cleaned up my code but forgotten to remove them from my manifest and from UI5 YAML. Okay, I'll just click on those findings and it will directly navigate me to the places in the code where I can safely delete them. All right, so I have them. I'm removing. Then, all right, let's jump for app view. Okay, import of deprecated module SAP F avatar. What should I do? Okay, it's deprecated, but how could I know what to do? Well, we have covered you. If you have two options. You can go, of course, to the documentation and read about SAP F avatar, but we have this built-in. So if you provide these flag details, it will bring all the findings with a detail section which shows since when this has been deprecated, as well as eventually some guidelines what to do, or at least you have a link directly to the SAP UI5 demo kit. So in this case, we have used the SAP M avatar. It's simple as that. Okay, we have the SAP M namespace as default namespace, so I'll just need to remove the flag. And now here we go. We have migrated our code for the XML view. Then here it is, the component.js. Component root view is not configured to load its views asynchronously. Okay, what does that mean? This does not mean that you need to either provide a special interface, this interface SAP UI core async creation, or to provide it async flag in the manifest. Let's do this on both places. We need to be sure that our app is loading asynchronously. Let's do this. All right, I will open our manifest and we'll also add the flag. All right, let's run again and see what happens. All right, I have maybe mistaken here the interface keyword. All right, it's in here, sorry. So you see that we cover you even in this case. So we have now the interface implemented in the component.js as well as the flag, but it's unnecessary. So you either have to choose, and I choose to delete the async flag so everything runs smoothly. Okay, let's run it again. Okay, I have only findings now in the app controller. So we have this, what does this mean, SAP UI core bar color? This means that it's an enumeration that is defined into the library, into the core library, but we use it as a module. It's possible currently, but it's not the best practice. You would need to import the library itself and to reuse it as a variable from there. So I will just replace the bar color, and then I will reuse it as its property from there. Then we have, as we talked already, we have a global variable. We use the jQuery. And I see on the next row that we have a call to deprecated function control. Okay, I can click it. You can see that the caret is directly to that position. So we have two issues, and we can easily solve it in a single row. So basically, I can do this. All right, now it actually takes the DOM element and then extracts the control from it, but we have an API for that, so we use it. Then, because I have deleted a row, I would either need to generate again the lint thing, because otherwise, okay. So I have this tab. The tab is replaced with a press, an easy change. All right, and then we go to the core. So we have currently 3 findings in a single row. We have that we're using the sub-global variable. We use a deprecated function called getCore, and we use a deprecated function called byId. So we can easily replace this. You see, in the end, we need to get this list item control. So we can do this by ID, and to provide only its ID. So let's see if we have any findings further. All right, so our code is clear. Let's see if we can use UI5 2.0. Peter already mentioned in his keynote that we have nightly build of 2.0 snapshot, so we can try to use it. It's just to mention, it's available since December 2023, and this is how we validate. So if we go here and just use UI5 use 2.0.snapshot. All right. And you see, this project is using OpenUI5 version 2.0 snapshot, and let's see if it's running. All right, we have successfully run the project, but let's check it out. So you see, it's perfectly active and it's working. So we have migrated successfully our application to UI5 2.0. It was simple as that. So now Thorsten will tell us more about the evolution of the core.
Hi. Thanks. All right, so now we come to hopefully the not too boring part, because now we get into a bit of theory. So what Yavor showed you was essentially how to migrate a 1.x application to a 2.x standard. And a lot of those APIs that he showed previously, and after the linter found the issues, he migrated them to modern APIs. Those APIs were deprecated. And what I've prepared here in this little picture is a bit technically what we did. So on the left side, you see this huge monolithic block that was previously called the core. And the core is essentially one giant God class that does everything. There's a lot of APIs in there, a lot of dependency. It's really big. So what we did, we essentially put an X to it. We chopped it down into smaller parts. That's what we call the modular core. There are just now a couple of more APIs, a couple of more modules, but they're all smaller. They're self-contained. They don't contain as many dependencies. They're just more lightweight. A couple of examples here. This is not a fully complete list. This is just the bare minimum that we think is interesting for you. It's the component, element, theming, lib, which is our library loader. And yeah, so instead of boring you with slides, I'd like to quickly go to the, where's the mouse cursor? There it is. So when does it open? Oh no, you have to switch the screen. So what I want to show you is essentially our documentation. So what Yavor showed you is the linter. It's a tool that helps you find the issues, find the deprecated APIs. It already gives you hints and pointers and links into the demo kit. But what you can see here, can you make this a bit bigger for? So what you can see here is probably your reference guide. This is the documentation that you can look up if you want to know what API the core provided previously and what it doesn't provide in 2.x. It doesn't mean the features are gone, they are still there, however, they have been migrated. A lot of the APIs, for example, the element by ID that we've seen earlier, that is a drop-in replacement. So there is an old API, sap.ui.getCore by ID, and the correct one-to-one replacement would be on the element class to call getElement by ID. Now, one thing, if you can scroll down a bit to the init library, because this is an interesting thing I just caught a glimpse of in the presentation that Peter did a couple of minutes before here when he talked about the design spaces, design systems. The init library call that I've caught in his slides, that is a deprecated call, right? It's using the sap.getCore init library and it's initializing a library. So as an example here, on the right side, you see the sample code, how that would look like. There's a dedicated library loader now. So there's a module called lib.js, and on that lib.js, you have an init library, or rather an init function that you would use instead. Again, this is a drop-in replacement. You can get rid of the old API that uses globals and that has all these big dependency lists, and you can then just migrate over to this more lightweight library init API, just as an example. This list is complete. It's very long. As you can see, if you could scroll down, there's a tiny scroll bar. It gets smaller. But it doesn't make sense to go into all of those things. The linter will show you the findings, and that's where you can find out what's the correct replacement. So now to the next part, which is also part of the modular core. Oops. Yep. No. That's the slide. All right. So what I just told you was the core itself, which was a huge, giant God class. That is also true for the configuration. So anyone who has ever worked with a UI5 application knows that there is something called configuration.js, and typically you would retrieve it by sap.ui.getCore.getConfiguration. And then again, you have this huge collection of APIs that are all over the place. It's a huge, as I said, monolithic God class that was grown over 10 years, and yeah, it contained pretty much everything that somehow configures the framework, or even smaller parts of the framework. So what we did here, we unpacked all of that, and as you can see, there's a bit of an overlap to what I've shown you with the core. There's now a dedicated set of feature modules, right? The configuration in 2.0, but also in the 1.x code line available, is unpacked into multiple modules that are self-contained with a certain feature scope. So everything that relates to formatting is in this module called formatting. And everything that relates to localization, like I18N stuff, for example, setting a language, retrieving a locale or a language tag, etc., that is all in this module called localization. And the same is true for things like theming, control behavior, security, and so on. There's a bit longer list. And now, finally, we can look at the documentation here. Again, all of those things are deprecated APIs that the linter will bring up. But if you want to know how to replace them in a bit more detail than what the linter can show you, that's the reference page. I would say 90% of those things you see here are drop-in replacements. So typically, for example, let's have a look at, maybe take set language or get language, if you could search for that. Yeah, so what I told you earlier, there was a function called setLanguage, and that implies a couple of dependencies to language handling. Now, it is still compatible in 1.0 on the configuration facade, but in the 2.x code line, it will only be available on the localization module. So if you want to change the language at runtime or retrieve the language tag or whatever at runtime, localization is now the new endpoint where you can find this. And all of those feature facade modules, they have a much smaller scope. So you would only require what you need. Essentially, this is, again, a complete list. Like, the list is very long. There was 10 years of API on this one monolithic facade called the configuration. And, well, you have to look up what you need. I would say most of the things are really easy drop-in replacements, but occasionally there are things that have been scrapped without replacement. right? There are some APIs that are so old that are essentially sunsetted like maybe 5-6 years ago, and then there is no replacement. But if there is no replacement, there's at least a guideline in here on how to migrate to other alternatives, or maybe modern APIs, or a certain combination of other APIs. Well, obviously we could fill hours with that stuff. I'm not going to bore you with that. If you have questions about this, I'm here at the venue. We can talk about this. I'm happily go into much more detail, but for time's sake, I think we have to leave it here. Yeah, so this is essentially the part that the framework provides for you. Obviously, if you look at control libraries or controls itself, there's a long list of deprecated APIs that a control or a library provides, and then you would have to look that up at the respective documentation there. But for the core and the configuration, which is like the essential painful monolithic block that the framework had to deal with for years or nearly a decade, that has been cleaned up. Yeah, I hope it's much simpler and much easier to use, and the linter will find all the problems you have. Yeah, I think that's my part for this.
So use the linter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
A microphone on. We have a question from the online audience. Mark S. has a question. So he asked, when will we see live linting like with regular ESLint without the need to manually run UI5 lint?
Well, I'm not can you hear me?
I think maybe your microphone is off, but mine is on. So do we need? Ah, okay. I'll catch that. I'll try.
Well, to be honest, all right. All right.
No,
so
is it on?
Maybe.
I think it's on.
But yes.
I can also jump in.
Yeah.
So the product owner.
Yeah. That's basically what Yavor mentioned on the roadmap, to have a better integration into ESLint. So if you read that discussion, the link he posted in our GitHub project, you will likely get an understanding of why we currently don't have the ESLint integration, because it might be possible with some workarounds like other integrations also do, but for us it wasn't really possible in a good way, so that it also is fast enough that you can do it while working in the code. But we definitely want to have a deeper look into this again, and hopefully be able to provide a good integration in that direction as well. So we can't promise anything, but this is also very important to us. Yeah. And maybe some detail to mention in the demo, which is the usage of the 2.0 version with the UI5 CLI. So what you saw was the internal preview of that functionality, but if you want to use as an external the OpenUI5 snapshot from version 2, you can only do that with the CDN. So you just change the bootstrap URL in your HTML file, and then you can also test that with the preview version of OpenUI5. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the audience? Now or never? Oh, here. Can you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well
done.
Thank you. So I have one question. Do you also plan to implement some auto fixes like we have, for example, in ESLint, like renaming things or events properties, or for example, this component async flag?
We are also looking into that, but right now the main focus is on detecting all kinds of things. And then also one next step would be obviously to have auto fixes, but we right now really focus on be able to detect as many things as possible, because some are very complex and also very hard to find by just looking through the code. So right now that's our main focus here.
Okay, thanks.
So one question about the compatibility with 2.0. So in the demo that you showed, you had to like physically execute the app and then click on to see if everything works with 2.0, right? Is there a better way to do that, or say, like you did the linting, is there a way to check if everything from 1.x runs on 2.x as well?
Yeah, so the linter is the tool we hope can detect most of those things you have to address and apply the best practice. But we can't detect everything because some things are too dynamic, so it's just not possible in a static analysis. So the other step that is important if you want to then prepare your project would be to have a good coverage of your unit tests and also end-to-end integration tests to run them also then right now on the OpenUI5 preview version, to really make sure that every functionality works as expected. So those two parts are essential here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I can add. Is my microphone on? I think so. Yeah. Maybe I can add something from framework perspective. So these guys are the tooling colleagues. I maintain the runtime. Johannes over here also did a lot of stuff for the configuration part. The APIs that I talked about, they're already available in 2.x. So if you use them there, they will be unchanged in behavior in 2.0. Right, so whatever works on a 2.x code line, whatever you change there, whatever the linter brings up and you adapt already, that will be stable in 2.0. The behavior doesn't change. And 99% of what I talked about is actually just migrated to a better place in a more cohesive scope. So the biggest pitfall, if at all, would be if you have to migrate from a synchronous to an asynchronous API, because that's something that obviously changes in behavior. And synchronous component creation, for example, won't be available in 2.0 anymore. So, however, if you fixed that already in your 2.x code line applications, then it will be stable in 2.0. Yeah.
I also have a small question. I saw that getCore is deprecated. Does this mean it will be removed with 2.0? Because I saw it's only deprecated since 1.118 or something, and I saw it often be used in recent applications. So
getCore was one of the main global functions that was available in UI5 since forever, but that won't be available in 2.0 anymore because there will be no global getter to retrieve the single core instance, because, as I said, all the API has been moved to a smaller dedicated place. So you cannot get this one God class anymore in 2.x. However, there is a core class that is available, but the feature that this new core will provide in 2.0 is like tiny. Like there will be maybe one function. One important function. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but yeah. We can talk later if you like.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So looking at the time, let's call it a talk. So give a round of applause. Yavor, I have you on the schedule for the expert corner. You're already 3 minutes late, by the way, so it starts at 4. If you have questions, the guys will still be around. We now have about 12 minutes of break, and we are back with Katrin Polloczek, which I already see over there. Yes, she's already ready for a talk, and Klaus Keller. So at 4:15, we have on stage adding AI to SAP Fiori elements, apps at both design time and runtime. And yes, I said AI, so be back at 4:15 for the next talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think we didn't really talk about the details.
Welcome everyone to UI5con 2024. My name is Janina, and this afternoon I am your moderator here in the AUDIMAX. Also a warm welcome to our people dialed in because we are streaming live. You have the comment section for exchange, for questions. I can bring them to stage at the end of the session while we're doing our Q&A. And you are here for adding AI to SAP Fiori Elements apps at both design time and runtime. And here with me on stage already is Katrin Polloczek and Klaus Keller. Klaus is specialized in crafting innovative UI frameworks and tools and currently integrating AI technologies into our UI stack. And Katrin is an area product owner for SAP Fiori Elements V4, and she also loves working with customers on their UX journey in her previous role. So give a round of applause for Katrin and Klaus.
Thank you. Okay. Working. Thanks for appearing that late afternoon on UI5con, and thank you for joining our session about SAP Fiori Elements and AI. As mentioned, I'm Klaus Keller. I'm one of the lead architects in SAP UX engineering. With me is Katrin Polloczek. She's an area product owner in the same organization, and we try to keep you awake at that late hour. We have a bunch of demos, and I hope you will enjoy it. Today's session, we divide it into 4 parts. First part is a little bit of motivation about AI, why we do it, why you should probably be interested in AI technologies. Second part, I'm going to be a developer in a role of a developer and create a Fiori Elements application from business requirements document. The third part, Katrin is being a business user, an end user, using Fiori Elements, My Home, and SAP Joule, our digital assistant, powered by AI, and show you what's possible there. And last but not least, in our fourth part, we are going to show you or share with you how you can try these things out. Some of this you can already try right away. For others, you need to register in a beta phase, in a beta program. Without further ado, let's start with, oh, magic, AI. With the first part, why AI matters. There is a McKinsey study, and surprise, surprise, the usage of AI is growing. To be a little bit more precise, they ask organizations within companies about usage of AI, and last year, 55% mentioned they use AI tools or AI features for their daily business. This year, it's already 65%. Similar for individuals. So if you ask individual user whether they use AI already in their daily business, last year it was 22%, and it's up this year to 39, almost 40% that people are using AI in their daily life. What does that mean for us? Or what does that also mean for the expectations for work? We are expected to do things that we used to do now faster, more productive. Repetitive tasks should be automated, perhaps by AI, and also new applications should be easy to use. You could even think you just enter what you need to do or what you want to do, and the app figures out how to do that. So these were the triggers for us in Fiori Elements to provide such functionality. On the one side for developers, on the other side for the business user that uses the application itself. We are starting right away with a demo that I give you. I have to say about a little bit a disclaimer. Perhaps you're used to that. Some of the things we show are lab previews, so don't make any business decisions based on that. They might change, they might come or not. So that is what we have to say. But the first demo I'm going to show is available for you right away. You need a SAP build code license, and you can get started with the same things that I'm going to show now. Let's switch. Here I'm in Business Application Studio with this SAP build code license, and I have a business requirements document. the first thing I'm going to do is to start the generation, because it's going to take a couple of minutes. But that is nothing to be embarrassed about, because if you would do that manually, I guess it would be more than an hour. I start here the Joule, Joule chat assistant, and I'm going to start it again and paste here, this complete document into it and click on start. It starts thinking and hopefully generating. Yes, that's good. That will take about 4 minutes. And meanwhile, I would like to talk a little bit about the business requirement document, this concrete instance, but also about the template that we are using. If you think we are coming up with this description just for the AI to be able to easily generate, that's the wrong assumption. It was actually the other way around. We reached out to consultants and also to partners and asked them, what kind of document are you using before you start coding the first line of code? So they gave us anonymized information about real requirements or business documents. We were, of course, interested in the granularity, how fine-grained you define these requirements, and the format. So it could be in Markdown, it could be in Word, sometimes it's in Excel, but whatever you can copy and paste, we can try to handle. And this concrete requirement document is describing a CRM system, so a customer relationship management system. We describe here what the entity customer has. It has attributes like a name, ID, a location, contact or locations. That's a 0 to n relationship. Contact information, it can have a status, and it have, of course, important contracts. So 0 to n contracts. Furthermore, some more words about the identification number, about the locations that it can have. Here a little bit more about the contracts, and also a little bit more fine-grained definition on one contract. At the end, we have in this business requirement document an acceptance criteria. So we have 2 scenarios that we consider to be fulfilled by the application. The first one is just to list, filter, search for customers. And the second one, of course, you also want to be able to dive into one customer and see the details. I did already a good job, 7 of 8, so I have perhaps probably a couple of more seconds to kill, but I'm pretty sure it will be done in a couple of seconds, and we can have a look at the results. Yes. Once the machine is done generating the application, I want to increase kind of the attention and first show the files that it generated. So if I go here to show results, I can see it generated a CUP application with all the necessary things like the database layer. If I check the schema, the data definition, I can see here the main entities. It's a customer. The customer has 0 to n relation to locations. Here's the location. And 0 to n to contracts. If you are as creative as I and would need to come up with mock data for this application, you would probably end up with customer 1, customer 2, customer 3, and contract 1, contract 2, contract 3. Large language models can do better. They came up with very nice mock data, and it's way more pleasant to work with such an application that has closer to real-world data in it. That was also generated. On the service level, we have the services defined for the entities to access, and of course the application, and we spent most of the time into getting that right to create the relevant annotations that are read by the SAP Fiori Elements framework to have a nice application. Okay, attention enough. I try to launch this application now and see how it looks. And this is the result. I think it's pretty impressive. It is a full-blown SAP Fiori Elements application. It is already filled with customer data. I can drill into customers. It has the two entities, locations already filled. It has also contracts with status. I can also drill into a contact. One contract has a document. I can even go further and have a look at one of these documents. So I think that's pretty impressive and saves a lot of time. So if I would do that, I would at least 1 or multiple hours to get to that state. And I think it's a pretty good kickstart to start your project. Let's go back into the development environment. And I want to show you one more thing. This is a staging area, so the files in here are not really in my workspace. It's a temporary location, but and I can also, as you have seen, check the files. If I'm happy with it, I just can accept this, and I agree that it will be overwriting existing files in my workspace. I'm going to close this, move that a bit, and here you can see already the storyboard within the bus instance, and of course here I have now everything to get started. And it's no prototype application. It uses the real tools, like for CAP project you might know CDS init. It is exactly as you would do it if you start your productive project and application. This is available as of now. You can try it out. We share the link at the end. Of course, we didn't stop there. We also want to have evolution, natural evolution, do other things and check what can be done with this great technology using AI for app generation. So what I would like to show next is kind of the next level that we are currently working on. First thing you see, we want to also make that whole feature available in Visual Studio Code. We went a little bit away from this chat-like interface because for app generation, the important thing is that you get your requirement in and generate it. And what we thought as a next step is you could also create an application from just a whiteboard sketch. I'm also start the generation. It's going to take a while, but while it's generating, I can show the sketch. Yep, over here. So you can see here that is just scripted on a whiteboard. Could be even people that have no clue of any UI or any Fiori. It's just written down what the requirements are for the application. So we are about to generate a Fiori app, which should manage travels. So it should be able to display a list of travels. A travel can have bookings, and it should also be able to display the bookings. Then we sketched a little bit of these entities, the travel and the bookings, a relation to it, some attribute names or field names for this entity. And then that's actually it. That was taken a picture, uploaded it to the system, and as you can see here, it also generates the application with these 8 steps internally. 7 of 8, that means it's currently installing the node modules. I can also look a little bit under the hood of what it does. The last step was generating mock data that are prompts, so you can actually read exactly what we are doing if you are interested in that. And let's give it a couple of seconds to come up. Okay. Similar as before, we kept this kind of staging area where we can see the application before we add it to our workspace. Same here. It is a database definition layer in CDS, trips and bookings. Oh, this time we decided to call it not travels but trips. That's also fine. I can also again preview this application. Let's have a look. Application is here. Already some mock data generated. Of course, search and filtering is working as expected. As the sketch, kind of the source is not as big as what we had in the previous document, it is of course not having that much features, but I think it's a pretty close call to what we have in the sketch and a very good basis to start. And if you don't like it, you just sketch something else, a couple of minutes, and you get a new application. Talking about using applications and Fiori elements, I would like to hand over to Katrin in the role of a business user. Thank you.
The bar is high now that you've seen what you can do developing apps with the SAP Fiori tools AI. However, we also have news for you on the SAP Fiori user experience part and how AI can help the users being more productive by accessing data, filtering data, and sharing data much more quickly and more efficient. And that is what we're going to focus on today. Since we are at a developers conference, we talk about what you can achieve with SAP Fiori applications built with SAP Fiori elements. Those of you who do create Fiori apps, you might know that SAP Fiori elements can scale your development efforts for Fiori apps. However, if you don't know yet, SAP Fiori elements is SAP's template-based approach for app creation. And that is also what we use internally, because it gives you all the enterprise readiness that we need to build into our applications, but also the consistent look and feel across all the applications that are built with the framework. And that helps also our customers and partners that build SAP Fiori apps, because then the dedicated apps that are needed in the customer situation will then be consistent to the look and feel also to what SAP ships. Another advantage, and that is what you see later on today, like in a second, is key features that are built into the framework then can be utilized across the app portfolio that are built with the framework. And that is where we want to get you hungry about when we look at the tasks, or at the task I'm performing in a bit. The thing is, like a conference like this, the regular exchange with customers that we are having, we always, and partners, you always get great insights into how you see we can even improve further, how we can streamline, for example, the access to business data for end users. And end users means like all users, like you as SAP app developers, we as SAP employees, and then the end users we are working for. And then we've seen what Joule can do for us, and in the application part of the house, it is natural language that we can use also to help the business users to get more efficiently the data that's needed and without little training. So let's move to the system. Hope it's still there. Oops, la la. Hope it's still there. And that is my home. And you know that my home is...
You want to refresh just for the session? I don't know how long it is open.
It's at 50 minutes maybe, so like let's do that. Good point. And I need to not use touch with the mouse to navigate. As all our new innovation, we put on access through our My Home that you hopefully are all familiar with. And let's use the shoes of a new user. Like I'm a business user managing the travels of my team or organization. And I got an inquiry of one of my colleagues. As I said, I'm new to the organization, but I'm also new to the system. I know My Home has everything I need. It has the to-dos. It has the apps. And it has the insights. But my best friend is Joule, because then here I can use whatever I'm used to. And I got an inquiry from one of my colleagues asking why his trouble is rejected, and that I want to ask through Joule. That is our AI-based co-pilot companion, my helper. So like, I'm using just as I would ask, show me all the trouble that are rejected. So maybe I say rejected troubles, but it doesn't really matter how I phrase it, because there I know I get to the point, I got the inquiry, my trouble is rejected, what is the reason? and now I'm asking the tool. Now what it does, it really goes through everything I'm having access to as, like me, authorized user, in the SAP Fiori Launchpad with all the apps that are there, with all the information that is there, and provides me with the answer in a nice way. I just love my touch screen. Everything that I need to know, and I know that this is the colleague that asked for the upcoming travel. So the upcoming travel that I see is here, but I also assume that more people are coming my way and asking for why the travel is rejected. So I better get that also as a card to my home before I move further. But I could also, and you see that, act on what I have here, or I can do it like from the card, but I better understand why the travel gets rejected. So here I'm having all the overview, and remember I'm new to the processes, so as I have it open still on Joule, I just use the way how to ask the system what is the detail, because here I just have the overview. What is the detail of the travel that is rejected? So show me all bookings of travel, and that was the 4138. That is what we took note of. And now Joule also helps me getting the context out of the app. Information that is not seen here, but it's also in subsequent pages. Everything is being gathered to then show me the details. And usually it's the bookings that are, if the price is too high, that is a trigger to reject things. But it is travel season. And then I can just accept it right here. So I can even perform actions, accept this travel. So performing the actions, and then let's see how the object page looks like. What was rejected up until now, it is now accepted. So that is all good. And if that is a little too funky for somebody that's new and like, does it really do the things that I envisioned, I want to show you something else that is maybe closer on the transition between the classic environment that you know, or also the users know, with like the filter bar that we have on the top here, but we have also an easy filter using AI. Remember the person that I just checked the trip for, or the travel number? Nobody paid attention? Well, then I asked. 4138, very good. So I'm just using my natural language here in the easy filter so that the system can do the work for me. Show me the bookings for the colleague that's called Steinhauer, and how the system is supposed to come up with the results. And that's the beauty of a lab preview. Like sometimes we are still in the process of properly do all of it, and the one that's coming up is the one accepted. I can check it once again, but I would like to share the good news also with my colleague. There is a bit too much information, especially in the subsequent pages, but I have another, and the stars should by now like have shown you that this is whenever we have something AI helps us also showing you where we are having the features, what features are AI related. The summarize button helps me to get a generated summary of the trip, and the key information is also that I have it is booked and it is now accepted, and I want to share that with a colleague so that he gets the good news. And I can just put that in a new message, share it with him, nicely formatted, everything is good, and I can send it off. So those are the three key features on the consumer, business user, end user side that we wanted to share with you today. besides the ones that are also relevant for you in creating the SAP Fiori apps. Now this can be added to the SAP Fiori apps, or used in the SAP Fiori apps when you build them with SAP Fiori elements, and based on the data v4. The question is like, what of it you can already try? Klaus already mentioned, out of the business requirement, generating an app is already available to you. But what we'll soon have in a better feature program are the easy filter and the summarization option. And if you want to sign up, it started like earlier this week that you can actually register for this beta program, and we would really hear what you think about what we added here. So sign up for it. It's the link or the QR code that you can check.
So signing up with it brings you, if you have Fiori Elements applications running in SAP S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition, it brings you the summarize button, and it will bring you the natural language filter in your applications automatically. So
that is
really
automatically.
Try it out.
That is exactly what I wanted to say. It's the V4 or data V4. That is the basis for it. What you need to do, what you need to have SAP Fiori Elements based on our data V4. So that is for the end user parts. Easy filter, smart summarization. And as long as I see the camera is up, I'm hesitant to move forward. For the ones of you who want to try out the first part based on the business requirement document, having an app generated, and this way also having a quick turnover of like different visualization, then that is something that you can do by going to SAP Build Code. That is also part of the SAP Cloud, SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud Edition. It's already available, so you can use that.
Today I learned that's also part of the trial version. If you have this trial access to BTP, it's actually also included there.
Very nice.
You can also try it out, the SAP Build Code. With a limited set of tokens, so you won't be able to use that forever, but for trying it out, it should work.
And that pretty much like concludes what we have prepared. And we prepared also some extra time for you to ask the question that you might have, because that's always important to us. Like, it's the exchange we talked about, so like the feedback you're having for us, but also the comments or other questions around the Fiori tools, Fiori Elements part that you have for your project. Like, keep them coming. Dare to ask your questions.
Thank you. So, time for questions. We have one online. I'm going to read it out. Andreas
There's
asked,
one over there.
Oh. Yeah, let's throw the ball. Until then, I'm going to read out. Which languages does AI support? English only, and whether it can be used only in SAP Business Application, when and which language will be added?
The language, I guess it's the summarize, perhaps?
We have, like, right there, set of questions. For example, the summarize part. Like, whatever the logon language you have is a default. But the summarize, for example, would have options for the languages. It's not the entire language portfolio as we have it right now in the SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud, but it's on a better level.
So yeah, for the summarization feature, you can select a target language. We have some selected languages right now. Other than that, it's the login language that you are currently using. So it should be summarized in whatever language you are.
Andreas, let me know in the comments if that answers your question. We have one in the room. Yes.
Yes, hi. Thanks for the demo. Just a question to clarify the runtime example where we had the question asking for to display the rejected travel requests. And maybe I misunderstood, but I thought it also returned the accepted requests in the same list. Did I misunderstand that?
I checked it twice. Like the first time I selected and show me all rejected troubles. This is when the card came up in my little helper on the side, like the jewel, and that I put on my home and navigated into the list report. This is when only all the troubles were filtered for rejected. But I didn't say what I did. When I was in the list and before I started the easy filter, I clicked away the rejected filter, because what it does is, also with the easy filter now, it puts the information I enter in natural data as filter criteria into this report. But then I clicked away the rejected and hit go, and then the entire list with all the troubles came up before I then asked for the show me the troubles for my colleague that's called with the last name Steinhauer.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense.
The design of the solution will be a little bit different than what we show here. We will be able to choose between the classic filter, but kind of the filter fields, and this new one. But even if you have the natural language input, we will kind of indicate which filters are applied, so that it's easy to understand what the AI interpreted from the natural language input.
Thank you.
We can also go, there was one in the back, a question, Naya.
I think just to be sure, I think the first question that they asked was not regards to the summary, but was regarding to the Joule itself in the bus. Probably if you could use it in multiple languages. I think that was probably the question. But yeah, either way, I have my own questions. When would
just wondered, are you Andreas?
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure. The Joule in Visual Studio Code, that looks really great. I don't know if you have a timeline on when that would appear.
When Joule would be available?
In Visual Studio Code.
In Visual Studio Code, so the first part of the session.
I prefer not to. We are close, but I mean, we could not really.
Yeah, it's not like you have a timeline on it already. No.
No.
Not yet. All right.
But you've seen a pattern also, right? Like we had a beta now for the other topics for the end users. We had there was a beta also for the SAP Joule availability.
Yeah, I gotta say I used it in the beginning of the year, Joule in Bus, and seeing it now, it's already a lot more stable. It looks a whole lot better. I was also wondering if you can, let's say for example that a COP application has been generated. I wonder if you can ask it extra stuff to change what has been generated.
We are looking into it. Yes, there is already also internal prototype that we look into regeneration, only parts of it, not the whole thing. Also to save time.
Yeah, that was one of the issues that I had in the beginning of the year, that it's started to regenerate the entire project instead of just smaller things.
Yeah, we have already a logic to only adjust parts of it or regenerate parts of the whole thing, which speeds it up and is actually, I think, a natural thing, iteration, that you want to refine certain things rather than starting from that what is generated and then required to change a lot. So, yep, that is something we are looking into it currently as well.
Do you need a service for it on the BTP to make it to work on public cloud?
In Visual Studio Code, you need something.
No, with regards to the second part of the presentation, seeing Joule in the summary and stuff on public cloud system, do you need a service on BTP so you can have Joule on the public cloud, or is it by default in public cloud?
For the beta, there might be a step that is manually done by the customer, but later on, once it's out of beta, it will be anyway available for every list report that has this object page, the summary, and the filter will be there. For the beta, there might be, but I think it's just the checkbox somewhere. It comes with the documentation. There's a small step, not a lot of maintenance effort or administrative effort.
Thanks.
Okay, hello, thank you for the presentation, it was pretty interesting. I have a question with regard the context. So at the beginning we've used Joule to generate the project, it was pretty well. And also when we wanted to make an edit to the logic, it also was very well aware of the question that's, okay, it's with regard this part of the logic, and it answered well. However, when it came to the UI, the application layer, UI layer, about the annotations, it knew annotations, but then it was not aware of what was the content of the annotations.cds. So whenever we wanted to make a change, it was just hallucinating, basically. So is this something that you're working on or you've worked on?
Yes, Fiori Elements itself has or will get a so-called app context that is read by Joule. So there are standard fields in this app context, like the data services or user settings, kind of the date format and stuff like this is generally available. But a developer of a Fiori Elements application can also add kind of custom information to this app context. Right now not, it's in the making, also lab preview please, but that's how it's supposed to work. So the app developer can provide more context, custom context that he likes. And on the other side in Joule, and I think there is some general information about Joule, we somehow can perhaps share the link also. You can have capabilities, and in these capabilities you can read the app context and then react on it. So that are the two parts that need to work together. Some come by default by SAP, and some can be kind of custom for your application. You have your own capability that reads the app context and can make sense of it, kind of can interpret or answer questions.
If you're interested in Joule, and like the first question, like from the previous speaker was also like how this Joule will be available in the SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud Edition. This is a place to go. It's in our community. Joule, like it's one of the key, like one of the topics. You cannot miss it. And this is where we have like a very holistic summary of everything that you need to know, like the beta, like now it's available, and then also how it's integrated.
Okay, thank you.
Was it clear, or with the context and Joule and how it?
Yeah, it was clear. Just one question. When you say the context, so does that mean that we would have to give the Fiori elements context to the Joule so it can respond, or
there is
would
a standard.
it automatically?
There is a standard context from every application. Like I said, it will contain the OData service, so Joule knows already the running application, some things of it, but there might be cases for your specific application that you wanted to kind of tell Joule in addition to what is already there. So you can add custom context, and on the other side in Joule you can also create custom capabilities that read this context. So there is a certain freedom, and there is a certain standard set of context that is already there, built in by SAP.
Okay, last thing. So if I understood correctly, there will not be special section for the front end, because currently, at least the state where I left it, we had Joule for the logic. So when you go, for example, to the logic section, you would get automatically Joule. However, if you switch to the UI tab, you would not get Joule. So should we expect Joule to be something that we see for the front end, or will it have to be with the context thing that you've mentioned previously?
The Joule should be visible for all applications. So you would be able to open Joule for any application, and Joule should be aware of what application is running.
Yeah, because okay, is that an update? Because the last time I've used it, it was around January, February.
The lab. So it's perhaps it might not be out.
Okay, so it's not out yet.
But that is what we are currently envision and working on and trying out, and also showed here or used here to show the demo. Yeah.
Okay, that answers my question. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We said keep them coming, and it's really good that you
throw the cube.
Live up to that. And if there are more like SAP Fiori Elements,
don't kill anyone.
SAP Fiori Elements questions, like we have also more experts in the room, so we have all covered if you don't hit yourself too hard.
Okay, can you train Joule with your own data? So maybe for a custom application that being built, UEFI application, something like that. Is it possible? Like for instance, with you can tune GPT-4 with your own data. Is it still possible with Joule?
Any expert in Joule? Looking in the first row.
We are consumers of Joule in our Fiori tools and Fiori Elements realm. So we don't know all the details. That's why we are very happy that we have this page. But we have, wait a second, we have a volunteer for additional
We have a volunteer,
comments.
yes. So let me try that one. So can you train it not directly? So Joule works in a way, as Klaus tried to explain, that you define capabilities, and these capabilities know how to react to your inputs. He also mentions the context. So if you are, for example, on a sales order application, and if it is a Fiori Elements application, then there will be some additional context that your capabilities or the existing capabilities will have access to. So it has actually access to what you're currently running. And also the Joule capability will call your backend system if it needs more information. So it will be on your data. It's not really like a training of a model. It's more like you have access to your live data there. Like you as a human being would have, your Joule capability has as well. Did it help?
Yeah, right.
I think in general, machine learning and training for application input was there even before the large language models and all. But for Joule itself, I don't think there is a change. Any other questions?
Except for when can we leave? Then we'll just conclude. Or Janina, do you have anything else that you want to ask?
Looks good. I haven't checked anything in the comment section, so I think we are also quite good in time. Maybe we can draw attention to what can people do right now. So you already shared the community page. Maybe we can also draw once again the attention to the influence. So until when can people register for the next project? Yeah, so here's the campaign code. Don't miss out on that. And anyway, I would like to ask you to put out your phone. So I have mine right here. I usually don't do that, but maybe you can once pull out your phone. You can scan, of course, the influence page as well, but you can also, I'll just give you a few seconds, scan the app and rate the session. So we don't miss out on that.
Should I switch to the
4,
feedback?
3, 2, 1. Looks good. Yes. Show me the next slide.
I think that one is.
There you go. Thank you, Katrin. Thank you, Klaus, for the talk. Give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Yes, rate the session with the code. We now have 15 minutes break, and we are back at 5:15 with the last session of today with Mike Zaschka. He's already here. I see you. It is great meeting you again. We met last year. It's a pleasure to welcome him again. And today, it's not your birthday. It was last year. I wonder, is there anyone's birthday today? Here in the room, any birthdays? Okay, no presents, sorry. So be back at 5:15 for modern JavaScript and UI5. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to UI5con 2024. And it breaks my heart a little bit because this is the last session of today, but it's not the last session of the Code Connect because tomorrow there is ABAP so the week is not over. But after this talk, the sessions are over and we have the after party. And also, of course, a warm welcome to everyone who's dialed in remotely. So this session, as usual, contains a Q&A, and if you have comments, questions, put it into the chat, and I can bring it on stage. And by the way, on stage with me is Mike Zaschka. He's been here already, he was here last year, that's when we met the first time. And it's a great pleasure to have you here again. He is Business Unit Lead Cloud Consulting at P36. And it's not his birthday today, so last year it was a special day for you. What do I still know about you? You have 3 kids. Did that change?
No.
You have 2 dogs. Did that change?
No.
Did you get a cat
No.
since then? You plan on getting one?
It's 5, it's UI5, so it's enough.
It's
5,
enough? Okay.
2 dogs, 3 kids, it's enough.
Who of you heard him speak last year? Oh, that's quite a lot. So they all came back for you. And we make dreams come true. So give it up, give a round of applause for Modern JavaScript and UI5 Part 2 with Mike. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm really glad to be here again. And so first of all, I changed the name of the talk. So it was initially Modern JavaScript and UI5 2024 edition or something, but this kind of made an assumption or brought up an assumption that there will be the next version next year, but that won't happen. So this will be the last talk on this topic, but nevertheless I felt the need that there is still something to say on that topic, even if I was here last year and already talked much about it. So, let's start. In last year's talk, I tried to discuss this a little bit. So now you see, okay. To add some humor to this, and I try to do this this time again. Okay. So actually, I'm really happy that many of you have been here last year, because I don't want to rephrase everything I said. So I will actually continue this discussion, but to just briefly summarize this, actually the reason why I'm here and talking about this is that it's based on a little bit of historical reasons. Because UI5 has been brought to life at a time where there were a different world. JavaScript has been a different world. So there was a standard called ECMAScript 5 at that time, and the UI5 guys needed to invent something or actually build the framework based on that standard. But over time, JavaScript changed, and it actually changed a lot. And UI5 had the idea to be stable all the time, and to not really change anything, right? That's a positive thing, but it's also a negative thing because you kind of get behind of all the developments that happen in that time. So I tried to put a finger on this and said, look, there's a really huge gap now of like 10 years. And if you look in the official UI5 documentation, you will not find anything from those last 10 years. So I think we should talk about this. So I also got into the motivation on why it's important for you to actually be aware of this and what is in for you if you look over the boundaries of UI5 into the real JavaScript or into the full JavaScript world and see those things that happen there and apply them to your UI5 application. So I grabbed one snippet from the official documentation and applied some stuff that is there. And we can actually see that it reduced the amount of code that you need to write of about 30%. And things were a lot easier to read, a lot easier to write, to maintain, and stuff like this. And I've also shown that it's pretty easy to use. So there's no real burden in applying those modern JavaScript to your UI5 application. And that's why you should do it. I then gave some examples, so I got into some technical details. I talked a little bit about let const, string literals, error functions, classes, optional chaining, destructuring, and stuff like this. And yeah, that was last year. This year, I will have a much shorter agenda, but I think I will still need all the time that I have. And I want to discuss two things, or actually three things. The first is the case of modern JavaScript. I never really gave a definition of what modern JavaScript really means, so we'll look into this. I will look at the importance of modern JavaScript, not for you or for us as developers, but I think it's also really relevant for UI5 in general. And I mean, we heard lots about this in today's talks, which was super interesting, but we'll get into this. And then in the last section, we will actually look at some technical details, and this will be like promises and arrays. Okay, so let's go into this. And let's start with the case of modern JavaScript and what modern actually means. When you look this up, you will actually find the definition of modern means designed and made using the most recent ideas and methods. So that's a definition, but also very vague, because what does most recent mean? So it's really something that is not really specific. And yeah, you can read it, yes. So when I look at modern JavaScript, or at the term modern or most recent, then it's kind of dependent of who's looking at, so the viewpoint, the knowledge that you have, and also the time when you look at this, right? So that's an example, and actually I try to use AI to make me younger, but it's actually, I did not look that way in 2008. And just a simple example. So I have a JavaScript, I have a simple list with some people, and I want to group them by age, right? So in 2008, with ECMAScript 5 around, I would have done it this way. So I would create a variable. Can I use this? Yes. Create a variable, then use a for loop where I count to the length of the list and then go over it and group things. Over time, this might have changed. So in 2016, there was ECMAScript 6 around, and potentially I would not have used the same var statement, or for statement, but I would use for off, because that's a little bit nicer to use. And potentially I would have used const instead of var, because that var is not so good if you use it. So fast forward to 2020, potentially, even if it's a longer round, but my knowledge expanded, I potentially would have used reduce, because then I can omit this variable to have around and just, yeah, make it functional style to actually just use reduce to return the final grouped object. Or in 2024, I would just use object group by and be done, because I know now ECMAScript 2024 introduced this function, and then I'd be done. Okay, but so what is modern in the context of this? So when I look at it from my perspective now, of course, this is modern. But I still would consider reduce modern, so it's not really outdated or something. And even for off, looping is not that really outdated. And there may potentially be scenarios, performance related or something like this, where it would make sense to use this other kind of for loop. So, but actually, I haven't seen this for style loop in a very long time. So it's, yeah, very subjective. When you look at the internet and the sentiment of when you search for modern JavaScript, you will actually find also no real definition, but something that goes back to ES6, basically at the time when, yeah, right after UI5 has been released, and which basically describes the gap of the stuff that, yeah, we're not really used to, or some of us, or many of us, are not really used to do, right? So there have been several new releases of ECMAScript, and if you apply the stuff that has been introduced with those versions, then you will do modern JavaScript. Okay, but that's still very unclear, so I made up my own definition. And it's not actually including those things. So my definition would be modern JavaScript is creating, continuously updating, and applying a holistic understanding of the JavaScript language. So it's not about something that the latest version, the stuff of latest ECMAScript needs to be modern, or that's like modern. No, there are potentially things in the language that have been there for 20 years, and that they're still relevant. I should definitely use them. So the key essence of this is stay up to date, right? Modern, for me at least, means stay up to date, get an understanding of what is there, what has been there in the past, and what additions did come over recently, and know when to use it, right? So if you look back to the coding, I will benefit from this, right? If I just need to write one line of code, then of course I should prefer this solution. Okay, so this was my take on modern, the aspect of modern JavaScript. So the importance of modern JavaScript. Again, like last year, I was heavily focusing on the developer perspective. So what is in for you, right? If you apply, you get the knowledge in those modern JavaScript techniques, and you will save time, and you will be more productive, and things will cost less, and you will be more attractive for other projects because you're very good at what you do. But this time, I will actually change the perspective and look from the UI5 perspective. And actually, there has been some really interesting discussion on LinkedIn recently. So I don't know, Tobias Hoffmann, is he in the room? I know that, hi. So he actually brought something up on LinkedIn. So he wrote a blog post stating that UI5 development, your next obsolete skill. And I don't want to discuss the, I don't want to present my opinion on this, but I thought that this is a real interesting discussion because not only Tobias brought up his opinion on this, but many others jumped in and offered their opinion. Okay, so Tobias basically said that with the rise of Fiori elements and the maturing of Fiori elements and the availability of web components and your sub-built apps, for example, you have multiple options to build front-end applications now. And UI5, coding UI5, is just one option. And again, on the final sentiment of this, that's debatable, but I get the idea. But it's been interesting because others jumped in, like Mustafa, and he's also in the room. Hey. He actually mentioned something that is adding to this. So there's like, and we talked about this the whole day, right? So we have options now, different options. So potentially it would make sense with UI5 web components around to use frameworks like React, Angular, and Vue. So why not use those frameworks and build the Fiori applications? So why do we need to use UI5? Ryan Fleischman added something that is, I think, really, really important. He actually brought up that UI5 is actually a gateway skill. And it's actually many people from the ABAP world, from the backend side, actually build their, and it's, I really like the term gateway skill because they potentially build their OData service in gateway and then expanded to the front end, and they started learning, I would not say JavaScript, but I would say UI5 and build front-end applications. So we have people on board that are really into the JavaScript ecosystem, that are front-end developers, and they know all this stuff. But we have many people out there that actually their way to JavaScript was actually UI5, and potentially is in many ways still UI5. And if UI5 is not modern, then they won't be modern. Which is, yeah, a really, really cool, or not cool discussion, but very important discussion that I experienced for myself. Because then you come in discussions with, let's build an app in some company, okay? And you have potentially your sub guys who can potentially do it, but they build apps in a way that is, yeah, very old school, not modern. And then you have people there from other departments that use React, Angular, Vue.js. And they will bring up their frameworks to the table. And then we need to have arguments. And if they bring up their arguments and we kind of lack the arguments that we need, then it's not a good discussion. Also very interesting, from Otto Gold. Actually, he said something that I don't really think it's true. So creativity is not bad. But the sentiment of this is that there needs to be standard. And this even adds to the discussion, right? If I have super front-end developers that can do very good JavaScript and also build people like Wouter Lemaire or something, if you bring them to the table and they let them build their apps, you have very, very cool applications. But those potentially need to be maintained by those guys, right? And that's a gap. And you cannot have a standard with one extreme and the other extreme. Okay, so I agree with Otto. And also Robin van het Hof jumped in, and I also value this opinion because, like, of course we have things like Fiori elements around, but also my experience is that UI5 development, freestyle development is still a thing, or is a big thing. And you cannot, there are very, very many scenarios where it makes sense to use Fiori elements, but there are also very many scenarios where it makes sense to build freestyle applications. And even with React, Angular, and Vue.js around, I still think that UI5 is a super cool framework. And I really, really, like it to be around for a very, very long time. So out of this, I actually get the idea that modern JavaScript should be a core principle for the UI5 core team, but not only for the UI5 core team or for the ecosystem or the UI5 community, but also for the JavaScript developers and also for those gateway developers, right? So we should all have the same understanding. That's the target we aim for. Okay, so, and again, like the sages said, something that I've shown last year, for us developers, there's actually no holding back now. So that's just something from last year where the UI5 core team introduced that they will like embrace modern UI5, modern JavaScript in the framework with the tooling. And actually, Peter gave an update this morning that we do not only support ECMAScript 22, but also 23 now. So it's set up, the stage is set up, and we just have to go on. Right? And actually, that's something that I really liked. I actually looked at the documentation, and I actually have seen this. And there are many places where still there's old school JavaScript around, but you would find this kind of coding in there, and that makes me really happy. All right. So that's on the more theoretical part. ECMAScript features. I had this in last year. And basically, that's like not a complete list of things that have been added to the language specification, but it's almost complete. Right? Last year, we looked at those. Okay? And I will add those for this year. Okay? Mainly focusing on promises and on arrays. But there are many things related to this list, actually. I think when you initially start to like get into the newest JavaScript stuff, you potentially, and you start with ECMAScript 6, you will find some really important concepts that have been added to the language. And ES6 has been a very, very big release. But if you look at the change list, the changelog over the different versions for each year, then there's not so much added per year. So if you caught up to 2024 or some later or some earlier stages, it's not that much, right? And if you take, I don't know, a few hours a year to actually look up the documentation and check, okay, what's up in JavaScript? Okay, those new functions have been added. Then it's just enough to know. So it's not a really big thing. But if the gap is too wide, then yeah, then it's like a lot of stuff to actually learn. So yes, I want to talk about something that potentially many of you already know and use on a daily basis. Potentially some of you don't really know what this is, and I have to like find the middle ground to entertain every one of you. So I try to talk about promises in a way that potentially there's something new for everyone here. Okay, promises have been introduced with ECMAScript 6. And by the definition, it's some really, really simple thing. It's basically an object that is representing the state of an asynchronous operation, and it can contain the resulting value of that asynchronous operation, and it can have some reactions, some functions or some callback functions that will be called once the status of this object is changing. Okay, so per se, that's a very simple thing. But to actually fully understand the impact of promises, I actually brought up some example that I went through back in the days where I wasn't aware promises existed. And the thing is, and that basically motivated me to actually talk about this, is I still see those around, right? So that's not a thing from 2016, but actually in the last 2 years, I faced applications that try to tackle this challenge. And even if you look at some posts in the sub-community, you will find questions like the original OData model, it basically contained this async flag, and it's not available in OData v2 and v4. So how do I do sync requests? And that's something you should not do. But I will tell you why. Yes. And we will actually go a little bit deeper and look at the JavaScript event loop to really understand this. Okay, so if we execute JavaScript in the browser, there's a JavaScript engine that takes care of this. Okay, and one thing that is really important to understand is that even with all the async stuff around, there's only one thread dealing with this. So basically, JavaScript in your browser will only have one call stack. And if it will basically go through your JavaScript step by step and brings something up to the call stack, which will then be executed. And if something is on the call stack, then obviously nothing else can be executed. So that's like blocking JavaScript. Okay, there are certain web APIs. So for example, if I do a request to a web server to actually load data, then there's a web API available in the browser where I can call fetch, for example, and it will then take over and do the request and response handling. So that's not in scope of JavaScript, but that's in scope of the web API. Okay, and it will not block the JavaScript engine. So once the data is finally back, it will then add something to the task queue or to the microtask queue, and then the callback function will sit there and wait to be executed until the call stack is empty. And only then, following this route, things will be added to the call stack and executed. Okay, so that's like the core, simplified version of how JavaScript works in our browsers. So if I have the requirements that we have, and I did not read it, so basically the requirement is pretty simple. I have a freestyle app. I want to load 2 data sources, and I want to know when both of the requests have been processed, and then I want to continue and do something with the data, okay, which is actually very simple. When I want to do this in a synchronous way, and basically it's stated here that that's for demonstration purpose only because this read sync actually does not exist. It will work a slightly different way, but you could use Ajax in a, you can actually imitate this in a very similar way. It will basically look like this. So first, the program will start with a console log statement. This will be added to the call stack, and then will be executed, and then it will jump over to the next one. So we will actually call the init model, then we will jump into the init model, and the init model will stay onto the call stack, and then we will reach the read sync method, okay? And it will then generate this XML HTTP request, and it will hand over stuff to the request. But the call stack will still be filled, so it won't free the call stack, and thus it will block the whole JavaScript engine from doing anything. And we do not know, it's not holistic how long the request will take, but someday it will return. Then you have the data available, and then you can continue with the processing. So this will be done for the next line. So we will read the profit centers. Again, we will wait, and then things will return. And then we will move on. So actually, Peter talked about today that they also want to remove additional async stuff, or that basically they want to change everything to async. And that's basically the reason for this. Right? So every time we don't do things async, which we potentially do because there would be a web API for this, we are blocking JavaScript. And I've actually seen those applications, and they're not really pleasant to work with, and should not be built like this. And for example, if you actually see those browser windows popping up saying the blah, blah, blah tab is not responding, basically that's an issue, right? Because you're blocking the call stack, and then everything stops. So then we will go through this, and the program will be finished. But the synchronous processing is not a good idea, right? So we will block things, and it's not only a UI5 thing, it's in general in JavaScript not a good idea to use synchronous processing. Okay, so then the most obvious reason, next step would be, okay, then let's go asynchronous, okay? So I changed this piece here, and we're just using OData v2 and just read the state organizations from the backend, okay? So, and we have a callback, and after this is finished, we actually want to set the data to the model. So execution will go like this. So again, we start with the console statement, then we go into the init model. We need to create this model up front. Then we will actually call the read method, right? And the read method will actually create this XML HTTP request. But then it will continue, right? So it will not block. It will just execute, and then stuff will be handed over to the web API, and then it will do the processing. And the JavaScript engine will actually continue. So the next read will be added to the call stack. So we will read the profit centers. And again, we will create an XML HTTP request, and things will continue, and by the end of the method, we will return the model. So by that time, potentially, the first XML HTTP request has presented their response. So the callback that we registered in the success method will be added to the task queue. So there's a specific queue that will actually take the stuff that's been coming back from those requests, and it will be kept in the task queue until the call stack is empty. So we cannot directly execute this. It has to wait, right? So once we step to the next call, console log, the task queue is empty, the call stack is empty, and because the task queue has priority, we will actually execute the stuff that has been inside of the callback function, and we will send that the property. Okay, cool. So we did this. We finally do the console log statement, and then, oh, the program is actually finished, or kind of finished, but we don't have all the data which we actually would like to have. So sometimes, someday, in some minute, some seconds in the future, the other requests would come in, and the same procedure, task queue, then onto the call stack, executed, and then we are done. But actually, as we've seen, we were not in sync anymore, right? We were too early, so it kind of broke our application as well. Yes, it should be a very simple problem, but it's somehow not so easy to solve. One other potential way of doing this is, okay, we have asynchronous processing, we cannot do this in parallel, so I need to chain things, okay? And that's what many of you know. Okay, so I actually rewrote this again, and we first read the state organizations, set the state organizations, and then we read the profit centers, okay? And then after we read the profit centers and the data has been returned, I can finally say that, look, okay, I'm done, okay? This will actually work, so I have more control over this, but it's actually looking very ugly. And instead of having like a real nice code flow and knowing at this stage that I'm done, I'm actually done at this stage, which is something that people call callback hell. And I think many of us older developers experience this as well. So quickly go through this again. So we start with this, we go into the application, we then execute the first one, it will create the request, but then it will continue, right? And again, this will return sometime. We wait for the call stack to be empty, we add this to the call stack, and move on with those requests. Okay, so you get the idea. Okay, so, but still, even if we do this orchestration, it's still not working because we have it under control now, but it's not parallel anymore. So we need to chain this in order to have it under control, right? And again, as I've said this, like the synchronizing of those, the orchestration of this stuff is really messy. And I stumble across, I've written them myself in the past, and I still stumble across those applications that are really, really hard to maintain. And again, all with the mindset that we need to compete with Vue.js and AngularJS and stuff like this. So that's not something that we should discuss here, but I think we need to do. So back to promises. So promises have been introduced to actually solve this issue. Okay, so again, a promise basically is an object that is having a certain state, and that can either be pending, fulfilled, or rejected, right? And if I initially create this, it will be pending, and then it will be either fulfilled or rejected based on the answer of the asynchronous operation. Okay, so let's, for not the last time, but there will be only one more time when we go to the call stack to actually see how the handling of a promise will work in the JavaScript engine. Okay, first of all, we will create a promise, okay? And potentially, that's also something new, hopefully for also those guys who are up to date. ECMAScript 24 introduced a nicer way to actually wrap something in a promise. So you don't need to use the constructor anymore, but there's promise with resolver, which you can like grab the resolve function and the promise from, and I think it's a lot nicer to use than before. Okay, so this will basically create the promise object and set it to a state pending. And then we will actually register something, and those are the four fulfill reactions and the reject reaction. So if I call promise then, I will basically register a function that will be executed once the promise will hit the status fulfilled. And in parallel, if I use catch, then I'm trying to react on the state where the promise will be set in a rejected state. Okay? So I would just register this here. So, and then I will actually do the read stuff, right? And then we know the procedure. I don't have the XML HTTP request stuff here, so in the background something will happen, and that will be coming back to the task queue. So, and then task queue is empty, we will bring it to the call stack, and then we will call a function called resolve, right? And resolve is a magic function that basically updates the status, the state of the promise to fulfilled. So we know that the async operation that processed in the background is actually fulfilled, and we will actually, the stuff that you put into resolve will actually be stored as the data. So I have this asynchronous state and the result in this object. And what then happens is, whenever I call resolve, the fulfill reaction that I registered will be added to the micro task queue. So in JavaScript, there's a specific queue for promise reactions, okay? Which basically has, I don't have this in an example, but has priority over the task queue. So whenever a promise is resolved and the call stack is empty, this will jump in. Okay, so that's now the case, and then we will jump over, and this will be executed. Okay. So one thing to add, if we would now register another fulfill reaction onto the promise, it would still be added to the fulfill reaction, and then immediately added to the microtask queue because the promise is already in the fulfilled state. Okay, so it's not that it can miss the state change of a promise, but it will actually work the whole time. Okay, so that's very cool. And it basically is the foundation of the solution of our problem. So I look at the time, I need to hurry a little bit. So there are different ways to create such promises, right? So we have seen the newly introduced promise with resolver function, but before you could use a new promise, so basic constructor, and the downside of this is that you are living inside of the anonymous function where you need to deal with resolve and reject. There are also static methods available if you, I never really used this, but if you want to resolve a promise immediately, then you have the chance to do so. Okay, and there's even other stuff, like if I call then to actually register such a fulfill reaction, it will basically return a promise. So I can actually chain those thens and actually always create new promises that will call the next then with the value of the former promise. Okay, that's a way to create promises. And we already learned a little bit about how to handle them, right? So we talked about then. So if I have a promise, I can call then and register this callback. I can call catch to actually react on if something is failing. And there has been something introduced in ES 2018, which is called finally, to actually do something regardless of the state of the promise, right? Either if it failed or succeeded, still be called. So that's one important aspect. And that's like the superpower of promises. We have one asynchronous operation, but the promise API offers ways to deal with multiple promises at once and keep them in sync. So there's promise all, the first example, where I can insert many promises, and promise all will itself return a promise which will only resolve when all the promises resolved. So that's the sync point, right? It will wait until everything is finished, and then I know I'm ready to go. There's been others introduced, like there's promise all settled, for example, that will wait until they responded, right? Even if it's rejected, promise all settled will resolve. And then there's been introduced promise any and promise raise, which basically react on either one promise being resolved or the first promise being resolved and rejected, and then things will move forward. Okay, so that's super cool and very flexible. So, and then there's one last thing that we need to add to the table, which is async await. And when I saw that the first time, I did not fully understand it, and I had the fear that, okay, that looks like synchronous programming again. Can I use it? But I will show you. I need to show you quick how this is working. So basically, async await is just syntactic sugar for creating promises, right? And organizing, restructuring your code that it looks synchronous. So I define an async function with the async keyword, and when I do this, it will always return a promise. Even if I just return a string, it will wrap the string in a promise, and the function will, return a promise. If I specify the function as async, I can use await inside of that function. Okay, and basically, this await will pause the execution. It will not really pause. It will not pause the execution on the call stack. We will see this in a second, but it will actually look like I will wait there, and then once the promise is returned, then I just continue. So it looks synchronous, which is super nice. Okay, yes, that's basically our final solution. So again, I have to hurry up a little bit. So that's our final solution. So we'll use promise all. We will have those inner fetches an API that will basically use or return promises, so it's already promisified. It will return promises, promise all will wait, and the await will wait on that again. So it looks synchronous, but it's basically asynchronous. And again, I don't want to go through everything, you've seen this a lot, but I just want to highlight await basically creates another promise. Okay, so when we call await, so we're in the call stack inside this async function, we will call await, then we will create many promises in that scenario. Okay, I just focus on the await promise. So await will create a promise in the state pending. So, and we will basically, and that's something that is, I have not fully understand it, how JavaScript is doing this, but it will actually capture the scope of this async function, and it will capture the stuff that needs to be done after the await, and basically put this in as a fulfill reaction. And that's basically magic. It's just using a promise, but it looks like it's synchronous. So then we will move on, and nothing will block. Things will happen in the background, and once everything is done, we will have the await promise in the status fulfilled with the result and the fulfill reaction, and then things will go on and be executed. So that's basically the magic of promises and how they can solve to help us build great apps. Because if you finally understand promises, then we can actually build applications in a whole different way. So I've seen apps with controllers with 4,000 lines of code and stuff like this. Because all those nested chaining stuff. But if you use promises wisely, it's a superpower. Okay? So that's a simple wrapper. Immediately, if I have to use the OData-v2 model and I need to use read, I always build a small wrapper which will promisify that call, and then I can just use it like this. And it's super easy. Another example, which I cannot explain in great detail, but dialogues are example for me from an application perspective that are potentially things that are asynchronous from the user perspective. So in my controller, I just want to have those lines of code. And then I have a dedicated class that are returning a promise and are dealing with a resolve internally and doing all the stuff, grabbing the information from the user, and they just return this once the user had entered the data, and we are done. So that's super, super cool. Actually, I think I have to skip the array functions. So you will find them on the slides. I think arrays are also superpower. Like I remember when I had the need to use things like load dash or _JS, which branded nice JavaScript library to actually deal with arrays. Arrays nowadays in JavaScript are super, super cool. So coming to the end, again, I hopefully have shown you some things you can take with you. And also, I mean, I did go a little bit deep, but sometimes I think it's really important to go deep. And I actually learned a lot by creating those slides because I did not understand everything before. So that's super cool. There are many ways in the internet where you can find additional information. So go ahead and get yourself ready for modern JavaScript. Okay, so I'm at the end of my talk. I did not tell you everything I wanted, but finally, a big thank you.
Can you hear me? Am I audible? Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mike. I would like to also come up because I think the promises, when I first had a touch point with the promises, was really brain fuck, yeah, honestly. And it took me also a while to really understand that. And I like the way you really made that visible, how promises work, and it's really an essential skill set of all of us to learn how to deal with promises or to deal with asynchronous asynchronous flow in JavaScript or in UI5 applications. And the promises are an awesome tool to help you to deal with that. And while listening to the presentation, and I saw this with resolver, I didn't know that yet. I immediately looked in or thought about the direction of some guys. We need to also enable ES 2024. So this will also simplify a lot on our side. Yeah, I don't know whether we have some more questions.
Yeah, questions. Now we have 2 moderators. Oh, we have one.
But Mike,
That's
you have
okay.
to ask.
You can. Okay.
You are answering. I'm just listening, learning.
Yes. Thanks.
Great session, Mike. You really touched the biggest challenge for every ABAP developer that makes the switch to Fiori. So my question, to UI5, I mean, and to JavaScript. My question to you, will you give this session tomorrow as well?
Yes, I will just reduce it to the promise part. Yes. Actually, no, I haven't done it. But
Make a promise that you promise.
Yes. I cannot make a promise.
You need to fulfill.
Thank you.
Promise all, promise raise, or what?
Yes. I think if I do it, I need to raise, but I don't want to.
So we have a full room. Do we have more questions? Last question of the day, looking at the time. It could be you. Be brave.
You could shine one more time.
Jeremy has one.
Is there a meme on the last slide?
I had one. I had one, but I thought it would be too. So I had one with. I'm explaining it. I had a microphone, and there's. Drop the
mic.
Yes. So, but I thought it would not be funny, so I skipped it.
Don't drop mic. We need more mics here on stage. Yeah. Again, very well done. It was great to have you here. And again, you made a very wonderful session of teaching us what to learn and what you need to know about that. And I think with that, and yeah, all of that, we can close that part. And there is one guy waiting.
It's Frederick.
It's Frederick. So he is back after a long day. Frederick, did you also watch one of the other sessions? Of course. Of course. And yeah, if you need a mic, you get mine. Oh, I mean, want to have this mic?
So give a round of applause for Frederick. And we are off stage. Have a great evening.
Good, great. Yeah, what an exciting day. I think we all had really a day full of conversations, lots of fun, great sessions. So there's a few, obviously, last words we want to do today. First of all, once again, because we were just, we had a few sessions, as I said today. This morning I announced we have some games, and we also have some winners that I would like to welcome up on stage. So for the Mario Kart game, and we only have first names, so I hope you're honest. There's a Max and a Julian, and you should know who you are, in case you're in the room. Please come up on stage. For Smash, great. For Smash we have Sam, and for Crossbow there was a Jose, and someone from CBS, on behalf of the whole team I heard, so please come up on stage and join us. There's a few small presents I can hand out today. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy. There you go. So whoever doesn't pick it up will keep it for you for now. There you go. Thank you. Congratulations. Good. Perfect. Great job, guys, and I hope you enjoyed the day. Okay. Thanks. Obviously, there you go. Congratulations. Okay, great. Good. So next up, once again, big thanks to all the sponsors for today. You really made a huge difference in making this day possible for all of us. So thanks again to all the sponsors. Big round of applause once again. That's a very important support. Now, at the end of this day, it's very important to also understand this is not a simple event to set up. We all know this. This takes a lot of time, a lot of hard work. This is, sorry, I'll go to this one first. We have a very important, team behind the scenes that have set up this this event for all of you. Great people, as every year, coming together, and they literally spend thousands of hours, I would say. This is a huge event that takes all year to plan and prepare. And today, to do it a little bit differently, I want to actually ask a very special person on the team up on stage to receive a small present on behalf of the rest of the team for her hard work and dedication. I hope Margot is still in the room. So please, Margot. So, for those of you who don't know Margot, she is really, she's very well known, but she's really also the heart and soul behind this conference, always, driving us forward every year. A very important member of the whole crew, and definitely one of the main reasons why we can come here together every year to celebrate, this great event. So, on behalf of everyone, here's a big thank you to you and the whole team. Thanks very much. Good, and now, important, this is the correct QR code this time. We want your feedback. So please take your phones right now. It would be great if you can take 10 seconds to give us a quick feedback for today's event, how you found it. It's a very simple form, so it should only take a few seconds to fill out, but the team would really, really love to hear this feedback. And with this, and for the obligatory final picture, I would like to ask, and by the way, thanks all the speakers who were here today, but also ask all of the speakers to come up on stage for a final picture of the day. So please join me up here on stage, whoever is still in this room. And to the rest, give them a big round of applause. This is who made the content. Thanks. Great. Yeah. Good. Okay. So please line up so we can take a picture. That's a lot of speakers. I think you're going to have to queue in the third row, please. Yeah. Okay. Dirk, is this going to work? Great, thanks very much, guys. Okay, with this, we can close the, let's say, the official day, the agenda. And I'll invite all of you to join us for the evening event. So we have plenty of food and drinks and beer and music and just overall a great evening planned for all of you. So please join us. Thanks so much for coming. Again, thanks for the sponsors. In case you're interested in sponsoring again, contact us right away. We obviously hope to plan for a similar event next year. Have a great evening, enjoy yourselves, and thanks for coming. Goodbye.
Is it? Okay, for the final touch, we also wanted a photo with the crew, so everyone from the crew that has a nice t-shirt also come up now to the stage and we do a picture with the crew right now.